You're listening to Runescape Weekly, End of the Year Retrospective 2021. Joining me today is Cliff and Killer Bunny, and we have quite the show for you today. We're going to attempt to bang it all out in a single go here. We have a limited amount of time, but if we don't make it all in one, I know you've heard this a million times, we'll do a second episode. So that's about how this is going to go today, though. We also have some other special conditions, including the fact that I haven't played consistently, or really at all, this year or last year. So my perspective is not going to be the same as Cliff and Bunny's perspective. I'm going to speculate. They're going to tell me what happened with the update. I'll say if I think it's going to be a good update, what I think I would have rated it. They'll go ahead and actually rate it, and you can see how embarrassingly wrong I am about game content and how biased I am towards certain game content like skilling and whatnot. So it should be a fun time. We're officially up in Maine in my new place, so we should be able to get back to streaming now that I have my life back. I'm excited to bring more regular content to the interwebs. It's been a journey, it's for sure been a journey. But I'm better for it now, and thank you so much to everyone who has patiently waited through these, these dark times, if you will. Anyway, joining me first up is Cliff. How you doing, Cliff?
I'm excellent. Good morning, everyone. Great to be here.
It's very much a pleasure to have you here, especially on such short notice. Bunny, welcome as well.
Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for being here. And we have a ton of game updates to cover, so I don't see a need to stall unless anyone has anything that they want to bring up that is unrelated to what we're about to do. Now would be the time to do it. Otherwise, I will bring up the first card that I have here, and we'll roll right along. I'm going to let the intro music play quietly in the background and just fade out. This is a chiptune by Onus of I. You can find them on Bandcamp. She's a fantastic chiptune artist. If you like chiptunes, I highly recommend picking up this album specifically. It's my favorite of all of their albums, but they have wonderful albums available. This one's called New Signals. They also have one called Photosphere and another one called Voidbound, all available for pay what you want over on Onus of I, Bandcamp.com. All right. Let's jump into the update. I almost said the news. This isn't really news. This is old news at this point. We're gonna roll through the updates, starting with good old-fashioned December, beginning of the year. It says here, we're kicking things. It's called this week in RuneScape the 20th anniversary. Grand Party begins, and it says we're kicking things off with a bang this January with the first of many updates to celebrate RuneScape's 20th anniversary. The Grand Party. Read on to find out how you can join the fun. Hang out with J-Mods, and get yourself some swanky new clothes to party in. RuneScape turns 20. It's hard to believe, but this little game of ours is 20 years old, and we're throwing a massive birthday party to celebrate. So, I was thinking, for some reason I think it's 2022, but it is 2021. So yeah, 2001 to 2021 would be 20 years. And I'm over here hoping for a veteran cape in February. We might not get one until next year. Generally, the veteran cape actually lags a year behind the birthday, so I should adjust my expectations there. Anyway, it says, we're not just celebrating our game, we're celebrating all of you. Without our wonderful scapers, there'd be no RuneScape. Your passion, dedication, and community spirit are what have held us together for all these years. So give yourselves a round of applause and have a big old slice of birthday cake on us. I hope it's the regenerating kind, personally. So the celebration kicks off with a month-long grand party to be held in Lumbridge Crater. But the fun doesn't end there. Keep your eyes peeled for the prologue to a multi-part, year-long 20th anniversary quest series later this month. Now, I believed you were promised cake. The Grand Party. Come one, come all to the Grand Party. Make your way to Lumbridge Crater, the gigantic hole behind Lumbridge Castle, to celebrate RuneScape's 20th birthday in style with your fellow fans. Over the month ahead, you will be celebrating different aspects of the game by offering buffs and rewards, as well as a juicy 10% XP bonus while in the crater. Got nothing to wear? Don't panic. The wise old man has been putting together some bank robbery money to good use with some fancy duds. Have a word with him in the crater to claim your exclusive 20th anniversary outfit and cape. So this is what I was was out of the game when this update came out, obviously, and I saw a picture of this cape, and I thought this was the 20-year cape, and I was like, I'm not logging in to claim that thing. However, it's just a cosmetic cape. That was my bad.
Yeah, and I think what I have heard is that Hans actually only goes so far back as far as people's start dates, and they didn't implement that until maybe a year into the game. So
right.
I do think you're right that we won't see the anniversary cape for a while. But I think with this outfit, I like that they're giving something commemorative to players who might be new, who are around for the anniversary, so that they can think of this as an event. Yeah. I think the outfit itself is not super flashy or overwhelming, but it's nice to give a little something to the newer players who are around to celebrate.
I agree. I have no problem with them. I thought this was the literal veteran cape, and my expectations are much higher for something with that prestige.
Yeah.
Versus this is just a cosmetic for an event. It's fine for what it is. I had a completely incorrect perception of what it was to begin with, and I was like, wow, Jagex, you're really dropping the ball. The other two have particle effects and all this stuff. This one's just a regular old textured cape, which is fine for what it is. I was a little misled. Jagex is good at misleading people, not even on purpose. Like, just their updates often are worded a little loosely, especially if you're not like keeping up with the news to the T. Anyway, if anyone else wants to comment on this event, feel free to. Otherwise, I'll talk about the merchandise they also released. I didn't get to take part in the event, so I don't know much about it, but I have taken part in previous anniversary events, and they've always been a good time.
I guess, KB, have you seen this cape at all? I think it's interesting that I feel like I've almost not seen this cape or outfit whatsoever since the event.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if I have it. I have to go look because I don't remember this cape at all.
Interesting. So a forgettable item, unfortunately, but
Yeah, and I think so. The in-game celebration aspect of this event was a little lackluster, in my opinion. So they sort of did a weekly format for a month to try to make it feel like a big celebration. Mm-hmm. It kind of felt akin to like the skilling weeks we used to have in December. But this first week was celebrating questing, trying to celebrate each of the elements that make RuneScape special. And they introduced 3 sort of temporary mini quests that, to be honest, for me, were completely forgettable, other than it sort of brought some iconic characters to Lumbridge Crater, and you had some fetch quests and things, but really wasn't much for me this week. I think this first week was received pretty poorly by the community. Just, the 20th anniversary feeling like a really big thing. I think they opened with the weakest week as far as endgame celebration goes.
Okay. Bunny, do you want to input anything there?
I was going to say, I remember the 15-year anniversary when we had it next to Faladar, that statue thing where statues. For me, that was like that was an event. That was something that was like, oh yeah, I mean, everybody was grouped together. That was
a good time.
A whole bunch. It felt like an event, whereas this felt kind of like, oh, let's just reuse some textures and reuse the area and do whatever. And it was like, yeah, whatever. I've been here before. I'll check back later.
Fair enough. So, if I had to guess, just based off this text, I mean, these events are never the highlight of my year, but on a scale of 1 to 10, and I guess we should briefly explain the scale where 5 is average, 1 is horrible, 10 is above average, great, fantastic, game-changing for the better. Something like this, I would probably plop right around like maybe a 5 or a 4, just because I don't see this having much impact on the game. It's a temporary event with temporary quests. If they're temporary quests, you're telling me like I can't go do them right now, correct? Like they're gone.
Yep, that's true.
Okay, so it has no impact on returning players to the game who missed the event. It's a fairly unimpactful update beyond nostalgia. I'd probably stick with a 4 for this. What are your thoughts, Cliff?
I will give this a 6, and I will only say that because I think the game is better off having got this update than not getting this update. So giving a cosmetic to the new players, giving some way to participate, I think I'll think of it as slightly positive, but not too impressive.
Okay, that's totally fair. What about you, Bunny?
Yeah, I'm gonna go hit it with a 5. I completely unimpressed. it's whatever.
Okay.
I did check out the outfit, and there is a 20th anniversary outfit, but I don't see a cape on it, so I don't even know if I even got that cape. But yeah, it just 5.
An honorable mention here, I will talk about the RuneScape 20th anniversary merchandise. I don't know if this is still for sale. If it is, I actually really want this 20 years of adventure fold out like pin thing. That's really cool. I would pay money for that. Little Falador, little Lumbridge castle. Looks really cool. Folds out, has a little picture of the RuneScape world map on the other side. I love stuff like that. I'd be playing with that until the hinges fell off. I'd probably get 2 just so I could keep 1 in the package, actually. But and these are these runes? Are these just like little rune pins? That's really cool. Also, everything here made by Angelscapes. Very talented. Must be making bank off this Jagex partnership. So anyway, yeah. I think that's cute. Generally, I don't buy into that type of stuff, but these are kind of cool. And then there's also the music on the vinyl CDs. Yeah, they're really big CDs, MageBit, on the vinyl records. And that's when I was a kid, my grandmother used to have laser discs, and I'd be like, these are the biggest CDs I've ever seen. So yeah, they're nice though. They're gold. I almost said gold plated. They're probably not gold plated. They are gold colored, and I'd love to have them. I'm gonna bring up a little fact, something we never got to talk about because I did one show with Pern. I did 2 shows with Pern, and then I deleted one of them because I needed the hard drive space. Sorry about that, everyone. And we were going to talk about old Ian Taylor, and we didn't really get to it. Has RuneScape's music been tainted by anyone now that Ian Taylor is an outed pedophile, or are we going to look past the artist and celebrate the art? Thoughts on that?
Yeah, I've got some perspective here. So I have a 1.5-year-old child, and from the moment the kid was born, actually before that, I played the RuneScape original soundtrack album on repeat. Like, that was the lullaby music. That's what calmed them down. I've got some front page Reddit posts of, the baby who can't talk or interact, but hears sea shanty come on and then immediately starts dancing. So I have a deep appreciation for the catalog of art that was produced by Ian Taylor. I don't know if I can say it's not tainted at all. I still will have, a song come on and think like, ugh, Ian Taylor. It's definitely a dark mark, but my hope is, as time passes, I think the art will stand for itself, and I think the music is what RuneScape players will look back to and be filled with, happy memories and nostalgia rather than Ian Taylor himself.
I really hope so, because his music is genius. What about you, Bunny? What are your thoughts?
None really. I mean, I'm one of those ones that always turn my music off because for some reason we thought that the lag would be less if you turn the music off. So okay. I've listened to some songs just because people brought them up or they have them on a stream or whatever. So I don't really associate a person and the art in this case because
that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Just getting everyone's opinion. I mean, because I grew up with the music. Like, since RuneScape Classic, there was no music in RuneScape Classic. But, like, as soon as they offered sound effects or any sort of music, any sort of, like, I was sick of the silence and playing just my own music. Because back then, it was hard to get music in the first place. Like, this was the Napster days, and I was 12 and didn't know what Napster was until it hit the news. So by the time I got Napster, it was already, like, mostly gone. So RuneScape music, like, was my music come, like, later on in life. Because then Napster got shut down. We were back to having to pay for music or pay for Napster even. That was ridiculous. Anyway, so I'd play RuneScape 2 with its music on. Funny enough, I stopped listening to the RuneScape music come RuneScape 3, not because I didn't like it, but because the sound engine in RuneScape 3 was actually broken compared to RuneScape 2. And the new interface system broke the hell out of the music because they changed it to a streaming format, and for whatever reason, it's like if the game was doing other things, the music would just, even the sound effects, they would just stop working, and you'd have to reload your whole client. That was very annoying. Anyway, I got off on a tangent there. I still love this music. I try to pretend that I don't know. It was just Jagex who made it. Prime Gaming is a thing that's still going on. I'm not going to talk about that, but I will talk about the Premier Club. So I did snag Premier Club this year. I don't know how long it's going for, but I decided, using my infinitely powerful math skills, that $70 was less money than $75. So I decided to grab Premier solely based on the fact that it was $5 less than my grandfather rate. So it's still a deal. Like a couple times it wasn't a deal. It was like $80 or something. Even it's been upwards of in some years I think I paid 100 or 100 plus. So like they've really cut the price down. I don't know if they feel bad because of COVID, but I'm very thankful that I only had to pay like $70. It was like $69.99 on the dot, and that was great. Any thoughts?
I think too, from a business standpoint, I don't know their thought process. Obviously, I don't want to assume their intent, but like there is also something to be said about having the membership version of the game available to more players to get them, you know, your ultimate goal is engagement. You want players playing the game. You want them getting excited and contributing to the community. And that indirectly leads to some revenue from people then buying things. So I think, you know, if they lower the price of the yearly membership and get more people playing, that could still benefit.
There's way more benefit in a low membership price, and then you nickel and dime your customers. It's the same idea of a theme park. You give them like a flat fee to get in the park, like $20, and then you nickel and dime them for every freaking thing, like going to the bathroom or eating and every ride, all that nonsense. That's how RuneScape, I think that's the model they've adopted, or at least it's the model they should adopt. You know, cheap entry point, and then you want extras, you want Rune Pass, you want... I just hope that never becomes you want the next big quest, you know? But
well, to be fair, too, we'll get into this with some of the future updates, but they did a lot in the past year to make some of those features that you used to have to buy more readily available. Like they made all their extra bank presets free, for example. So we'll get into that. So they took some really big steps, I feel, but I still think, you know, fundamentally, if you have a lot of optional stuff you can buy, you benefit from getting a lot of players in the game. And even if they just measure their health as a company and, you know, the longevity of RuneScape, they benefit from having as many active players as possible. So I think it's a good thing for everyone in this case.
Bunny, any thoughts?
A couple. Okay, so this may just be how I'm interpreting the timeline, so it could be wrong. Two things I think that come up. One is the Carlyle Group, who now owns RuneScape, and their policy of making a game that they inherit better. They're very indescriptive of how they actually do that on their website and stuff. And what it seemed like to me was like somewhere in 2020, towards the end of the year, there was this whole idea of treasure hunter, too much treasure hunter. You're encouraging players to buy bonds for keys. So the idea, and Yak Track came out a little before then, but the idea was that if you can force more people to Yak Track, buying bonds for Yak Track, this demon of a treasure hunter kind of goes away, and you're focused on more like, oh, this is just a choosable thing, and people start throwing bonds at it. And I think once they started making enough bonds doing that, they realized, well, if we could have more in-game content that some players would buy more bonds for, we can decrease the cost of membership so that we can get people to buy bonds during the year rather than one event where it seems like we're pushing too hard for them to pay this big, huge fee.
That's a very good point. Again, a combination of those two ideas of the lower the bar, the entry, and then there are other ways to make, like bonds are a fantastic way for them to make money. It gives people the option to just play the game, or, you know, there are plenty of people who want to add convenience to their experience. God, I sound like a fucking CEO. But for real, you can give people a tiered experience, and you'll actually get overall more people playing, because people can engage with the game at the tier that they are comfortable with financially. And as long as you make your lowest tier have plenty of things to do in it, you probably will not get many complaints beyond people like myself that just think tiered experiences are a way to keep poor people from experiencing your full product. But that's neither here nor there for this specific discussion. I think overall it's a good business strategy. Whether or not it ends up being the best for the consumer, that's not what we're here to discuss at the moment, though it may reflect my scores a little bit. That being said, I bought Premier Club because they made it a good deal. Like, just straight up, they made it a good deal versus my other options, and that's good business. Finding a way to get somebody to buy up front versus... I mean, I was never going to cancel that monthly expense because I don't want to lose my grandfather rate. They kind of got me by the balls there. But point being, people who don't have that grandfather rate, it's a good way to make it look like a good cost investment, especially if you're used to paying $80, $90 a year membership. All of a sudden it's $60 and you get a bunch of freebies with it. Like that's just a no-brainer as long as you can pony up the money. That's a big problem for people who are on low income, is finding that a large amount of investment up front, like $60 can be a lot for people. But it's a lower bar of entry than 90, that's for sure. Trying to find $90 is even harder. I mean, some years I really had to be like, well, I guess we'll just defer the electric bill because I need this. Like I didn't need electricity or something. Anyway, moving on here. I will continue, unless there's anything else anyone wants to talk about Premiere, or that we can talk about the Celebration of Combat update. Which
I think with Premiere, the only other thing I'd mention is they add a lot of things to sweeten the deal beyond just the financial. So like as somebody who participates in every Yak track, the fact that you get the Premiere track included that just makes it an immediate no-brainer for me.
Is that 2 bonds saved right there every time?
I actually don't know because I've always been a Premiere Club when Yak track comes around.
Fair. Yeah, this is I skipped it last year and I learned how much you lose out on if you don't have Yak track. And they added even more benefits this year around. Like, they've taken some out that were less enjoyable by people, but they keep revising the Yak track. Not the Yak track. The Premiere Club is the point. They want it to be a good deal, and overall they have succeeded. I don't think they'll ever beat the first year Premiere Club, but that one was also like $120, I think. So, you know, you gotta take the wins with the losses, and I'd rather pay $60 and not get rune coins. I think that was the big thing, the big deal. When I logged into my account, it had been like a year plus, or it had been 145 days actually. I had logged in at some point to, like, you know, do little things, but I had 57 treasure hunter keys and 1,000 rune coins. No clue where they came from. They just want, like, I'm like, is this just Jagex trying to get returning players to play the game again? But like, I assume it was from like Twitch Prime stuff, but like they give out tons of bonuses if you know where to look, and it helps for me, that's for sure. Anyway, I'll continue on here. Let's talk about Celebration of Combat. I'll get into the game news here. I don't know what this is, but it's got combat in the name, so I probably wouldn't have played it even if I was playing at the time. It says, our birthday shindig continues this week with the grand party Celebration of Combat. Plus, you've still got time to grab some festive rewards from the Yak track. Alright, so what is the Celebration of Combat? It says, we hope you haven't had your fill of the 20th anniversary cake just yet, because the grand party is only beginning. Week 2 of our month-long event is the Celebration of Combat, where you'll get all sorts of exciting combat buffs, better chance for rare drop tables with a further increased chance when using luck-enhancing items, a greater chance to receive better loot from the rare drop table, 50% more Slayer XP, no death costs, which we think is the first... I feel like they've taken away death costs during a winter weekend at some point in time. I can't prove it. I'm not going to do the research for it because I don't have the time right now. If anyone out there knows if this is the actual first time they offered free deaths, feel free to comment, or you can @ me on Twitter, mage_bit. I'm in game as well, obviously, because I'd be curious to know, because we tried to kind of figure that out and we weren't 100% sure. It says, okay, oh, and you do you see that golem chat pottering about the place? Give him a whack on the noggin and you'll get an hour-long Elder Overload buff. Oh, free Elder Overloads. That's pretty cool for an hour. They really want you to get out there and do some bossing. On top of that, the Lumberge Crater has been spiced up with a few new additions, including a golem target dummy to assist you in your combat adventures. There's a reward for interacting with them as well, so keep checking back throughout the week. You'll also notice that the special anniversary portal will now take you straight to War's Retreat. By the way, don't forget to grab your free 20th anniversary cape and outfit from the wise old man. He spent all of December sewing those little buttons on. So there you go. That's the main update we're going to be rating. There is some other info in here, but this is not something I would have engaged with. It doesn't mean I'm a party pooper and I'm going to give it a 1 or something. This sounds fun for people who want to do combat. I would throw this in at like the 7 range. This seems like a good event, especially for introductory people who want to learn combat and save on some deaths. I think that's a pretty sweet idea. I'd love to hear what you have to say, Cliff.
Yeah, my take is I was a big fan of this. This is probably the highlight of the anniversary as far as the 4 weeks of content, not permanent content. So I think I'm going to give this one an 8, which is about as high as I could give it without it being permanent content for the game.
Okay.
I like that this had something for everyone. So I don't have 120 Slayer yet. This encouraged me to get out there and do Slayer with that 50% increased Slayer XP. For people with lower Herblore levels, it gave them access to Elder Overload. For people with higher Herblore levels, it gave them an hour-long buff where they didn't have to bring their potions and use their supplies and keep administering the potion. So
Awesome.
I thought this was good overall, and I think zooming out a little bit, this had a big impact on how people thought about death. I think there maybe was free death weeks in the past, but this is the one where the community was just really appreciative and started sort of calling for Jagex to add free death weeks to the game, or to relook at how death costs are today. And death costs are probably a bigger topic that we'll have to take some more time on in the future. But I think what this is the first time people were saying, I'd rather have a free death week instead of a yak track or instead of a double XP. And I think Jagex, looking ahead, should be thinking about how do they, alternate double XP with a free death week or something like this. So I think there's some long-term implications of this update. It's an 8 from me.
Awesome. Okay, Bunny, any info?
Yeah, there's a lot. Okay, so let's do them in reverse. The Elder Overload, I think it was a huge thing. There's always this idea that you have to have the better potions, Herblore, and people are always, going for that Elder Overload, but I don't think people who haven't had it really know how massive a buff it really is. And so it gives players this idea of like, oh wow, this really is that amazing. This is something that I should spend more money trying to get to. Also, an added side effect, if your strength is increased during mining, you're actually you're more likely to hit critical strikes and increase your mining ability. So you can actually hit this and go do mining for an hour. It's not a huge buff, but it's something. It really was an amazing thing. The no death cost thing, I tried to, I don't think that was a really big thing because I never really feared death. But talking to some of my family members who play the game, it was huge. Oh yeah, well, I'm not going to die and lose money. And I'm like, you lose 300,000 GP. You're a multi-billionaire. What is that? What does that cost you? It's nothing.
Yeah.
But simply the idea of losing any amount of money for a death was so important to them that the death cost was a huge thing for them.
That's exactly, it's irrational. And I know it's irrational, but for some reason I fear losing money, even though my character is worth literally billions. There's no 16 million loss, I wouldn't even notice it. A death that costs me 16 million would not impact my game experience whatsoever. Yet I act like it's the end of the freaking world. Anyway.
Yeah, it's definitely an emotional thing, and I guess from my perspective, where this got me out of my comfort zone is I tried a bunch of high-level Slayer tasks that I would have never done because I was scared of death.
Right.
So it definitely opened the door to Slayer for me. But sorry, go ahead, KB.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I think we all iterate that the no death cost thing was just a massive game changer for people to go out and start learning bossing. The Slayer XP on task, I think, is absolutely worthless. There's a Scrimshaw game that if you sacrifice your drops, you can get 50% more XP during Slayer. I don't know. It's something for some people. It's
that Scrimshaw.
Also, Slayer is not combat, by the way. Just gonna throw that out there. It's
skilling,
right? Yeah. Now the drop tables. Okay, so the most killed boss in the game, I don't know about 2021 because Shawnee's no longer with us. But if you go back to 2020, 2019, the number 1 boss being killed is Vindicta, which is tied around the Dragon Rider Lance.
Yep.
If you go back a year to January 11th, when this came out, Dragon Rider Lance was 49.6 million GP. By the 17th, actually, let's go one rate. So the 18th of January, it had dropped from 49.6 down to 46.9. So the idea that more people were going out to kill Vindicta, get a higher drop rates, and getting more people involved in the best boss thing, had an effect on the rare drop level. So you saw more people going out and doing this boss. So it did engage people into doing bossing. At least that's one example of how that you could look at that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So we had a positive impact for sure. Do you have a score for?
Oh yeah, 9 out of 10. I think this was just absolutely amazing. I thought it was perfect.
Great. I'm glad to hear that. So my speculation for once wasn't too far off, even though I probably wouldn't have been able to take advantage of it. I really that's like it sounds like from what I've just been told, this is actually designed for people like me because it negates the death. It gives you free overloads that I don't have access to. Like I would have actually done really well here had I taken advantage of it. So that's good. That's good to know. Moving along, the grand party. Can you? I feel like I'm just repeating myself over and over again here, but these were all separate updates. Can you?
It felt like that at the time too.
Okay, good. At least I'm not alone. Can you believe it's been 20 years since RuneScape first launched? No, I can't. I thought I would be dead by now. Yes, from those early days of killing cows and baking cakes, we've expanded into the biggest MMO ever, but we couldn't have done that without you. I think about it sometimes, and I'm like, so it's been 20 years. I give them like $100 a year. I give them like $2,000 over the course of 20 years. They could have done it without me. It's not me keeping them going. Anyway. Whether you've been there from the beginning or not, every single player in our community has helped RuneScape become the fantastic game it is today. That I'll give them though, is community is everything. If your community sucks, your MMO is kind of pointless. Like I've tried to join EVE Online every year. Every year I try to play that game, and every year I am outed by the community. Like they basically just they treat noobs like shit. And once they find out you're a noob, they just take advantage of you. They make fun of you. So I can't get into that game as much as I want to. RuneScape is a completely different experience. If you're new or a returning player, they treat you like you are the prodigal son returning from some like exile, and they just give you millions of gold, and they'll help you with anything. The RuneScape community, fantastic. Little iffy once you get over on the old school side, but we're not going to talk about that. Anyway. If you haven't already, join us as we celebrate the Grand Party, a month-long extravaganza where we'll toast everything RuneScape. Head to Lumbridge Crater, pick up your exclusive anniversary cape and outfit from the Wise Old Man, enjoy that 10% buff, and get your party on. So where are we? This is 4 weeks of celebrations, and it starts off with combat. Oh, it starts off with mini quests. Then it goes into combat. We talked about that already. Then mini games, which I assume gives a bunch of buffs and mini games, and then you have skilling. So this is just a breakdown of what there will be in the upcoming event, because we're going to now talk about those individually. We can score the overall event real quick, though. So this score that we are giving is an overall score of the celebration of mini games, celebration of skilling, and I think that's about it. Maybe there was a couple other ones. The combat one. I already closed the damn thing like an idiot. Hang on.
Mini quests before that.
Combat. Right. Yeah. So this score is an over score of those three things, and then we'll break down the two updates that are remaining. A little wonky, but you know that's how Jagex be doing things. So I'm going to go ahead and give this overall an 8, because it seems like this is mostly a people-pleasing update to get people to play the game, and I think it sounds pretty solid. Cliff, you want to go ahead? And
I'll give this one a 7 overall. I think combat was the highlight that we just talked about, and the rest are fine. I think for a 20th anniversary, this felt like kind of like a skilling weeks of December that was not quite as good. So I expected a little bit more from the 20th anniversary, but overall, still having an event to celebrate, still bringing players together, it gets a 7 for me.
Cool. 7 from you. And Bunny, how do you feel about this event?
So we're grouping skilling, mini games, and the mini quest, right?
Yes.
And combat, whole event.
Yeah, the whole event. Give me your take
see, if you don't throw combat. Okay, so combat is the highlight, so that bumps it up. Okay, so it's gonna be a 7 then. The mini games, all they do is give you double currency. Is not an incentive to go do mini games.
Fair. You're about to be able to do mini games.
You need to do something to treat people to do mini games. Just giving them double currency, you're already an active mini game player if that even matters to you at all. The skilling one, it's 7. We'll break down later on. Yeah, 7.
Okay, 7. Our next update which I will read in 1 second here, because I'm texting the person who's coming to stay with me real quick, and they just got out of the hospital, and I'm telling them to text.
Yeah, I'll throw one more thing in there too. The Grand Party one, there is a 10% XP boost at the crater, which means that people like from World 84 or World 99 all travel to the crater for that 10% XP boost. So I mean, it's something a little extra.
Fair. Okay.
Yeah, my perspective on that is it's nice, but really just moves the Lumbridge market to the Lumbridge crater. Not a massive thing to me, but it's nice to give the little boost there.
It sure is. It helps gather people in a community sense to a one location. Gives that sense of community. Next up is the celebration of minigames, which is part of the overall event. We got to break down the other two. We voted on the whole event. Now let's talk about the other two. A little weird, but this is how they posted their updates, so got to do things slightly out of order. Alright, so celebration of minigames. It's the celebration of minigames week at the Grand Party, but that's not the only fun we've got planned. We've got a farm-tastic Ninja Strike, some exciting freebies, and a pair of live streams chock full of behind-the-scenes info. So what is the celebration of minigames? Let's see here. Our birthday celebration continues this week with a celebration of minigames. This week's buff is sure to please. Well, apparently not our people. From now until next Monday, you'll get double currency rewards from almost every minigame. That's right, almost every minigame, including Soul Wars, Pest Control, Shattered Worlds, and more. You'll also get double Thaler, double Ports resources. Here's the full... I'm not going to read the full list. You get the idea. It's basically every minigame in the game, which is pretty cool. But the only thing that I think it would really matter on is if you're collecting Thaler or you're trying to get your Shattered Worlds abilities. That might help. But beyond that, it's not an overall amazing part of this grand celebration. It says, but that's not all. The anniversary portal in the Lumbridge Crater will now teleport you to any of the game's necklace locations, so it's super easy to hop between your favorites. It really sounds like they also lumped in some other updates along with this one to make it feel a little meatier. They also included a player-owned farm, a Ninja Strike, which we could give its own score, but it's Ninja Strikes can be entire updates for the week, or they can just be jammed in like this as a patch note. So I'm never sure how to include them. So, anywho, I'm just not going to include it, I guess, since it's just some minor tweaks to the farm. So for me, this type of update is not very helpful. I would give this a 4. Go ahead, Cliff. Any thoughts?
Yeah, so I gotta agree with what KB started to say, is that increasing the Thaler rate by itself is not enough to revitalize minigames, unfortunately. Yeah. The issue is a lot more with what's the reward or benefit you get from playing minigames, not necessarily the rate at which you get currency, because people will grind the rest of their days if the reward is worthwhile. That being said, positive nod for trying to do something for minigames and acknowledging that this is one of the core things in RuneScape's history that people really enjoyed.
Good point.
So positive there. I think when I am looking a little further down, I think the player on farm Ninja Strike was nice, little quality of life things, nothing super major that jumped out to me as that's critical to how I use player on farms today, but nice improvements. And then the big one for me is free bank presets. So this is the update where they made bank presets available for free to all players moving forward. So that to me was a huge positive. So maybe, I don't know if if you were including things like the bank presets in your score, but for me that kind of bumps it up to it would be a 7 if not for the bank presets, but maybe an 8, because I think the free bank presets is a huge thing.
If I include the bank presets, it carries the update like a fucking vet carrying a noob into combat. It's not even fair to include them, so I didn't, but you're welcome to.
Okay, maybe I'll leave this as a 7, and I think bang presets would carry that up.
Okay, that's fair. What are your thoughts, Bunny?
I'm pretty sure I'm going to go with a 5. There are positives, but I think there's also negatives. I know how Cliff talked about, at least they addressed mini games. No, they didn't. It's like a house on fire, and you walk over with a bucket of water and throw it on the house and walk away like you've done something positive. You haven't done anything. You've not addressed the problem.
And then the fire department shows up and is like, "Yep, that's a fire. Good luck."
no, it's a negative. You have not. You're pretending to advocate for something that you're not advocating for. It's crap. Not including the bank presets, something different. What was the other thing I was going to comment on? The games. I had one more thing.
Take your time.
Player on farm.
Yeah, I don't know. It's whatever. I think actually I was already 200 mil before this came out, so it didn't really affect me all that much. But no, yeah, I'm gonna keep it a 5.
That's fine.
There's some positives, there's some negatives. It for me just. Also, one more thing too. At the end of January, if we don't go back to player advocacy groups, I'd like to jump back to that.
Okay.
At the end of January.
Sure, I forgot about those. I remember loosely
because I don't think they did anything with it. I think it just went to nothing. I haven't heard anything on this besides this one thing.
Right. Oh, and I want to be clear. I was cynical about player advocacy groups when we first talked about them, not because I think that they're a bad idea, but because I don't believe Jagex has the necessary communication skills to properly coordinate something like that. I don't know if any game company does, actually. It's not something that a game company is going to have high on their list to do community outreach. It's expensive for very little reward. And I think investors probably look at it and go, this is a stupid waste of money. Why are you doing this? Not realizing that it's a social game and that's how you get your community to stay involved. But because I think having community leaders is a fantastic idea. I just don't think Jagex has the power, the resources necessary to keep a staff allocated to that. You need somebody like a community manager who's then in charge specifically of coordinating and passing down the event information to the social leaders from the community. And I don't think Jagex can do that. I think what they would do if they wanted to do that is they'd take a community manager that they already have on board and go, hey, you have another job to add to your plate. Do this now too. And it'd be handled poorly because now they're doing it with 18 other things that they're supposed to be doing. So I think that's one of Jagex's main problems is if you really want to do something right, you need to dedicate a task force to it that has no other obligations, but because that's a large project to engage in the community like that. It is hands down something that would need its own team to be handled. I don't think that Jagex is capable of releasing resources like that when they need them for developing the game and for PR and stuff like that, which actually makes them money. That's my thoughts. But I said we'd get to PAGs eventually, but I just kind of fucking dumped on them right there. So if anyone wants to talk about PAGs, I guess we could talk about them now, unless you want to come bring them back later. Your choice. Your choice.
Yeah, I mean, I can just add quick thoughts. I think, well, I think it's probably clear by now I'm maybe the optimistic one towards Jagex in the group as far as given the benefit of the doubt. I think PAG as a concept, I am a fan of. I think the timing as far as when they did their first one immediately followed by the pandemic is really rough.
Yeah.
So I think I was pleased with the outcomes of the first one, even if the communication was somewhat poor, or I would say mediocre maybe. I am still optimistic that in the future they can bring them back and have further good outcomes. Although, yeah, we haven't really seen much the past year and a half.
Yeah, it's a possibility that could be a well-loved program given the proper resources. The pandemic, I would assume, took a lot of those resources away. But at the same time, if you look at it from another angle, couldn't it have freed up some of the resources? Maybe those people who would have been engaging and out doing PR work are now stuck at home. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm just trying to look at it from a different angle. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess I thought of it as, I don't know, when it comes to, I'm thinking a bit to my workplace as well, because I work for a software company. And when it comes to purely creative brainstorming work,
right.
A lot of times that is best done in person, getting a bunch of people in the room, whiteboarding, hashing it out. And I feel like that was very much what they described with the first PAG as far as bringing the players in. And I think that is inherently more difficult to do remotely, and probably not their priority, given that they were figuring out how to operate as a company in a remote world.
I'll give you that.
Yeah.
That specifically, alarm bells are going off. They're like, we have to restructure the way the company functions. Our priorities are not playing with our community at the moment. Like, I'll give you that much, but I don't see much of a difference, and this could be me and my social style. I don't see much of a difference between somebody standing in front of a whiteboard on a Zoom call with a bunch of their constituents, you know, watching them write down their ideas and talk about them, than doing that inside of a physical room. Like, I see no difference. I don't know if that is me personally, if like the energy and the vibe changes, because for me, brainstorming in a call versus brainstorming in a physical session changes nothing but my anxiety levels. In fact, they would be lower. So for me, I can't personally see that, but I'm sure there's something I'm not seeing there, because I'm just not the type to ever want to put myself in those environments. So it's very well possible that regular social people have a better time brainstorming when their peers are physically with them. You know, there's probably something to be said for that I'm not taking into account. Bunny, any thoughts?
Just trying to look over the minutes from their sessions.
Mm-hmm.
No, this is too much stuff.
That's something that would take prep time.
Yeah. I don't know. For one, I don't. Okay. It says on here that they gave 400 man hours to working on developing feedback, ideas, interaction between Jagex and the player or specific groups. So it's something. I mean, anything done to try to help improve the game is positive, even if nothing comes of it. I mean, you know, it's fine. It's okay. It's good. I don't know.
Right. Okay. That's fine.
I wasn't impressed, but I appreciate the effort by everybody.
Yeah. And again, I was a cynical bastard the first time we talked about it, but I was not cynical about the idea itself. Just the Jagex's ability to execute on it, I think, is a little wonky. But I mean, look at Rune Labs. Look at like all their previous attempts to interact with the community. It always goes poorly. So I mean, it wasn't hard for me to be like, this isn't going to end well, just based off of their previous attempts. Anyway, I'll continue on to an actual update here, and that one is called Celebration of Skilling. I think that is going to wrap up our celebration section. This one says, welcome to the latest edition of This Week in RuneScape. Today's update includes the final installation of the Grand Party, the Celebration of Skilling, plus the first mini-quest in our 20th anniversary series, a long-awaited look at how we're updating the player avatar, and all sorts of changes and fixes across the game. It's also your last chance to grab the special 20th anniversary discount price for Gold Premier Club. When did that happen? No, this was last year. This was the beginning of this year. And I'm like, I snagged that, and before that happened, I got like worried for a second. Anyway, so they did two things here. This is the Celebration of Skilling and the mini quest series. So I think we're gonna grade the mini quest series Once Upon a Time at the end, because I'm sure they will post multiple parts of it. So whenever we come across the last part, we'll vote. We'll give it a whole score. I really hope it gets its own article and they don't lump it in with something like this, because I really just want to vote on the Celebration of Skilling right now, which says throughout the week you'll get 50% increased XP in all gathering skills. So that's pretty straightforward right there. There's a couple of things to bear in mind. Firstly, the XP bonus won't apply to Archaeology's restoration activity, but to make up for it, you'll get 50% extra precision while excavating. Secondly, it won't apply to the animals on your player-owned farm, including those on the ranch out of time. Lastly, iron players will not get the XP buff. Now, the eagle-eyed amongst you will notice that there's been some changes around the lumber crater. Since we won't be needing that portal next week, our good friend Arbery has turned it into a skilling rift, which grants both summoning and runecrafting XP. Was that like an AFK thing where you could just sit and suck in XP, or what's going on there?
Yeah, I think so. I didn't really participate in that one, but I think it was your classic sort of dungeoneering hole-esque
a skilling node,
portal,
if you will. Okay, cool. Just wanted to clarify on that because I wasn't there. And don't forget, when the event ends next week, the wise old man will no longer be able to supply you with a special 20th anniversary cape and outfit, so have a chat with him. Otherwise, you'll end up like Mage Bit. I do not have the outfit or the cape, so there you go. Anyway, there's also the Vault of Shadows mini quest. What the hell is this about?
Yeah, maybe I can just recap this one really quick, because this is actually something that was a part of the archaeology release as a mystery, I think, but they wanted to sort of tie this in with the lore for the ongoing storyline in the 2021 mini quest series. So what they did is they sort of lowered the requirements. They made it a standalone mini quest that you could do if you've already completed the mystery. I believe this was already just done when they switched it to a mini quest. Maybe you needed to talk to somebody quickly, but that was just to sort of lower the bar so that new players could participate in the year-long quest series without needing 107 archaeology.
Gotcha. Okay. This update also included the free bank presets. All additional bank presets are now free. Options to purchase them have been removed, including from the Solomon General Store. You should automatically... Oh, that's why I probably got my rune coins back from that or something. Did they refund people's rune coins? You should automatically receive the bank presets you're entitled to. Members receive 10 presets. Free to play will get 7. I'm just wondering why I had so many rune coins upon login. I thought maybe that might be.
I don't think so. I wonder. I feel like there was once or twice where they did little apology things. One of them is in this update, where we'll talk about in a second, for the rare item tokens. But yeah. I don't recall why they would have refunded rune coins, but I don't think it was for this one.
Okay. Again, also rare item tokens have been removed. One of the projects we've been working on lately is to consolidate the various stores and remove unnecessary currencies from the game. Okay, have you seen the currency pouch, Jagex? Anyway, this week we've been looking at rare item tokens. As you know, rare item tokens were a prize from Treasure Hunter, which could be used to buy various items into the rare token store. However, once you unlocked all the items, the tokens themselves were useless. And as more and more of you now know, they become more and more devalued compared to other Treasure Hunter prizes. As a result, we've removed rare item tokens from the Treasure Hunter loot table, and they are no longer claimable in-game. Any existing rare item tokens will be converted into oddments at a rate of 10 tokens to oddments, so 50 rare item tokens will give you 5 oddments. You can convert up to 100,000 rare item tokens. Any tokens above that limit will be removed. All new rares have been moved to the oddments store, and that includes everything that was on the rare item tokens. So that's, I mean, you know, it is what it is. They gave people some rune coins for that, right? It says, as many players already know, we released an update yesterday that converted rare item tokens to oddments. As a part of a mitigation of the rare item tokens into the oddments store, when we decided to implement this change, we set out on a goal of maintaining the value of rare item tokens versus the cost of rare items in order for there to be as little impact to you as possible. While that ratio holds true, it's clear from your feedback that we didn't meet expectations. Frankly, we've misjudged the value of rare item tokens held by not fully considering the opportunity to cost to acquire them, and we're sorry for getting this wrong. After a thorough investigation since Monday, we've unfortunately confirmed that this is something that we're unable to resolve or change without entire server rollbacks, which would have even farther reaching ramifications. As an apology for this misstep, we'll be gifting all players 15,000 extra oddments to spend within the oddments store. We'll also be awarding all players 15 treasure hunter keys to use. There will also be a rollout with next Monday's game update, and available for players who log in within 3 months of the update. Accounts created on or after January 26, 2021 will not be eligible. Also, in the next Monday's update, based on your feedback, we will be bringing the limited and current rare items into the oddments store to ensure you can still pick the items you want. Yesterday's change was part of a long-term plan to consolidate our currencies for a better user experience. We do believe this change adds very beneficial improvements for all players moving forward, but yesterday it under-delivered on converting the value that you already had. In the future, you will provide ample notice on currency change before it happens, and spend particular care on any currency conversion rates based on opportunity. Thank you again for your feedback, the RuneScape team. There's also...
Just some thoughts on this. I think, first of all, I am a RuneScape player. I love complexity, but I hate needless complexity when it's just complicated for no reason or no benefit. So I think that's the currency... system, at least in this example, right? There's no functional difference between rare item tokens and oddments other than like different sets of rewards you can get. Right. So I think streamlining this was a good move. I think their biggest misstep of all in their original implementation of this is that they didn't do all rares. They did like a third of the rares moving to the Oddment store, which meant some were just like all of a sudden unavailable to people who hadn't planned for that.
I thought they originally just moved them all to the Oddments market and called it a day. I didn't know they like discontinued some of them.
Yeah, so that was the biggest misstep, which they then went back and fixed. But
right.
I think the other thing that they are alluding to here is the original ratio you got Oddments for rare item tokens was just totally wacky for people who had spent years accumulating rare item tokens. Right. And then all of a sudden they got, a couple thousand Oddments back. So on the positive side here, they addressed the feedback really quickly. I think this update on it came within like a few days. They announced it, and a few days later it was implemented. So they addressed the feedback really quickly. And then I think the extra oddments and keys they awarded here, for most players, was very, very generous. Like, this was more than they would have gotten if they had just done the conversion correctly in the first place. Yeah. I think there's, 5% of players who probably still feel like they got a little bit screwed here. But the fact that everything's on the Oddment store and you have the opportunity to unlock it over time, I think this was they recognized the boo-boo and fixed it.
It was huge for my Iron account because you can't really get Oddments easily on an Iron account. And all of a sudden I just logged in and had like 10, 15,000 Oddments. And I was like, okay, cool. Cosmetics! Because I couldn't get those cosmetics.
I think most accounts this was like a very generous reward.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't complaining at all. Even on my main, I didn't really. I mean, I have like 70,000 oddments. They mean nothing to me. But the rare item tokens also, as much as I like collecting them, hoping they were going to refresh the store, I was getting kind of suspicious that was never going to happen. And I was starting to realize that rare item tokens were not a good item to be collecting. So yeah, I kind of stopped worrying about them once I collected everything from the shop. So them leaving the game is of no consequence to me. I think they handled this mostly okay, minus the little misstep that they pretty much made up for. It sounds like. Bunny, you want to get in on this at all, or
are we rating this, or are we?
We are going to include the rare item token change in with the celebration of skilling. Which kind of sucks. We could put like a 5A here or something and call this a separate update. What are y'all thoughts? What do you want to do?
There's one more thing in this update that's not as obvious that is worth a minute to talk about. This is the week where they had the player avatar refresh stream.
Okay.
They did a couple of these throughout the year. Do we want to take a minute to talk about that, or save that?
If you want to, I mean, I don't know if they're probably going to talk about it again later. It's not worth grading yet, but you're welcome to talk about it if you'd like. I would like to hear about it, but
sure. So, player avatar refresh. I think of all the Jagex streams I have ever seen, this was far and away my favorite. And I think it's worth, if anyone has any interest in art or game design, it is worth going back and watching the VOD of this for a couple of reasons. First of all, they had Mod Iro on, who unfortunately I believe is no longer with Jagex. I might need to double check that, but he was a new art director who is taking sort of point on the player avatar refresh, and that man's passion was insane. Like he did this one video, and you could just see he was so excited and engaged and like happy to talk about this project. And anytime somebody asked a question in Twitch chat that he answered, he went like 3 levels deeper into detail than you expected. As far as he had like just clearly been thinking about player avatars for like months from every angle. He had so much information. And the other really cool thing was just you could see the art appreciation and love in why this was important to the team. So hearing Iro talk about like, this avatar is the focal point of the game, and he's the representation of the character, and just hearing all the thought that went into it, and the showing through the concept, all the phases of trying to get these avatars just right. It was just one of the most insightful streams I have ever seen from Jagex. So I was very excited for this project. I think the obvious negative I'll get out there is this is currently on the back burner because they ran into a big technical engine challenge of some kind where they worked on this for several months and had to shelf it temporarily. But I think the stream itself, holy smokes, that was like a 10 out of 10 stream.
Cool. Good to hear. Sorry they lost him, probably because he had real passion. So we got like 3 different updates. We don't have to rate that update, but we do have a bunch of like different updates here. Do we want to separate these out, or would you rather just vote on the celebration of skilling? What are people's thoughts here?
Well, I think we should probably just go ahead and vote on the 25th of January. Group them all together.
Okay.
What occurred on that update?
Okay.
So I'd say we link them all together.
Sounds good to me. In that case, this update for me is probably about an 8. It's pretty solid stuff. What are your thoughts, Cliff?
Oh yeah, I'm scrolling through again. I think 8's probably right. 8's probably right. I was debating a 9 here with the the bank presets, with the avatar stream, all those things. But as far as actual what went into the game, we're really looking at rare item token being removed and a temporary event. So 8's probably right.
Fair. What do you think, Bunny?
Well, all the other stuff is great. The only thing I really want to actually focus on is the celebration of skilling.
Okay.
50% increase to XP. You're going to see a lot of this stuff throughout the entire year. I have made more XP. I'm down to my slowest scales possible in the game. I'm trying to go for 200 million. And I'm getting more XP than way more than I should.
Yeah.
And that 50% is huge. Yeah. And you're going to see a lot of these throughout the year. And at first I was really like against it, but as I'm just like, it's already happened. We're already going through it. If this is the path that we're taking, then so be it. Then I just need to spend more time on those days doing that one thing and skipping all the other stuff like that, because XP is the paramount thing. So I'm actually going to add it as a positive, even though at the time it was a complete negative for me. I was like, this is just nuts. So yeah, I'm going to go for an 8 out of 10 as well.
All right. Moving along there.
And just to confirm, Iroh did leave in November. I found the source.
Okay. That sucks. Let's see here. So the next update is Activity Pets and Ninjaversary. This was on the 1st of February. It's, let's see. So first off, new Activity Pets. Ninja Turtles aren't the only strange animals high-kicking their way into the game this week. Meet Activity Pets. These player-designed critters were voted into the game by you last year, and our artists have been hard at work bringing the winners' designs to light. So, without further ado, meet the pets. We have Richie. Richie is a fancy magpie with very expensive tastes. If you can help him accumulate 100 million gold pieces, he'll follow you anywhere. And when you reach even higher wealth milestones, he'll change appearance. There are 4 appearances in total unlocked at 100 million, 1 billion, 5 billion, and 10 billion. Beyond that, you can continue to hand over as much as you'd like for bragging rights. You could donate your hard-earned gold pieces to Richie at the Grand Exchange. Richie was designed by Kari Chibi. Moon. Moon is a mysterious creature who wanders the wilds of Gielinor, changing appearance to suit the environment. Be careful, they only appear to adventurers who've proved their local knowledge by completing elite area task achievements. There are 6 appearances in total unlocked by spotting Moon in different regions of the world. Next is Artemis. When completing clue scrolls and opening caskets, you now have a chance to find a golden compass. Activating it will unlock Artemis, the Treasure Trail's pet. This wise and ethereal deer will be your companion as you travel the world collecting clues. This was designed by a Wild Kitsune. Zez is the RuneScore pet. Hey, does this pet remind you of anyone? Zez is there to be your boon companion throughout your RuneScape journey. He'll be unlocked once you reach 5,000 RuneScore, and as you explore the world and complete further achievements, he'll level up alongside you. Zez gets a new appearance at 10,000, 15,000, 20, and 25,000 RuneScore, so get ready to check off those Chivos. I hate the word Chivos. Ugh, it sounds like a cheap snack. Zez was designed by Baby Steps. Next up is the inclusion of the Ninjaversary, which is, I guess it's been a whole year since the Ninja team began their epic quest to eliminate bugbears and nitpicks all across the game, and they just haven't stopped since. It's our 18th strike. They're tackling that pesky general quality of life again, and they've also prepared a special surprise. So what happens in this 18th Ninja Strike? Total combat. I love it. It sounds like Mortal Kombat. Listen here, kid. Never mess around with teleportation. Now that the trap telekinesis spell has been invented, we've been receiving strange reports from all over Gielinor, and the latest one is right here in the Varric sewers. Apparently, some turtles were accidentally teleported in from the maw, and the experience has made them a little different. Go help them out. So this is like a little mini quest, it seems like. It's got some rewards, and it's got requirements to begin it. Let's see. So there's the return of loot duels, which is just treasure hunter bullshit. And then patch notes. So we talked about the total combat. They did some general quality of life changes as well to the game. They improved some settings. Good old ninja stuff. So this update is a combination of the ninjas as well as some game news on the new pets that are coming out. So we can vote either based on, I'd say, the content that actually came out here, which would be the Ninja Strike. These pets, I don't think are out, or did they come out? I gotta read this again here.
I think this is the update where they actually came out. I might want to double check that too. Yeah, but I think the design competition was in 2020, and this is when they were actually added.
I believe you're correct. Okay, so we are going to vote on both of these inside of this event. This is a media update. They actually released 2 pieces of content here, a real game update and a Ninja Strike. So we got to take that into consideration here. So the main game update being the area pets is fantastic in my opinion. That's like a 9 out of 10 right there alone. Adding the Ninja Strike in there really bumps it up a bit for me. But are we doing half of percentages, or are we going to stick to whole numbers? What are people's thoughts?
I'm okay with halves.
Okay, because it doesn't affect the math at all. I'll give this a 9.5. What are your thoughts, Cliff?
Yeah, I'll give this one a 9. I love the pets. I'm a big fan of pets in general. I especially like that some of these pets are functional, I'll call them. So Richie being an actual gold sink is an awesome thing and gives wealthy players a way to brag. The area pets being sort of an add-on reward for elite area diaries makes you want to do the area task achievements. So that's pretty cool. I like how they designed these such as it is an additional reward to elements of gameplay, which is cool. I thought the Total Combat quest or mini quest was really well done. It was reminiscent of just a simple, humorous Jagex quest of the past, right? You knock it out in an hour or less. Fun little wink jokes along the way. And I enjoyed it. It was good stuff. And I would say the other Ninja Strike piece that was really cool was that broadcast show experience thresholds when a skilling or boss pet was obtained, or the kill count for bosses. And I thought that was a really nice change as far as seeing how lucky or unlucky somebody is. I don't really care that somebody got a pet. I am somewhat interested at what experience they got it at. So that was kind of a nice change.
That's cool. I didn't know that's when that changed. So justifies my score even more. Bunny, your input.
Oh, I lost it. Hold on.
No problem.
There was one pet. Okay, so at the very bottom of the update, there are not at the bottom. Under general quality of life, they changed the Cerodoman owl, Zamaraki, and hawk and Guthix raptor so that they become instead of actual pets, I think they become interface pets. You get whatever you get your what's that kingdom, your treasure stuff. You get all those nests, and they have all those eggs in them now. So now I don't have to worry about this being a pet that I have to have my inventory or whatever like that. It's just a cosmetic now, so you can just pull it out if you want to. Really nice. I just drop those eggs now. I don't even worry about it anymore. So I thought that was really great.
Okay.
Also on Zez, it does say it goes to 25,000. It also now goes to 30,000, which I have. So that was one that I was super keen on because RuneScore for me was a pretty big thing. Is a big thing.
Yeah, should be.
So getting the 30,000 one now it was really nice, and I like to granted. You can quick chat it in chat or whatever to show off or whatnot, but you seem a little less douchish if you're just carrying on the 30K one, so that's cool. The clue one, I know there's a lot of people who mainly do clues, that's their they don't really play the game, so that's a great one for them to show off that hey, I'm a clue person. So it kind of self-identifies. The elite ones, the area ones, that was pretty cool. I think I missed one of them. I had to go back the next week or something. But again, just more pets. They great design. They look really beautiful. I do like the Clue one too. It's also really pretty.
Yeah,
and the Richie Rich one. I don't know, Richie Rich.
I wouldn't touch that pet, but that's still cool that there's a gold sink.
Yeah, that's definitely for somebody else. But if people like it, then I'm glad that they want to throw 10 billion GP into a pet.
Yeah. If I could afford to throw 10 billion GP into a pet, then this would be a very different show. That'll never be the case. But there are people out there. I know people like that. Not that I know people who are willing to do it. I know people who have the money spare and don't need it for anything because they've got all the fucking items in the game and stuff.
I'd be kind of curious to find out whose Richie pet is the
like a little mini high
has
score.
the most money in it.
That would be really cool if it had its own little mini high score. And
I mean, first of all, if you do have a high score, though, you are going to give away the fact that your account is one account that's worth trying to steal. Yeah.
That's
without giving out names, it'd be nice to hear the top 10.
Yeah, it could
no
be,
names, no dash, just the top 10.
Yeah, it could be anonymous and just be like, just so you can see how crazy the actual inflation is in this game. As far as like, once you start snowballing wealth, you can just keep going if you know what you're doing. But anyway,
actually, yeah, if you could do a whole list and just have it all anonymous.
Yeah.
But you could know what your Richie pet is, look that up, and know where you are on the list.
Yeah,
and
you can
if you only need like another 100 mil or whatever to surpass like the next 5 guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be really cool. That would foment people actually throwing money away just to get a higher rank. That's fun. Like, not for me, but it's fun for... That would be great for the economy. Like, really good for the economy.
Yeah, thumbs up to that idea.
Yeah, let's get that in the game, Jagex.
All right, Jagex, you heard it here.
Yeah.
I'll take credit for it. No problem, but, that's my idea.
It's a great idea. This is Killer Bunny's first big idea on the show. Like, it happens to all of our...
for the update, though, yeah, 9.5 for me. It's right up there. It's great. It's wonderful. Everything is perfect.
You got it. Yeah, I think that's a fantastic... Like, that's a good update week. That's a good smattering of different things for different people. So we'll keep going, because we have an hour and a half left, and we have more topics than my tab can physically display the titles of. This one is the Heartstealer quest in Ninja Strike 19, Fairy Rings. Heartstealer, I remember this quest. This is part of the Ozan quest, or is this a separate standalone thing? Let me see here. So it says here, love is in the air. This week, with the introduction of a permanent Valentine's Day themed quest featuring the dashing duo Kaylin and Annette. Okay, I don't think I did this then. In other news, the ninjas have been teleporting all over the place. There's some new Prime Gaming goodies for you to scoop up, and there's an adorable new social competition in the community tab. Alright, well, let's get to the meat and potatoes. First up, Ninja Strike 19, Fairy Rings. Watch out, enemies of smooth gameplay. The ninjas have pulled back to the back-to-back strikes. This week, they've turned their attention to Fairy Rings and the forms of teleportation. Other forms of teleportation, rather. First up, they've updated Fairy Rings' interface so that it's quicker and smoother to use. You'll notice that there's more favorites listed to help you find your top destinations quickly, and there's all kinds of new ways to sort your travel log. You'll also see that letters on the mushrooms are now the correct way up, even when rotated, which should make it a lot easier to select the location you want. On that note, take a look below the mushrooms from today's update. You'll see the name of your destination, provided you've already used the network to travel there at least once. There's also a host of other teleportation improvements for things like the Big Book of Piracy, the Enchanted Lyre, and more. To see everything the ninjas have to do, you can check out the patch notes. So here's the new quest, Heartstealer. It says, nobody tell Annette, but it looks like Kaylin's gone and forgotten to get her an anniversary gift. Luckily, our favorite thief has a plan. She needs you to help her infiltrate a fancy gala at the Varick Museum and appropriate a massive heart-shaped ruby from right under everyone's noses. What could go wrong? And like all the lovely things, Heartstealer isn't just for Valentine's Day. This quest will be available to play forever, all throughout the year. So that's good. I like permanent content, especially themed permanent content. And then we also have Double XP Live announced for February 19th. This is not the actual update, so we will not include it in today's update. There's also a Ninja Strike patch note list here, which I personally am not going to go through because it's very long and would not help anyone because this is a year old. But anyway, we can talk about Heartstealer and the Fairy Ring update itself. First of all, quests. Big fan of quests. I know that's coming from someone who doesn't even have the quest cape, but I think Jagex's strongest point is their storytelling. Out of all the different things you can do in this game, what this game is unique and heralds above all other MMOs, I think, is its quests. Its quest lines, the way it handles the stories, the way it handles player interaction with the story is much different than any other MMO I have ever played in modern times. Every other MMO seems to have story second, combat first. You know, it's just about hack and slash your way through this, get fed a little lore, hack and slash your way through this, get fed some more lore, hack and slash your way through this, kill a boss, get a cutscene, get a fancy piece of armor from the quest giver, move on to a different area. That doesn't interest me. RuneScape does it very differently. I appreciate that. They tell stories. They use humor. You know, the quest rewards are not always useful. It's the journey itself that is interesting and fun and enjoyable. And I personally would not be playing RuneScape 20 years later if it wasn't for the way that they handled their questing system. If they ever change, it will be maybe the final nail in the coffin as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, with these two updates in mind, both the Fairy Ring quality of life and teleportation in general, and this, I am comfortable giving this an 8 out of 10. Cliff, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I had a weird moment here. I don't remember this quest being added to the game, and I also just double checked. I haven't done this, so I'm surprised that a Valentine's Day sounds like a fun little quest was actually at the World Guardian tier of questing, because I do my quests in order. I'm curious what makes this World Guardian level as far as what you're doing, but I definitely think the Fairy Ring improvements are huge. I couldn't agree more with what you said about lore and the sort of competitive advantage RuneScape has over any other MMO on that front. Definitely something that keeps me engaged, although I know that's not true for everyone who plays.
Definitely. Yeah.
I probably give this a 9 out of 10. I think anytime there's a permanent quest added, that's a big boost in my eyes.
Yeah.
And I thought a lot of the teleportation improvements were really nice as far as quality of life.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, you got to take the scraps when it comes to quests, which is why I gave it an 8, because you don't get many quests in the game. I'll take what I can get. Bunny, thoughts?
Again, I'm probably just going to go ahead and group in all the stuff from the 8th of February. Starting with the Scepter of the Gods, the
Including
teleport to the pyramid plunder thing. Super nice. If anything, just to get to the crystal rock thing on the other side of Sophanum, because normally you have to teleport to the main city lodestone and then take the guards across and then walk through the thing, where now you can just teleport to that location with 20 charges on that thing, and or not 20, 60 charges. So it's nice. It's minor quality of life, but it's pretty good. The Mortane Legs upgrades for more charges to teleport to the slime pit. I don't think you really need more charges, because if there's a bank there inside the ghost thing, so if you're going to be there, you're going to be there if you're doing cannonballs, but that's fine. The enhanced lyre when doing blue scrolls, getting more charges on that thing, so you don't have to have 16 of them in your bank. Super nice, because it just takes up bank space, so now you can charge them to 40 and do all your clues and stuff. Really great.
That's cool.
Book of Piracy, useful for people who don't have a 99 Dungeoneering cape, because you can teleport to a location and then use the book for free to get mostly harmless. Fairy rings are pretty good. Yeah, so I mean, I'd probably go with an 8 out of 10. I think it was pretty good.
Cool. Thank you for your input. Let's keep going. I didn't realize this was the 8th of February. It's a very special day. It's my birthday. Moving along. Double XP Live, the official release here. Official release, like it's some sort of update we've been waiting for. Double XP Weekend Live happened on the 15th of February, and you either enjoyed it or you didn't. I was not back yet. I came back a little bit later, and then they deleted my account. So I'm not going to read any of this, because if you don't know what Double XP Live is, allow me to explain in my own words. It's Double XP live. The live one, is that the one you can pause, or is that the one that you can't pause?
Yep, you can pause it.
That's what I thought. Yeah. So live is the one that you can like use it whenever you want throughout. Generally, it's like a week-long period. You get 48 hours that you can use over the course of like almost like a couple of weeks. It feels like. So that's cool. I did not take advantage of this one because I was just about ready to return to the game. But not quite. I came back at the end of February last time, and only not even for very long, unfortunately. But yeah, there's also a Ninja Strike down here that we can talk about. They improved some things in the game as far as graphics go, some fixes. Apparently there was a problem with some quests. Like it all seems fairly inconsequential. I'm just kind of glancing over it with my eyes and seeing if I see anything.
Yeah, it looked to me like a more traditional patch week. This looks like minor fixes.
I agree with you there. So that being said, I mean, does the game need a nubble double? Yes, it does. It need another double XP weekend. I mean, yes and no. People like it. It's a fan favorite, I think. I don't personally care for them, but they don't bother me like they used to. I used to get really upset because XP has been seriously devalued in the game. But at this point, I'm like, there's other things to do. I just want to get my skills done so I can move on to those other things and stop worrying about it so much. So this update's great for people who need it. I'm not one who needs it, but I shouldn't let that impact my score just because it's not for me. I'll give this 7.5. Mainly because the live thing isn't new anymore. When that first came out, I was a lot more excited about it. If it was a regular double XP weekend, I'd probably give it a 6. Let's put it there. Anyway, Cliff, you want to get
so I just remembered because I was thinking back to this double XP. I don't know in what update they'll start talking about this, but this is getting very close to when the login lockout happened. Mm-hmm. So we'll need to talk about that one because they ultimately ended up extending this double experience much longer than the normal 10 days.
I forgot about that.
So I'm going to ignore that for now since it hasn't come up, but know that that's coming. My take on double experience in general is, RuneScape 3 is not a game with a competitive high scores table, except for right when a skill releases, and that's locked out of bonus XP. So I don't mind double experience. I'm of the opinion that quarterly is too frequently, just because it can feel like you are in a cycle of I am either doing gap track or double experience at all times the whole year.
Yeah.
So I would be a fan of every 6 months rather than quarterly. That being said, I don't lose any sleep over it. It is what it is.
I would be fine if a yak track was running at all times, to be honest, but double XP weekend is too frequent.
Yeah, I hear you. I do like the suggestion people have made about, alternate quarterly between a double experience and like a free death week. That could be a really nice balance.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that. I would actually use the free death week to learn how to do some bosses.
Yeah, so overall, this is a pretty neutral update week for me. Okay. Probably like maybe a 6. Okay. I will say the merch store added face masks for the pandemic, which was pretty funny. But yeah, I'll probably give us a 6.
If you had to wear a RuneScape face mask, what would you choose?
I would definitely do the wear face mask, use face mask, like choose option interface.
Yeah. Choose option interface. I see there's only 3 options. There's a defense cape, a void. So can I just... I understand the points between the wear face mask, like the choose option one, like that makes sense to me in a RuneScape context. The defense mask makes sense in a RuneScape context. The mask is defending you. The Void Knight symbol? The symbol of like pain and constant torture in the name of balance seems a little
maybe there's a reference here to like pest control and like the invasion of
otherworldly
infection of I don't know, maybe there's a COVID parallel there.
That's it. The other ones make sense to me. The Void Knight one seems a little martyry to me. It's like, I am willing to take the suffering. Like, I don't know, because that's the whole idea. Is the Void Knight stands there on the island and just takes it on the chin so you can take the portals down. Anyway, I'm just a little confused by that one, but we can ask Killer Bunny his opinion instead.
There have been updates to Double XP Weekend that I thought were really great. but I would have rated those double XP weekends higher, as I don't think anything really special happened with this double XP weekend, and this is just a double XP weekend. I'm going to give it a 5 out of 10.
You got it.
It's just a double XP weekend. There's nothing special about it, or it's a 5 out of 10 for me.
That works for me. All right. So we'll move along. This is the piece of content that was recommended I do before this show, and I'm going to just tell you right now it didn't happen. We ended up spending the entire live stream yesterday just chatting and doing archaeology. So I still haven't done this quest, but apparently this is like the biggest quest that I haven't yet completed. Let's talk about it. It's Azanandra's quest. This week in RuneScape, Azanandra's quest, the first step in a new chapter of the Elder Wars God storyline, is now playable. In other words, Vic the Trader is back. We've got a sneak preview of March's Premier Club, and I also like how Premier Club is now twice a year instead of once a year. Like, I seriously like that. Like, I think that's a great idea, in case you missed it the first time around. Anyway, in the community tab, the character art team are back with another exciting update on the player avatar refresh. Let's take a look. I also want to state that when we were talking about last year's Premier Club, the price that they listed was $75, and this year it's $69. Nice. So I really think that that was a big reason for me actually purchasing it. That $5 makes it look a lot more palatable to purchase. Just a random little interjection there, but let's talk about Azanandra's quest real quick. Azanandra is, I thought it said disappointing, we all think he's kind of a failure. It says Azanandra is disappointed. It seems that every attempt to defeat or appease the Elder Gods has failed, and time is rapidly running out. Saren's council grows more complacent by the day, and Ariane has received a vision of destruction, devastation, and doom, worse than anything Gielinor has faced before. War is coming. But the best defense is a good offense, and Azanandra has a plan. He needs your help to pinpoint the location of the Elder Halls, where the Elder Gods' precious eggs are stored. It's the beginning of the end. Are you prepared? Requirements for this quest are 70 Divination, 58 Archaeology, 58 Agility, 58 Prayer, the completion of the Vault of Shadows. That's what stopped me from doing the quest. Is we were going to do the quest, I looked at it and I said, I got to do the Vault of Shadows. And then I got distracted and never did the Vault of Shadows. We recommend, this is exactly how all of my quests go and why I'm so behind. Is I'm going to do this. And then I'm like, oh, shiny rock, let me mine this. And then I completely forget. We recommend playing the following quest before starting, and that's Desperate Measures. I haven't finished that either. I'm at the very end. There's a little puzzle at the end with fireballs, and I was like, I don't want to do this, and I logged out. I had bad mental health back then. Anyway, don't forget, you can use your double XP pause timer to play through Azanandra's Crest without wasting any XP, which is why I love the double XP timer. Vic the Trader returns. What else? The road to mobile. Mobile wasn't even out when this article launched. That's wild. They were still working on the iOS test flight back then. iOS also has been a big, I didn't have my computer for a good 2 months when I moved. And if it wasn't for iOS, I would not have been able to play any RuneScape at all. So I have to thank the fact that iOS launch actually helped me out a ton. I don't think this was the launch, that was the test flight, so we won't rate it, but it's just something to think about. Anyway, I don't see anything else in here that I really need to talk about. If anyone else disagrees, feel free to bring up. But I will begin rating Azanandra's quest, something I haven't done yet. Anyway, it's a quest, so it's got big points for me there. I haven't done it, so it's not fair for me to rate it. But I'm gonna rate it based off of the speculation, and I'm gonna say I would probably give this a 9 out of 10. I'm curious to see what other people have to say and if that score holds up or if I'm going to be disappointed.
Yeah, I feel guilty on this one because I try to do quests relatively in lower order, and I have not done all the quests yet. I have not done Desperate Measures quite yet, so this is not one I've knocked out. But looked really cool, and I watched a bit of stream at the time just to see what it's about. KB, can you remind me, is this when they actually added Sentistan to the game, or is that later on?
Later on.
Okay, never mind. Well, I've heard only good things about this. It's a big quest in the main storyline, so for me, it's a 9 out of 10. I haven't had the chance to play through it myself yet either.
You got it. Bunny, thoughts?
I don't know. I remember very little from this. I know I didn't do it when it came out. I waited a couple weeks because I just didn't really care. There was nothing. It didn't really pop or like, oh yeah, Like, the last quest I was truly excited about, I think, was Needle Skips.
That was a good quest too.
Yeah, I mean that for me was a 10 out of 10. I absolutely loved that quest.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun.
Since then, quests have just been kind of like, I don't know. The quest itself, as a builder to do a quest, isn't really like I want something more. I don't know, find something external from the quest to make the quest feel worth doing.
I understand for every Sliskay's Endgame or Lord of Vampirium, there needs to be a bunch of inconsequential quests leading up to it, but we haven't had a Grandmaster quest on the scale of Endgame or really anything in a long time, it feels like. I think they're trying to build up to it with the Elder God Wars, but I still feel like we're far off from like a really good Grandmaster long-length quest that has, serious lore implications as well as just is fun to play. But I don't know. This quest is definitely, it seems like a builder quest, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like, you shouldn't expect too much from it, but at the same time, we're hungry, and I can understand that too. So I don't know. Either way, what do you want to give this?
I'm gonna give it a 7 out of 10.
Yeah.
Quest is a quest, and I'm glad we got a lot of bosses this year, but I'm glad we got some quests as well. I thought a couple of years were kind of lacking, so if it's a quest, I know it gets a +2 for me just because it's a quest. So 7 out of 10.
Cool. Next up here, this is we're getting into March now. Yak to Basics and Ninja Strike number 20. Yak to Basics is obviously a Yak track, and it's themed in like a noob, I think, fashion, like the whole back to basics thing. A lot of like classic RuneScape things, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, maybe to add to that, I think this was around the time where a lot of feedback was, hey, RuneScape, I fell in love with you because you were a fantasy game and I could wear armor and fight a dragon. Mm-hmm. And now when I look around at all the cosmetics, it's like people floating and glowing and they look like gods. And they responded to that feedback with this Yak track, which has a lot of just like more plain clothing.
Cool. That's actually a fair complaint that RuneScape has gone from medieval to high fantasy, and I can understand that. It was a medieval game originally. That was the point of Gielinor. It was set in medieval times with magic and kingdoms and stuff like that, and all of a sudden now it's like, you've got like these interdimensional creatures invading your world, and it doesn't seem as grounded. I don't know. Although they can do a lot more with the story in high fantasy than they can in medieval. I understand that. For me personally, I don't care. Like, you can take the game in any thematic direction you want as long as it's still RuneScape at the core. I won't really mind too much. What it looks like matters less to me than the mechanics behind the game. I think that those mechanics are what makes RuneScape. This game could look like a cartoon Wonderland, and if they kept the underlying things how they are, people would probably bitch and moan, but they'd get over it eventually once their brains adjusted. I do remember this Yak track, though, simply from the Tower Mage outfit, them releasing the incorrect hat for it, and people just losing their freaking minds, at least on Reddit, for what felt like months. And
Yep.
It was probably months because they were working on other problems. But I just remember that every day on Reddit, it'd be like, Tower Mage hat still not as advertised. It's like, it's a hat. Calm down. Anyway, there's also the Ninja Strike 20, which is Slayer for dummies. So what do we got here? The ninjas are back again this week, and they'll be stalking one of RuneScape's most iconic skills, Slayer. Now, we all love a task or two before tea time, but as per your suggestions, it's clear that certain aspects of Slayer could be improved, and this week, they have been. Let's take a look. Slayer Masters. First up, there's a new Slayer Master in town. You can find Jacqueline, who's just passed her formal Slayer certification in Lumbridge. You may recognize Jacqueline from her gig as the Slayer skill tutor, and rest assured, she's more than qualified to hand out tasks around the Lumbridge area. No longer will low-level Slayers have to trapeze all over Gielinor to complete their tasks. They'll be right on their Slayer Master's doorstep. In other Slayer Master news, Majgna and Vinaka have switched places in the pecking order so that newer players don't have to navigate the swamps of Mauritania before they get their slay on. That's great. Because you have to unlock a whole quest, and that can be difficult if you're in Iron, and yada yada yada. That's a good move. To reflect this change, Vinaka will now assign tasks to players of level 30 combat or above, and Majgna, I can't say that correctly, I apologize, will work with players of level 50 combat and above. Their tasks lists have changed to accommodate their new level bandings. Vinaka also finally moved out of the Edgeville dungeon and has taken up residence in the ruins just south of the Edgeville Bank. Oh, and Mandrith has joined him as his new roomie. Hey, you cannot believe how high the rent is since they built this place. Lastly, Turiel and Spria have agreed to make things easier for new players by only assigning them tasks in the Berthope and Taverley area. Watch out, Swiggles. Oh, and all Slayer Masters will now point you in the direction of someone more appropriate for your level if they're unable to give you a task. Let's start off by talking about low-level Slayer tasks. We've made various changes to low-level Slayer tasks to make them feel a bit more enjoyable. First up, we've moved in a group of black bears next to the body altar west of Gunner's Ground. That'll take care of those noobs. Nice. Secondly, a group of crocodiles to the east of Sophanum have had their HP cut in half to bring them in line with their combat level. Monster fixes. I feel like we just talked about monster fixes, but go ahead. Monsters are tricky beasts, and a fair few were not behaving as anticipated. But not to worry, the ninjas have sorted them out. Moss and fire giants are once again using melee attack and are weak to fire and water spells, respectively. Improved teletab creation. The ninjas have had a tinker with the higher tier lecterns, and creating teleport tablets is now one server cycle faster than for each tier of lectern. Oh, that's cool. And you won't forget because the examine text has been updated to reflect this change. Kingdom reward interface. Those of you who have been managing Miscellany will be pleased to see that it now uses the standard reward interface from which you can now bank, take, or abandon items as you see fit. But that's not all. There's patch notes, which we are not going to read. So between those two things, I have to say that this is a pretty meaty update, considering that this isn't even all. There's still tons of patch notes, little minor changes and stuff. So they kicked off March. Nice. But I mean, I think at this point, my account was yeeted into the sun, and it didn't matter, so I couldn't play. Or I think I was playing my hardcore at this point, but none of these things mattered to my hardcore. That being said, still a good update. Like the act track, like the changes to Slayer. This is a solid, probably 8.5 for me. Cliff, what are your thoughts?
Yes, the yak track. I think I did like the direction change as far as cosmetics, or at least having one yak track that's oriented more towards the plain outfits. I thought that was a nice change. The other thing I want to call out is they continuously improve what the tasks are designed as. So this is when they introduce gain XP tasks for Slayer, Dungeoneering, and Hunter. So that lets you do stuff like Big Game Hunter where previously you couldn't. So that's definitely a positive change. I also wanted to mention maybe just two perspectives here. I think when they moved Mandrith, so he's in the Edgeville sort of rubble rather than out by the bank, that was a change to the meta for rune crafting runs for blood runes through the abyss, because you could no longer have your Slayer Cape teleport you right to the bank.
Yeah.
So that slowed things down a little bit. Not a huge hit, but it slows you down a bit. And I also wanted to say I've recently been trying to teach my mother how to play RuneScape. It's pretty humorous at times, but I think having the Slayer Masters point you to another Slayer Master if you don't have the level is actually a really, really nice change for new players who can quickly become confused. Like,
I agree.
I just finally found a Slayer Master. I walked around the world. Now you're telling me it's the wrong place. So I like that change. Overall, I think how consequential these changes are long-term in the game, more on the minor side, but I think they're all positive. So I think this is a 7 from me.
You got it. Bunny, what are your thoughts?
Actually, I'm going to go with a 7 as well. The only thing I want to comment on it, the Slayer stuff is all great. I think that's wonderful improvements. Awesome. But if you actually look at the act track, something like 47, It's make 2,515 charming potions and above, or cut 700 elder logs. First of all, I'm not doing the herb lore because I'm already 200 mil, and also most of the stuff that you can do is either going to give you overloads, which I already have a ton of, or I'm just going to lose a crap ton of money because it gets so high to the point where this is all just GP loss because this is what the people going for 99 are going for. So that sucks, and it's just no longer an option for me. So basically, I'm stuck with cutting 700 elder logs, and the elder trees take forever to cut. So it's just like I'm stuck between either a huge GP sink or I'm going to spend forever doing this stupid thing. So I'm going to have to skip it. So there's one of my skips gone because it's just infeasible.
Yeah.
If you go back to 40, rune crafting, 2,420 soul runes and above, that takes forever. Also, you can fletch 2,750 magic short bows. Like, again, I'm stuck between two super excessively long tasks that are going to take forever to do. Or I skip it. So this leads into the idea of you're going to be buying bonds in order to get more skips. I did like it when Yak Track gave you, I don't think they do it anymore, but they would give like 2 skips as you progress through the Yak Track. That was super nice because then I can pick, okay, what are the 2 worst tasks that are going to be coming down the road and save those skips for those tasks that it's going to be 3.5 hours for me to complete.
Right.
So still had some problems with it. I think it gets better. The Yak Tracks got better later on because they basically just said, here is a... what do they call it when there's a time gate? Here's the time gate. Do the time gate or go do this content. And you're like, okay, I'll time gate the content and I'll do whatever I want to.
I've noticed.
So Yak Track gets better later on, but for right now, this one, not so great.
That's a good point you brought up because I've noticed this Yak Track that we're currently on right now, the Windtumber or Aurora or whatever it is. I've noticed that the Premier track is like 66% skill and kill, which gives you the option to do whatever the hell you want. I don't know if that changes as you get into like the 30s and 40s or 50s of the track, but I'm on like 24 or 25, and like almost every other one has been like do whatever you want. It's just I've noticed the time has been going. It started at like 15 minutes and now it's up to like 45 minutes.
Yeah, I think they have pretty significantly improved the Yak Tracks every time. They definitely had some rough edges, like KB's calling out. But I think this most recent one is maybe the first time ever that I didn't really have complaints.
Cool.
So it's definitely gotten better.
So we're picking up into where I actually have some knowledge of this update that's coming up next here because I was playing the game on my hardcore account at the time, and this update was fantastic for the hardcore community for multiple reasons. And this is the Spring Festival. The sun is shining, the birds are singing, and Gielinor, the druids, are celebrating the Spring Festival. Read on to find out all about that. Plus, we've got an update to the log and lockout situation. You notice how they've been quiet about that in these updates, and that's the first thing first time we've heard about this. So there's an actual link to the log and lockout, which I guess we can talk about. Do y'all want to save that until we're at the actual fix, or do you want to talk about it at its first mention? That's up to everyone. It doesn't matter to me.
Why don't we review it when we got the fix, because we're going to want to talk about it then too. That's I think.
And I'm going to want to give it a score of 0. So yeah. Anyway, I wanted to give it its own separate score, so we'll talk about it then. The Spring Festival, though. Spring has come to Gielinor, and the druids are busy celebrating the season with the Spring Festival. From March 29th to April 11th, head to the area south of the Archaeology Guild to partake in a range of springtime activities. First up, you got Gothixian butterflies. It seems that the unusual-looking tree has attracted a special species of Gothixian butterfly. Catching them adds to a global counter. The more butterflies you and the other adventurers catch, the better your rewards. First off, I want to state I love team goals, community goals like that. Big fan of that. Anything that a community has to work towards together creates a sense of community, for lack of a better term. Feels like you're working together. Something makes you more want to do it. It's just also fun to watch the thing go up while you're doing something else. Anyway, skilling stations, not situations. The druids are always happy to help new seekers explore their ancient traditions, and you'll get a nice reward for helping them out. There's 3 stations to try, and all of them award spring tokens and XP. Use the activities interface to select which skill you'd like to train, then get to work. So we got potion brewing, icon carving, and stone celebration. All of these are AFK. The first one is herb lore and cooking. The second one is fletching or crafting. And the third one is agility or prayer. So you can switch between those 2 XP types, and then it's pretty AFK. It was really nice. I did a lot of agility for my hardcore account. The XP is significantly less, but it's still really good. So rewards. You can spend the spring tokens you earn by participating in activities in Thassarak's Surplus Spring Supplies Shop, which is fully stocked with seasonally appropriate rewards, including the Crux Aqual and Butterfly outfits, the Invoke Spring emote, and the All of a Flutter title. You can also pick up various consumables such as lamp stars and mystery boxes. Please note that Iron Man accounts will be unable to purchase the consumables. Remember, if you've been affected by the login lockout, we'll still be providing spring tokens or event items themselves, depending on when you're able to re-access the game. Oh, and one last thing. There just might be something else going on this week. Be sure to pop in on April 1st to find out. Alright, so what else we got? Anything else in here that's worth talking about? Pi Day is a bit behind us, but we promised you combat updates, and we'll darn get you them. The appropriately named ModPie's hard work has resulted in improvements to the area loot interface and crackling perk, the ability to resize, debuff, and buff icon bars. I didn't know you could do that. That's awesome. And a new unlock at War's Retreat. Check the patch notes. I won't do that. Unless anyone wants me to really read through all the ModPie stuff, I can. But overall, the Spring Festival was a fantastic update. For me, as a hardcore account. My main probably wouldn't have cared that much about it, but it was a good event overall. I'll give it, I'm like torn between an 8 and a 9 here, so I'll give it an 8.5. What are your thoughts, Cliff?
Yeah, the event itself was like fine. It's kind of what I expect from a seasonal event. Seems like it took a bit of time, maybe more than I would have liked, but that it was sort of exactly what I'd expect from a seasonal event. I do think some of the Pymus combat changes were really nice. So the one I think I would like to highlight is just area loot interface changes.
Okay.
So it doesn't close your loot interface when you're walking around, and it doesn't disable auto retaliate while your area loot interface is open. So those two changes combined is actually pretty awesome.
That would have been amazing while I was killing 1 million abyssal demons, let me tell you.
Right. I thought that was a huge improvement. The event was fine. It was probably an 8 for me.
Okay, cool. What do you got, KB?
Probably a 7 again. I don't really. A lot of the time that I spent like doing like abyssal demons up on a Slayer Tower roof, like I don't do a lot of that stuff anymore. Area loot obviously would have been a huge update to a lot of things. I take that back. I actually use it during Dagonoths. So yeah, it's still something I use, I guess. But yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, yeah. As far as the event though, yeah, it was cool.
Fair enough.
I don't really have much to say on it. Just it was fine.
So maybe one other thing I'll call out, because obviously we're focusing on content updates. This was also, one of the patch notes was they reverted the login screen. In prior weeks, they had accidentally activated a login screen early that was intended for mobile. Right. And it was around this time when a lot of people started receiving some client issues with freezing, with crashing. I don't remember if it was quite this one or maybe a month later, but issues with click boxes. So I think 2021 was a bit rough as far as client smoothness goes. They have generally addressed most things, and they heard the feedback, so that is good. But that's one of those things that just kind of erodes confidence when you're doing content updates and seemingly unrelated stuff like client crashes enter the game.
Yeah, for real.
Actually, I actually do want to make two more comments. The under fixes. All right, so ingenuity of humans. I basically always use that for my vulnerability because I mainly do melee for most of my combat. And not getting that to trigger not being able to use an ability that I'm not only use vulnerability with ingenuity of humans is a huge thing for my combat. So having my auto attack not having it apply to my auto attack before I got my ability off really sucks. So I wasn't able to use it correctly. When they fixed it, it's now better. I can start a fight with my vulnerability and then go to work. So that actually was a huge update for me. And also the So they fixed the ability of snipe. That's the one that has there's several abilities in the game that have an animation longer than the tick that it takes to perform the action. So therefore, your next ability does not queue up. It says it corrected it, but I still seem to remember. I still seem to think that I actually have to auto basic, or if I do in a basic, auto my next ability after the animation of snipe is done. So I don't know if they corrected that, but if they did correct it, I'm just still using it. That's a huge update too. Because snipe actually worth using because it's the highest basic ability for range, and so it sucks that it's hidden behind an animation that's too long.
Yeah, it does suck because snipe's really good for damage.
Yeah.
Okay.
One last comment here as I'm looking at the update sequence. It's worth noting that this update we just discussed was on the 29th of March, and the previous was on the 1st of March. So this is very much in the thick of the login lockout and where it was all hands on deck from Jagex. So March being a very light month.
Yeah, and that was their fault. So anyway, I will talk about this next update here, which is titled the RuneScape 20 Mini Quest Series Continues, but we're going to wait until it's done to talk about it. What we're really going to talk about here is the login lockout. That's the main game news. This was on the 6th of April, and yeah, it was roughly around the time when accounts started to be restored, was around there. So it says here, latest news. Last week, we welcomed back the first waves of players impacted by the March login lockout. And those of you who haven't returned to the game can expect to be processed soon. We'd like to thank you all for your patience you've shown throughout this situation. No one was patient. It was, like, insane. They're being really, really nice. The returned. Those of you taking your first steps back into Gielinor this week will find a care package full of goodies waiting for you. Upon logging in, or after April 6th, you'll receive a box in your inventory, or your bank if your inventory is full, which you can open to find compensation gifts. So, there is another news post in regards to how they're making it right, but that item does some cool things. It has a charge based on how locked out you were. If you were not locked out at all, it was 100%. If you were locked out the average time, it was 300 or 400%. I forget now. And if you were locked out even longer, you got like 100% more, depending on how long you were locked out, I think. I'm actually looking for the damn thing, but I can't find it, so that's cool. I was hoping it links to an article that then doesn't. Here it is. I think in-game. It says there's an in-game goodwill bundle, and I was really hoping to find the image that just straight up said the charge rates of the item provided, but they only tell you all the other stuff they're gonna do.
Was it Guardian's Gift or something like that?
Yeah, I believe so.
So they actually didn't introduce that to the game until like May, if I recall. It came after all the rest of this stuff.
Okay,
I think they were working on getting the programming down.
Okay. So, here's my feeling on this. This may be a little harsh, but if you are a company whose entire business model is based off of keeping people's data over time, long time, like 20 years, like that's all you do. You run a game, you store the save game data, you charge people to do so, you update your game, you get more people to play it, and they then accrue save data, you charge them for it, so they'll come back to play their stored data. How the hell do you not implement a strategy for disaster recovery? How are you a multi-$100 million company and not have a disaster mitigation strategy? Every company I have ever worked for has had a disaster recovery plan. I know it because it was my fucking job to put it into place if something happened. So what the hell happened here? Why does like a tech company, a gaming tech company that is extremely successful, not have backups of their save game data that they have spread around the world, clearly on unstable servers? That I want a genuine answer to that, and I don't expect one, obviously, here. But until they can give me a genuine answer to that, my score is 0. And that is for the inconvenience that you caused me and everyone who had the potential to lose 20 years of saved game data due to their not wanting to pay for a proper backup solution. So that's how I feel. I mean, 0 is not even a technical score that we're supposed to give, but I think they deserve it. So I'm going to do it. And then I'll pass the mic over to Cliff and see what you have to say.
Yes, and you know, I work in technology too with a focus on disaster recovery, and like philosophically, I agree with you. My only hesitation here is we still don't actually know what happened.
Right.
It's been described to us as like the stars aligned, Swiss cheese. We got through every single hole in all of our protections, and we lost data. And you know, I've heard enough crazy stories in technology to know a company might be very well prepared for 99.9% of all possible situations and still miss something. So I think what I definitely agree with is it's unacceptable, right? And this should never happen again. I am a little hesitant to fully pass judgment on how prepared or unprepared they were until they, at some point, which I'm hoping they will at some point, share the details. I am not holding my breath. I think they may have done it by now if they were going to, or maybe they were unprepared and it reflects badly, so they never will. But
here's the big thing. One is the head of production still on the team at the moment? Like, who's the product manager right now? Is it still Warden, or did he leave?
Executive producer has left, yeah.
Yeah, so
Warden went back to Canada to pursue other family stuff.
Gotcha. Do they have an EP right now, or are they just floating?
They do. I think they have maybe announced a name, but haven't like introduced him, and they were planning to do that in January, if I recall.
So my thoughts are, if the executive producer that was in charge at the time is gone, you should be able to talk about it, but it could hurt their view, like the shareholders, like the people who actually invest in the game. They may not want it out there because it could hurt their investment. You know, like, I think that would be the only reason why we never really find out, is corporate bullshit. They don't want to truly show how weak and fly by the seat of their pants their operation is, because they make so damn much money. People would probably be like, that's disgusting, put a little more money into your infrastructure. That's my thoughts and opinions based off of just how every company I've ever seen. They're like, that'll never happen.
Yeah, I think if your goal is to put your players' mind at rest, and your investors to some extent, I think you can still do a summarized view of what happened, even if it's a little whitewashed, even if it's not in the details.
Yeah.
But with a focus on, and here's what we've now implemented to make sure this never happens again. And we've never really gotten that look. And that's what I would really like to hear.
Yeah, I would too. And here's the thing is, if you troll Reddit like I do, you could get basic information and piece things together, but you have to include a heavy dose of speculation to put any story together, because they don't give you any narrative. They're just like exactly what you said. They're like, basically they made it through all the holes in our Swiss cheese and made it to the end where we had no redundancy left, but they make it sound like there was something in place. I'm accusing them outright of having nothing in place, and until they prove that they do, my argument stands, because what are you hiding? You're hiding something, because you won't tell us. And I think what they're hiding is a complete lack of redundancy in place in the first place. But again, I can't prove that, and they won't prove me wrong. So until they prove me wrong, in my mind, I'm right. Anyway.
Fair enough. I think maybe just touching on the rewards, is that right? The compensation package. I think Jagex hit that about as well balanced as they could when I look at the contents and how do you make it not extremely overpowered but still generous to the people who couldn't play.
Correct.
I personally, I think I may be a little differing in this view. I am not a fan of the exclusive title and cosmetics. I know people receiving them, like, that is the one thing that would get people to say, like, oh yeah, that was forgiven. I got something exclusive that I can have for all time. It's nice in that sense. I am a fan of exclusive content, but not exclusive content where certain players have no opportunity to get it.
Yeah.
So the fact that I can never in my entire career unlock these cosmetics or this title is a bummer. And that would be my view even if I did receive it. But that being said, it is what it is. I'm not losing any sleep over it. I think how generous was it to players locked out was probably like the right level.
I agree with you. The only thing that could have gotten me to a point of being like, I don't worry, I don't care about this, was something that was exclusive. I literally even said way before, just give me a title and we're even, and they did, so I had to I was just fine. I mean, they weren't listening to me specifically, but, you know, that's all I wanted, so, like, as far as I'm concerned, we're even.
Yeah, I hear you, and I think that's why they did it. So, I guess as far as a score goes, I will give this a 2, which may sound generous, okay. But I'll give it a 2 because of the response more than the event. So never should have happened, but I did see them go all hands on deck 24/7, working through the weekends, giving much more communication than Jagex normally does.
Yeah. And
an appropriate compensation package that I think they responded as well as they could have given the extremely shitty situation.
Yeah, their response was good. It doesn't garner any sympathy from me, but I will give them verbal praise that they did the best they could considering the situation. It's just the fact that the situation occurred in the first place is unacceptable. And I don't use the word unacceptable very often in my life because I think that plenty of things just happen, but that should never happen. And if it does happen, you should just be like, oh yeah, it happened. Here, press the button, back up. You know, the accounts that got fucked are fixed. That's how simple it should be. But for whatever reason, and I understand, we update our save game files constantly, like all day long. Sometimes, in some cases, you know, people are playing 10 hours a day. That's expensive to write that data constantly to servers. So you have to think of something that reduces the read-write load of the save game file. And I think what they did was storing it like in a temporary sense on the login server and then transferring it later to the like home servers or whatever, or however they like long-term store save game files. I don't know, obviously, but like, you got to piece these things together, and it just seems like the data that was waiting to go over, which it sounds like they only do it every month or so, just obviously got destroyed because they said that they could roll back accounts like a couple months or something, or they had to otherwise fix them. Like, that's what really pissed me off, was the fact that, like, you're telling me that my actual save game file is like 2 months old, despite me doing all of this stuff in the past. Well, I didn't do anything because I wasn't playing, but you get the point. There are people playing constantly, and then their save game file was like being put in a temporary folder. Like, what's going on? Like, I want to understand more, and you won't let me, which is why I'm even more suspicious now. But I'll stop. I want to hear what Bunny has to say.
Okay, so a lot of things. If you ever have a chance, there is a YouTube channel called Veritasium. They discuss a lot of really weird mechanics. It's really cool. There's one where you can watch an astronaut spin a corkscrew or a screw. And when it comes out, you can actually watch it flip over and flip over and flip over. And like how Russia thought this was like a phenomenon they couldn't quite understand. But it's the same thing if you take a racket in your hand and flip it up, and it rotates in midair and lands back in your hand. That's the same phenomenon. It's just what occurs. Video called "The Universe is Hostile to Computers." He mainly focuses on an election in like some European country where a neutron hit an electronics board and flipped a number, causing one person who should have never won the election to win the election because of a random neutron that hit a board on a certain thing that allowed it to occur. They went back and they rechecked the numbers, and they found out the number increase was I think 2 to the 10th. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 56, 512. Yeah, 2 to the 10th. So she won by an extra 1,096 votes or something like that, which was more than the people in the area because it flipped a certain bit counter on the thing. So there is a possibility that maybe some neutron just hit a board, swapped a certain number around, and then it screwed up everybody who had a certain type of computer or security system. I don't know. So there are chances that there could just been a cosmic screw up that occurs, and it does happen.
So what
there are fixes for it. But...
So my thoughts on that are, if Blizzard their arch rival decided to take a satellite and point the ion cannon at.
Well, no, these are just neutrons from like neutron stars.
I know,
and stuff.
I'm making
like
shit up right now. Just bear with me. This is like a fake story here. I'm just saying, like, if there was like an evil supervillain scenario in the gaming world where EA or fucking Blizzard took an ion cannon and just and shot one of Jagex's data centers and fucking vaporized it, it should not affect the save game data. It should be in 10 different locations, able to recreate itself using redundancy. That's my thoughts. It's like, it doesn't matter if there happens to be, there should have to be a coordinated attack in like 6 different places across the world for your data to get completely eradicated. Like,
okay, you are aware that like there are certain things like bank space, like giving us an extra 10 bank spaces for the animal, for the player-owned farm, like that comes at a huge cost. Even just a bank space.
How many gigabytes do you think each player costs in data?
I think that is a hugely complicated question, because new accounts versus old accounts versus a character who has 50 bots all running up to max level so they can go do a player-owned dump. Like I think it would massively vary depending on the number of pixels, saved game data, scores, titles, your notebook,
So
cosmetics.
let's average things down. There's an average. Everything has an average. You know, I mean, we don't know that average, but
We're also just saved accounts. I mean, you're saying they have a quantity of 200 million created accounts or something,
which most are not active and don't require constant read-write. They just need.
We're having updates where they're removing. In Elite Dungeons 2, they removed the ability for large masses to occur because they said it was too much of a draw on the leg for the game and stuff. So I imagine there's a lot of data that they just can't. I don't know. Maybe they should invest more.
Far too conservative in our understanding of what it costs to transport and store data. I think that big companies that transport and store a lot of data are not honest with us about how much it actually costs. Like, a consumer rate of data transfer is very different than a place that transfers petabytes of data a month. Like, I pay $200 a year for only 2 terabytes of cloud storage, but Jagex probably pays pennies on the dollar for that because of the amount that they use. So I'm a little skeptical that they're being honest with us in the true costs, especially if they're using cut rate servers that are prone to disasters. The fact that they've been around for 20 years, if you're using cut rate servers, you're going to run into an issue eventually. I just want to know what happened, so I'm going to assume the worst until they actually tell us, which might be for the rest of my life. But
yeah, I don't know until I hear more details. KB, I think to your point with bit flipping, like that's a real problem in storage. Most modern storage arrays will have, RAID technology, so that they can do checksums and basically detect, hey, did a bit flip in a way I didn't expect, so that I can correct that. So all real concerns, I hear where you're coming from. My bottom line is, like, until they share more, I can't really judge it, but I'd love to hear more.
Same.
Let's say I'll go with Cliff on this one, 2 out of 10.
Okay, sounds good. Moving along. What do we got next?
But definitely check out the Universal's Hostile Computers by Veritas.
I agree with the title of that video in general. I mean, computers strive to create order out of chaos. The universe strives to become more chaotic. Like, that definitely resonates with me, and I understand what you're bringing up in the form of, like, computers can just do stupid shit, and all of a sudden they've got incorrect information, but computers have built-in error correction and checksums that they make sure match, and that should be every single time data is moved. The hashes and checksums should match, and if there's a problem, it should be something should be done immediately. The accounts should be locked out, put on hold. You figure out the problem and you fix it. And because I'll tell you what, the day before my account got corrupted, I saw problems with it. Like, I was watching the items in my bank change. I lost all my chronicles. Like, a bunch of random shit happened, and I just thought nothing of it. But then you think about it, and the next day you're like, oh, my account is now gone. Like, the corruption was happening in real time. Like, that's why I think, and I had to speculate, but I think something happened to the servers where the save games were stored, like bad hard drives. Like, I think a bit could have flipped for sure. There could have been a bad sector. There could have been an overheat. There could have been a fire. We'll never know. It could have not had anything to do with Jagex at all, and it could have just been a natural like fire in the building. Like who knows? We'll never know. Probably. Anyway, this is when Skilling Week actually began. This was this in response to Login Lockout? Was this one of their gifts, I think, to like the whole community?
Yeah.
Okay. Just trying to not get it confused with the previous one from earlier in December. So we're kicking off Awesome April, which is what they named April after March didn't go so hot for everyone, with Skilling Week. In other news, we're pleased to say that the majority of players affected by the Login Lockout issue are back in game. Meanwhile, we've got the usual selection of patch notes, live streams, community shoutouts, and so let's dive in. One last thing I will mention is just the fact that they were able to restore people's data based on like forensics is really freaking impressive. Like, just everything aside, the fact that they still came through and actually were able to create tools to piece together people's data is really, really impressive from a programming standpoint, and also should scare the living shit out of like real world traders and stuff. Like, the fact that they can that easily replicate what you're doing in game, like, you're gonna get caught. Like, eventually you're gonna get caught. They can see everything you do down to your tiniest of movements in game. Like, so I think that's like a good kind of security awareness thing as well. It's a little side effect, I guess. Anyway, since as we've said before, we're committing to making things right again after the Login Lockout put our regular update schedule on hold. To end that, we're making April especially awesome. A month-long extravaganza featuring weekly events where you can catch up on skilling, combat, and more. For more information about Awesome April, check out the news post. Week 1 is Skilling Week. From April 12th to the 19th, regular accounts will get 50% increased XP in gathering skills. Again, archaeology will be screening and excavating only. Are they going to do the increased precision? I don't see them mentioning that, so maybe no increased precision this time around.
No, they mentioned precision later on.
Oh, okay, cool. So there you go. You get increased precision instead. Then we got some patch notes here. They messed with Elite Dungeons and a lot of patch notes this week. But I will stick to the main topic here, which is Skilling Week. Now, I don't remember participating. I think once I got my account back, I went back to my... the hardcore had captivated me at that point, so I didn't go back to my main. So I didn't take part really in any of these. So I can't rate them based off of my enjoyment, but I can rate them based off of what they are. And a skilling... again, this skilling event sounds almost identical to the one they ran in December. I'll give it a 5. It's a fairly neutral thing. It's not good nor bad. I'm sure some people benefited from it. What do you think, Cliff?
Yeah, I'm going to throw a 7 at this one. I gave the earlier Skilling Week a 7, so I'll be consistent there. One other thing I want to note is that they did a fix to Elite Dungeons. There is a pretty big bug getting abused. If I remember correctly, it was that you could go straight to the final boss without having to run through the dungeon.
Ooh.
So you could complete the...
Sorry,
go ahead, KB.
With multiple players and hopping worlds, you could just re-kill a boss over and over again.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Dungeon, that's cool.
Yeah, so that was bringing a lot of inflation into the game and extra items, but they fixed that. We'll talk about later on the action that they took against the players who exploited, because I'm not as big of a fan of that, but I'm glad they fixed that up. It's a 7 for me.
Right on. Okay, go ahead, Bunny.
Actually, I missed your score. What was your score, Mage?
Mine was a 5.
Okay. Again, like I said before, 50% off, 50% more XP outside of a double XP weekend. I mean, come on, you're just throwing stupid amounts of XP at the wall. Not a huge fan, but I guess I still have to flow with it. Yeah, that Elite Dungeons, that was a huge, like, this should have. It's like when Araxi had the walking mechanic. That thing was game for like 4 years or something before they finally fixed it. It was like, I wasn't even aware that it was like, I might have done Araxi more often if I knew I could just take a step forward, hit it, and he'd skip his attack phase. Take a step forward, hit it, he'd skip his attack phase. Take a step forward, because instead of attacking, he'd move back one, or he would move back one.
Yeah, but, I didn't know that.
It takes a while for them to fix these fixes. yeah, they definitely need to fix that one. Score, 7 out of 10.
You got it. All right, let's keep going along here. We got plenty more to cover, and we have about 25 minutes to go, so we'll probably end up doing a part 2 if everyone's okay with that. Let's see. So this next one is about the Rex Matriarchs and Combat Week. So this week, Rex Matriarchs come roaring into the game with a new combat challenge for experienced fighters, which is appropriate because it's also Combat Week. So let's talk Rex Matriarchs first. We're paying homage to the classics this week with the launch of a brand new combat challenge that's brimming with nostalgia. It's time to face the Rex Matriarchs. That's hard for me to say. I don't know why. If you think you're tough enough, that is, you'll go up against 3 respawning bosses, each a different strength to test your mettle, but also a different weakness to be exploited. Grind those kills and earn powerful rewards to boost your combat playstyle, or maybe even get your hands on the iconic Lanakia Spear, a tier 90, tier 75 accuracy, so it's not to be sniffed at. Plus, it'll give you 5% extra poison damage and 5% chance to apply poison when used. Veteran RuneScapers may call classics such as Dagonoth Kings, while new challengers will enjoy a brutal test to their combat mastery. So these are like new versions of the Dagonoths? Is that the idea? Like they're just dragon version?
These are dinosaur versions, but they are like, and so they're on Anachronia underground, but they are sort of newly fashioned up to evolution of combat level of challenges of the Dagonoth Kings.
Okay, I'm not against that at all. Like more high tier monsters are going to benefit me soon. I have said that for like literally 18 years, but don't worry, soon. Combat Week. This is in the next part of Awesome April. It's week 2 of Awesome April, a month-long event designated to make things right following the log and lockout situation. Each week there's something new to try, and this week we're focusing on all things combat. We'll be revisiting the Celebration of Combat event from January's Grand Party. So they're admitting to basically copying and pasting this, right? Okay, good. Thank you for being honest. Players with normal accounts will get all the same buffs and boosts they enjoyed the first time around, along with a few additions, including no reclaim costs on death, no Ring of Death charge lost on death, increased luck on the rare drop table, reduced cost of swapping archaeology relics, reduced invention drain rate, double Reaper points, double Slayer points, double combat, and Slayer XP. That's hefty. In addition, the Elder Overload Golems have taken up residence in War's Retreat. Defeat them in glorious battle by giving them a very light tap on the head, and you'll get an hour-long Elder Overload buff. Of those effects, Ironman accounts will have access to a good chunk of them, actually. Double Reaper, Slayer, Invention Drain Rate they get, cost of swapping Archaeology Relics, luck for the RDT, no Ring of Death charge loss, no reclaims. Well, on death, as long as that doesn't end your account, because you're a hardcore. Iron Man accounts will not have access to the Elder Overload or Double Combat and Slayer, and that makes sense. Combat Week kicks off at 12 GMT. Let's see, upcoming rented item changes. So the Wealth Evaluator is going to be unlocked for everyone with this update, I believe. Next week's update. Sorry.
Next week, yeah.
Right, I won't account this in this week's update then, but that is really cool. So if you really want to target your account, just start spamming public chat with your wealth, and hackers will be at your IP within the next 10 minutes. It's a great update. I'm sure all the hackers are rejoicing over knowing which accounts are worth their time. Is there anything in patch notes? I'm not gonna bother. I don't see them listing anything. If anyone knows,
nothing too notable.
All right, first of all, under the player gallery competition, there's a fucking Lego King Black Dragon. I just want to point that out. Like, that right there deserves a 10 out of 10. That's so cool. Anyway, moving along. I'm going to have to rate this now and not think about the dragon, because I'm going to want to give it a score based on that.
I don't even know if they put that in the store. I think that was just a reward for things. Like, I think that's really limited.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be surprised. I thought someone just made that out of Legos and was just like, yo, check it out, I'm a Lego Master Jagex. If you could win that, that's even more, like, amazing, and I'm a little bit jealous. You know, I'll trade my exclusive title and cape for one of those. Holy shit. All right. I'm going to give this update an 8 out of 10. Haven't played it yet. but it sounds really solid, and I'm just in a good mood from seeing that Lego Dragon. What do you got for me, Cliff?
I think this one gets a 9.5 out of 10. A new boss that brought new rewards and was not like a elite level boss either. They actually started out with it a little more challenging than they intended and weakened it a bit in a couple of weeks, if I recall. But it's a nice like mid-level boss. Permanent content's a plus. Combat week, I thought, again, something I loved in January that they brought back. This was actually maybe a little bit too OP in my opinion. The double experience is a lot. I would have been happy with all the other buffs if they maybe give you 50% experience or maybe even no experience. But overall, good permanent content and a great week as far as combat week gets a 9.5.
Cool. What do you got for me, KB?
Probably a 9. Yeah, the combat week, it's definitely OP. But you know, if it gets people to actually do the Reapers, because that's such a huge moneymaker for people, and people just don't do it. So if you can get double Reaper points, you can kind of push somebody along. Hey, here's an other overload. Go do your Reapers. That's definitely a good thing. One of the fixes, though, I do want to comment on is the Bloodwood logs. There was a glitch or a way you could get infinite Bloodwood logs or Bloodwood logs from the trees. They ended up fixing that, which was kind of stupid for it to even be a thing. And as far as the Rex matriarchs, if you actually just go to the page, you can actually notice by the heart of the Seer, Archer, and Warrior, you can tell by the prices which bosses are much easier than the other ones. Wraithus, the green one, super easy. That's the one I always do whenever I get that as a Reaper. I just go off to the left side and just kill him with melee. The one that is a challenge is the Fentriarchan. It's the magic one. It has I think it's like hurricanes or something. It's kind of annoying. That's why it's 14.3 mil for the drop. But
Gotcha.
Yeah, so I think all three have different levels of combat. Even though you know there's 3 different styles you want to use on them, but it's nice to have one boss being more of an easier one, the middle boss being a little harder, and the one on the right side being the hardest one. So I liked it. 3 different bosses. Unlike the actual Deganos, where you just if you use hybrid, you stand in one spot and just kill them in rotation over and over and over again. So yeah, it was a nice mix up of a reimagined Deganos. So it was good. It was good.
Cool. Glad to hear that because I do want to give them a go. Appreciate the warning on the magic one. All right. Let's see. So we got. This is the 16th update coming up. This one came out on the 26th of April. It's the Dailies and D&D Diversions Week. It's Dailies and Distractions and Diversions Week, and there's a whole host of bonuses and buffs for you to look forward to. In other news, rented item changes we spoke about last week are coming into effect, and we've got some very exciting news about mobile. Alright. Originally, looking at this and seeing it as just a D&D week, I was going to be 3 out of 10, but it sounds like there's some other good stuff in here, so let me actually figure this out. Game updates. In case you missed Mod Warden's message, here's the news. RuneScape will launch on both iOS and Android this summer, and pre-registration is live now. But that's not all. You'll have a chance to work together to earn some awesome rewards. So we won't bother talking about those because it's over at this point, but RuneScape Mobile was slated to launch in the summer. I probably got excited and saw that and thought it was going to be in weeks, but moving along. So the D&D week is the 3rd week of Awesome April. And it includes player-owned port boosts, which you can get 10 voyages a day, adding up to 25. Extra voyages, rather. On top of that, voyages will also return 30% more resources and trade goods, except in cases where the reward is random or unspecified. You'll still get the same amount of XP as you normally would from the activity. Lastly, Barmaid's Special Voyage will be available throughout the weekend, as well as on Thursday, and this boost is available to Iron accounts. Double Daily Viswax, your daily use of the Rune Goldberg machine, will provide double the amount of Viswax to a maximum of 200, not available to Iron... Oh, it is available to Iron Man players. Pardon me. Thought I was going to see a not available there, because that's freaking insane, but whatever. Free daily challenge extensions during the event. All daily challenges will automatically be extended for free. This includes challenges that you've re-rolled. You won't be able to extend the challenge beyond this point, and this boost is also available to Iron accounts. extra D&D rewards and tickets. Several distractions and diversions have various extras, including fighting Bork twice a day, entering the Phoenix Lair twice, sinkholes 3 times, Big Chinchompa 3 times, 3 fish flingers, 3 evil trees, and a daily Gothixian cap has been moved to 300 points. These boosts are not available to Iron. Player-owned farm bonuses include double beans, increased animal sale, healthy animals cannot become diseased, animals consume half as much food, double produce, Trapper awards double the animals, and these bonuses are available to Iron accounts. Double shop stock. I'm not going to name all the shops that there is double shop stock for, but that was also available. This is amazing for Iron players. I assume because it was part of the log and lockout, so they wanted to give these bonuses to potentially locked out Iron accounts.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yeah. Rented item changes. This is big. After last week's heads up, various changes to rented items are now in effect. Firstly, the Wealth Evaluator tool is now free. Wealth Evaluates objects which are previously needed to access the tool will be removed from all inventories on login. If yours is still there, simply click on it to clean up. Secondly, the following objects can now be purchased using rune coins from NPCs or in-game interfaces. Challenge gems from War's Retreat, Chameleon Extract from the Makeover Mage, Clan Citadel boosters from Quartermasters in the Citadel, Tasty and Jelly Treats from Legendary Pets menu. Note, Iron accounts will not be able to purchase Clan Citadel boosters. Lastly, Mauritanian, Kadarian, and Masterwork music boxes along with the achievement banner are now available from Diango's item storage. There's also patch notes that include improvements and changes that I'm not going to read through at the moment, and I'm going to focus mainly on rented item changes and the distraction week, which is better than I anticipated and seems to pander to locked out Iron accounts, which I think is a good idea. Overall, I'm going to give this an 8.5 out of 10. Cliff, your thoughts?
6.5 out of 10 for me, in part because this is mostly not permanent content. It is a nice sort of nod to players who are locked out. I think it's a perfectly good, 1 week little bonus for people, particularly if you couldn't do a lot of these daily things while you were locked out. So that's nice. I'm tempted to bump it up because of the Wealth Evaluator. I really like that that's free to everyone. But at the same token, I feel like that should be free to everyone and shouldn't have been charged in the first place. So I don't want to give them too much credit.
You're right. They should have refunded the friggin' rune coins or bonds it cost.
Yeah, definitely would have been nice. But so it's a 6.5 out of me. Good stuff, just not a lot that's permanent or really impacts the game long term.
I didn't even consider the fact that most of this isn't permanent content. I was just kind of riding the high of the Wealth Evaluator. I'm going to drop my score by 1 point. Anything else?
No, that's it from me.
Okay, Bunny, go ahead.
As far as the Viswax, now if you track several years, Viswax just went up and up and up. And I started on the 26th of April. It's at 12,850. And just a couple days later, it drops down to 10,770. So, and then of course it slowly ramps up throughout the rest of the year. But it was really nice that it allowed you to this is the time to buy Viswax if you want. It gives you that option. So even though it was a temporary event, this is the time when people who think about long term. This is when you buy your Viswax. Right. Oh wow, this is great because a lot. I think I don't know how many thousands I bought, but I bought a large chunk because this is the time to buy. These are these weeks when they devalue certain things because they make it easier,
right? Like
giving you your extra challenges for free and then upping the Viswax you can get. So I think a lot of people took advantage and thought further ahead to get more Viswax. Where now Viswax is ridiculously expensive because of the rework on daily challenges and stuff. But it was nice even if it was for a week because it gave you an opportunity to buy things at their lowest price. Knowing in the future they're going to go back up again. I did like a lot of the boosts, player on ports. I don't know how many people get on that, but there are a lot of. It's a way to get ahead. You're getting ahead by 4 or 5 days, and if you're kind of an inactive player, if you focus on it for these 4 or 5 days, that could be months of advancements that you're getting in this week. So if you just focus on this week, so yeah, even though these are limited, there are so many ways to get so far ahead.
Yeah.
By taking advantages now that will affect you for months on end.
Huge growth potential.
So yeah, for me, I'm gonna give it straight 8.
Okay, cool. All right, I'm moving along from this to the next topic. What have we here? It is double XP Live and improved divination training. Forget double XP Live for a second. Improved divination training on its own is a 9 out of 10. So I'm going to just keep that in mind when I create my score here. May the 4th be with you. Oh, whatever. Give me some news here. The improved divination update we spoke about last week goes live with today's update. For those of you who missed the post, here's a quick rundown. Wisp wander range. Currently, wisps zip all over the place, meaning you have to be on the ball to catch them and bring your hard-won resources back to the energy rift. Following this update, they'll only wander up to 5 tiles away from the rift, which should make this particular aspect of training the skill a bit more AFKable. Spring duration. Now that you've got a hold of the cheeky wisps, you'll be pleased to know that we also increased the duration of springs to a cozy 60 seconds. Also, each additional player who interacts with the spring will increase the duration by a flat 15 seconds up to a maximum of 75 seconds. Extra seconds, rather. So you could add 75 extra seconds on top of the 60. It's like a water cooler chat, but all fancy and mystical. Critical chance while gathering. While gathering memories, you now have the chance to score an enriched memory, and what's more, this chance can go over 100%. At 150%, for example, you'll get 1 enriched memory and a 50% chance to nab another. Memory overflow. Memory overflow is another opportunity to get some social time in while you skill. It's a brand new buff that triggers when you and a few other players contribute chronicle fragments to a regular energy rift until it overloads, at which point you'll gain the following effects. Plus 1 base energy from deposited memories, 5% more XP from deposited memories, 10% higher critical chance when siphoning from the nearby spring, spawns an enriched wisp, which boosts your crit rating by 100%. This mechanic replaces enriched wisps spawning every 20 minutes. I love this. I love that. I freaking love that. And also, at the same time, they stole all my chronicles from me. They're all gone. I had 700 plus chronicles. I could have been making that friggin' enriched thing pop up every freaking minute for like a week with all those chronicles.
World 79. It's always available.
Yeah, it is. But who do you think's making it always available? Some douchebag like me who spent years just saving up their chronicles for no reason. Let's see here. So I do love the idea that like there's just a social world now you go to, and there's a ton of people there, and the spring is always active, and it's a good time. Chat's a little cursed, but you know that's what happens when you gather a lot of people into one place. Let's see. So, Sign of the Porter 7 is now available. Sign of the Porter 6, previously the highest level there was, has been shuffled down to level 94 and requires 80 luminous energy to craft to make room for Porter 6, a new level 99 sign that holds 50 charges and requires 120 incandescent energy to craft, and also a Dragonstone necklace that they don't mention here. So they're a little more expensive, but not too much. It's worth it. 50 charges per inventory slot is a big jump to 30. So I'm into it. Transmutation. We've added a bunch of new transmutation tiers for both fish and ores, but has anyone ever used these? Like, is there a use for this that I'm unaware of for anyone?
I have not. I imagine it has some usefulness in the Iron Man world where you can use energy for something other than XP if you don't want. So, but not something I've really used.
Okay, because
there is one like generally there's like one like an ore upgrade or a gem upgrade. Gem prices and everything else all screwed up like that. But for a little while there was one where you could actually make a small amount of GP doing it and gain divination XP. But you're better off just going to a wisp thing to get XP and stuff. So yeah, there was a little bit of profit you could make plus a little bit of XP, but for the most part, no. There was no real good thing for it.
Okay. I'm going to move on to double XP Live unless there's something I'm skipping in other item changes that's like super important. But they did change a bunch of the Memorial of Guthix effects to work correctly with the changes to divination. I mean, that just makes sense. But it's nothing that like I think needs to be mentioned that I know of off the top of my head. I'll tell you what, though. You could, if you put on the one that makes springs last even longer, I think it's Ethereal Connection, by yourself, you can just AFK, any one wisp, because you have 1 minute and 30 seconds, which is enough to fill up an entire inventory. Or if you have the vacuum, it's like, you only have to check the game every minute and a half. That's pretty good for AFK. So I do really think that was a good combo. There's a bunch of other good combos in there as well. Memorial of Guthix is a good little buff to the game. I was a fan of that when it came out. Still a fan of it. Still getting use out of it. Also at a double XP live. It's back. I'm a fan of the double XP lives. Except I just think that there's too many of them. So if this was just double XP live, this would probably be about a 5 to 6 out of 10 for me. But the fact that they've included the divination updates, it makes it a 9 out of 10. And I'm actually not going to deduct points for the fact that there was a recent bonus XP live weekend or week, whatever you want to call it for those. I'm not going to take points away because the divination update is so powerful that it blocks any incoming negative points. It just there's like an Aegis shield around it. It stays at a 9. What are your thoughts, Cliff?
Yeah. I'm debating, do I need to reserve 10s for like exceptional updates like archaeology, or can I give it here? I'll probably give it a 9.5 out of 10, and it's mostly because of the divination piece here. I think any major skilling rework that brings life into an existing skill is something I'd love to see more of. The fact that it's nearly a year later, and the World 79, I think, whatever the community world is still. Yeah, thank you. It's still packed and social, and this is, still having the intended effect a year later. It's a big positive for me as far as permanent game updates. 9.5. That's a
fair score for sure. So in previous years, just to mention and how the scoring system has worked, you don't have to stick to it. We allowed ourselves 110 per year.
Oh no.
To not skew the score too much. You don't have to do that though. You can score yours however you want. It makes 10s a little more special, but you can do whatever you want. They're your numbers. Everyone's got their own score. You just explain how you scored it at the end, and I'm happy. But
I'll think about what might make a 10, and then at the end, if I have like 3, I'll actually crown one the champion and knock the others down to a 9.5.
You could do it the other way. And 10s are fine, and one update gets an 11. We did that once, I think.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So it's up to you. Yeah, it's up to you on how you want to do it. Bunny, what are your thoughts?
So November of 2020, there was the update for construction. It wasn't a complete skill rework like mining and smithing, but it was an addition that made a new vibrance. It allowed different types of training. It infused new stuff into the game, which was amazing. And I think this also is part of that skill improvement, which changes dramatically how you train divination. There's also a relic you can use that will dump all of your memories into the little vat thing instantaneously. And along with all the buffs you can get, like you can choose. Do you want to make energies, or do you want to sacrifice energies for more XP? Both in line. I think destroyed Memory of Guthix, by the way. I don't know if anybody actually does Memory of Guthix anymore, because the new skilling meta is to do World 79 and do this, and it's made divination feasible. It's made it kind of fun. Also, I mentioned the communication with people there is kind of curt, but actually I've had nothing but positive people a few times that I've gone there. So yeah, for me it's a 9.5. It is. Yeah, I'm super happy when they do this kind of stuff. Cool. It's great for the game, great for the community.
This has been great, and we are. Let's see, how many updates did we make it through? I have managed to log everyone's update up until now. That could change depending on. But we made it through 17 of the updates. I think it's in the 40s or so. So like we're not even halfway through. So we're probably looking at another 2 to 3 hours if I had to guess for the next show. So stay tuned, and I hope everyone is enjoying RuneScape. I hope you had a good 2021. We'll continue talking about 2021 coming up pretty soon. As always, happy scaping. You're listening to RuneScape Weekly End of the Year Retrospective. Joining me today is Cliff and Killer Bunny, and we're back to finish what we started mere days ago. I hope your holidays are going well. New Year's right around the corner. Looking forward to that. I'm sure everyone's looking forward to putting 2021 behind us and getting ready for a big, successful, happy 2022. Am I right, everyone? Yeah! Fucking... God, another year. It's another year down, and we got an infinite amount of them to go, it feels like. I don't think it matters where you're living in the world right now. Unless you have your own, like, hermetically sealed floating spaceship, you're probably affected by the current global situation, and you're probably not looking forward to any more life. But that's why we're here, to bring you the ultimate escapism, Runescape. It's in the name. The scape is actually part of the word escapism. They just don't want you to know that. So, now that I've revealed the ultimate truth to you, we can begin the show. So we got like 27 updates to cover, but before we do that, I have a very important announcement that affects nobody but myself. I want to give a big thank you to clan member Guilt for donating to me a green Santa hat on Christmas. Like, holy shit, dude. That's amazing. I really did not ever see myself owning one of these due to their... the price is a little absurd. Anything over $500 million gold is a little much for me to invest in. So I was already in the mindset that I wasn't getting one. It wasn't happening unless I got super lucky on the present shards, which, come on, that never happens. So I have to say, like, that truly made my day. I haven't felt a giddy dopamine release from RuneScape in like 8 years, and that gave it to me, man. Like, that was really generous, really thoughtful, and also exactly what I wanted. So I don't know, I can never repay Guilt back for that, but what I can do is never forget. You will be added to the memorial in my brain of people who have given me rares. There are only 3 of them. I'm Vi, Fatty, and now Guilt, and I thank every single one of them for doing so, because it enriches my RuneScape experience. It makes my character feel more valuable than it is, because I kind of suck. Let's be honest. I've been playing this game for over 10 years. 10 years? It's 20 years. 20. See, my brain cannot even fathom the fact that I have been playing this game for 20 years, and I mean, if you just look at the high scores, if you want to, like, people play this game for different reasons, and I have to say, mine is becoming the community, because I ain't never gonna be no David Boston and making billions of gold, and I'll never be a Killer Bunny able to just call up freaking statistics off the top of my head like some sort of like biological machine. It's very like that's. What is my skill? I guess my skill is never shutting my freaking mouth. So we'll take advantage of that, and now get into today's episode. So first up, a topic that should be important to literally everybody, and that's Mental Health Week. I mean, 1 second here. I've been talking for so long that I lost track of my windows here, and I need to get back to them. Otherwise I can't read the articles, can I? I got too many Chrome windows open. Talk about friggin' ADHD. Alright, let's cut out the music there, and I will begin Mental Health Awareness Week. Sorry for the abrupt change there. So, Mental Health Awareness Week is something they do once a year, generally in the summer. I'll tell you what, though, it'd be better off if they did it in the winter when everyone's, like, seasonally depressed. But, whatever. So this happened on the 10th of May, 2021. It says here, Mental Health Awareness Week is here. At this time of the year, we encourage you all to take a deep breath and think about how you can improve your mental health. We also like to do a little something for the 2 of our 3 partner charities who focus on helping people from all walks of life with mental issues. This year, you can contribute to their amazing work with the Meditation Bundle. You can purchase this special pack from the event tab of the community interface for 1 bond or 250 rune coins. a very fair price as an editorial there. It's filled with helpful goodies, including the Stone of Meditation, a reusable item that provides 4% XP boost for you and 2% for the surrounding players, and it can hold up to 5 charges. You'll get 2 charges per day. The Stone of Meditation is only available for non-Iron Man accounts, and on June 14th, the stone will be cleaned up, and non-Iron Man accounts will receive 2,500 oddments in return for looking after it. So if you buy one as a Iron Man, you still get some oddments out of it, which actually might be useful if you're in, because it's not easy to earn oddments as in Iron account. So they really did kind of put an incentive for you to buy the package regardless of your status there, and I think that's a clever marketing technique as far as making bonds stay at a higher median price. Anyway, here's everything you'll get in the bundle. You'll get a banner of meditation, a cloak of meditation, a stone of meditation, 10 advanced pulse cores, 5 cinder cores, 5 large protein packs, and 5 portable packs. These items, of course, are not available to Iron accounts. When did pulse cores become advanced pulse cores? I know it's been like 5-6 years, maybe even longer. What happened to the original? Why weren't they good enough? Why do we only have advanced pulse cores now?
I've only seen advanced pulse cores. I didn't know there was an original, but I'll go wiki hunting.
See, I feel like if you have an advanced pulse core, should there not be a non-advanced pulse core? I mean, where are the advanced cinder cores? We have regular cinder cores. I don't know. So yeah, go wiki hunting. Tell me what you find. I'll keep reading on here. Yeah?
Looks like June 5th, 2015, all previously existing pulse cores were upgraded to advanced pulse cores. I didn't know there actually was a thing. I thought this is all a joke, but this is real.
Yeah, I know. I knew it was a bit, but at the same time, I was like 65% sure that there was that item, and I really wanted to know why they changed them. CPSL Mind is one of the charities that is going to be working here, and it's CPSL Mind provides support to individuals experiencing mental health problems in Cambridge and Peterborough, where Jagex is based. Their Stop Suicide Prevention aims to prevent suicide by raising awareness and giving ordinary members of the public the skills and confidence they need to help those at risk, and as well, RAD, Rise Above the Disorder. That's a badass punk name. Like, if I make a punk band, I think that's gonna be my name. Rise Above the Disorder. Rad, baby. Oh, God, that's such a cool friggin' name. I can't get over it. Began as one of the gamers' mission to overcome depression and has turned into a massive worldwide community aiming to make mental health care available to everyone, everywhere. RAD provides entirely free mental health services to gamers through its grant program and has helped over 28,000 people find hope and happiness. So, I just want to, so if you're not a gamer, they will not help you, is what I'm reading here. I'm joking, but at the same time, I just think it's funny that we provide free mental health services to gamers. Oh, what? Your mom needs help? Nah, does she play Animal Crossing? Okay, all right, come on then. All right, Vic the Trader is back. Now that Vic has those summoning stones, I find his seasonal appearances to be lacking. I don't know about anyone else, but me personally, it's not as exciting when Vic comes around. But
I've never used Vic the Trader because I'm a noob, and therefore the bonus experience is always super important to me.
That's totally fair.
There are a couple of things in there, obviously very worthwhile, and I didn't realize they had outfits like the Black Ibis outfit. So I'll have to check it out sometime. But yeah, I haven't made use of it myself.
I could finish off the Black. I don't have all the Black Ibis pieces. I didn't know that either. They refresh that store every so often, I think. So it's very useful.
I definitely want to grind for that at some point. I don't plan to buy it through the store, so if that interests you, we could definitely tag team it.
Yeah, I'll do it for stream content for sure. But the Pyramid Plunder, I mean, has been cruel to me over the years. I think I have 2 or 3 of the outfit pieces, and I got 199 in the friggin' Pyramid. They just decided that I didn't deserve all the pieces. And you know what? They're right. I didn't. Because, you got to play that minigame for the love of it, not for the pieces.
Believing is the first step. You got to believe.
Exactly. You got to believe. And I didn't. I was just trying to bang out 99 Thieving, and I really hated it. 99 Thieving was the worst. When Elf City came out and they gave us those AFK Elf, Thieving became my first 120. The card just completely flipped on me, and I went from my least favorite skill to one of my favorite skills. I like skills that are AFK, and I like skills that make the sound of money raining into my pockets. Those are two very high on my list things. So thieving wins.
Have you seen the relic that came in with archaeology related to thieving, pickpocketing?
No, I've completely ignored archaeology, but the rewards are amazing. Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, there is a relic that actually makes it so if you successfully thieve, you attempt to pickpocket again automatically. A lot like the elves. So okay. still, if you get stunned, you have to click again, but it makes it so even regular pickpocketing outside of the elves is way more chill. Okay, that's pretty cool. Actually, I did not know that. I haven't actually used it because if I'm gonna pickpocket, let's be real, I'm probably doing the elves. But especially on the way up to 99, that would have been amazing. Yeah, good timing, by the way, KB. We are just talking about the first update, so welcome. Good to have you. Thanks. No problem.
Also, the elite outfit also does the same thing. It gives you like what 10 thieves in a row or something like that before it stops.
Oh yeah. Yeah. All I've been for my thieving outfit, I'm still using the exoskeleton with what else? Something else that you can use along with the exoskeleton that I'm not remember. Oh, the thieving cape itself, which notes items. That's all I have, and it still works pretty well. But I'd be open to suggestions to improve that if there's anything that like
shifting tombs to get the elite outfit.
Okay, elite outfit. Let me write that down. I didn't know there was an elite outfit.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah, that would be helpful. What's the elite outfit called?
Oh, wow. Camouflage is in the name. I forget what the variations are, but camouflage.
I'm just gonna wiki elite camo then and see what comes up. Because knowing me, I probably have it and just forgot it exists. But we'll check it out here. Camouflage fragments is probably a good place to start. Maybe. 70 thieving. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so you get, for shifting tombs, assuming all of the objectives have been completed and the player accesses the tomb via the rope before the time is up, the camouflage fragments are given at 5 times the rate. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's good to know. I'm going to leave that tab open so I can do that at the end. Alright, so anyway, we're still talking mental health for a minute here. Mobile requirements were also announced. A little late on that. Doesn't matter too much. There is some patch notes here. And I think mainly, as far as I'm concerned, we'll vote this on mental health. If there's anything in the patch notes that anyone sees while I'm grading this, they're welcome to mention it during their segment. But other than
a lot of patch notes this entire year from here on out are very much related to tweaking things on mobile, making that a better experience. So patch notes, I think, are a little lackluster compared to years past. But I think where I want everyone's take before we score is, there was a lot of controversy on this event related to, hey, you're adding something that introduces the FOMO element, fear of missing out,
right,
as you're celebrating mental health awareness. Yeah. Particularly with the Stone of Meditation being something that you have to use charges every day or two. Mm-hmm. A lot of people weren't into that, and I'm curious for people's opinions of where you stand. Is this a good thing? Is this a bad thing? Is this exacerbating mental health problems for people playing our game, or what do y'all think?
Well, if you want my opinion, and I know you do, my opinion is simply that you cannot be a game company and promote mental health as if you were not part of the problem. Like, you should be doing this as like this is our way of saying we're sorry. I don't know. I only say that because online game companies are more akin to gambling institutions than they are to like professional sporting institutions. So I honestly think Jagex has a obligation to support their community's mental health, and as far as doing things that blatantly fly in the face of it during the event, just show the hypocrisy and how out of touch corporate people are when it comes to what they can actually do for their community's mental health. That's my opinion. Maybe people have different opinions, but getting mental health support from your MMO should not be your priority. And if, I don't know, the charities also that they're choosing here are incredibly specific and not wide-reaching. This, to me, is more of a tax write-off than a true supporting your community. Yeah, they are actually supporting their specific community with CPSL Mind. Okay, cool. That's great. What about the fact that you're a global company? So you have RAD here. 28,000 people have received support from RAD. First of all, who knows what that actually means? There's no data saying what they got. Support could be a phone call for all I know. I don't know. I think that a multi-million-dollar profiting company who specifically profits from people's need of escapism due to their lack of mental health should have to do more. Or, at the very least, shouldn't include freaking fear of missing out and stuff like that in their events. Their money should go 100% to the charities, and they shouldn't receive tax write-offs when they're part of the problem. What are your thoughts, Cliff?
Yeah, good points there. And I think what I'm going to try to do is sort of separate the overall obligation of improving, mechanics that can affect mental health compared to this event, because I am all aboard, having specific events where we're highlighting mental health organizations and trying to raise money for a good cause. That doesn't dissolve them of needing to make improvements to, gambling mechanics, things that are intentionally addictive. But I won't ding them for that here specifically, because I do think it is good to contribute to these causes. I'm a little more conflicted, or maybe just neutral, on the should this be local charities or not. I know, a company wants to give back to the place where they are located, because they're a community and a community of businesses and organizations. So I think you can always go bigger as far as increase your outreach and work with organizations that affect more people or more widely. But I don't necessarily fault them for targeting locally. I'm just more neutral on that point. I think what I would like to see, if anything, is just different mechanisms of raising money than like, here is something you can buy. Because pretty much anything you're selling in RuneScape is going to play into some of those mental health mechanics we take issue with. So if you take issue with it, what I would have liked to see here, I think, is, Killer Bunny mentioned during the spring event that anytime there's an overall goal and the whole community is contributing towards it, and you reach certain milestones, I would have liked to see something like that with donations or something like that, where people are specifically donating to a cause, and as the whole community raises money, we see some in-game buffs that apply to everyone.
That would be sweet.
That would be, I think, the tweak I made.
By the way.
Sorry?
It was MageBit, by the way, not me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, MageBit had said the community goals. So I that's an adjustment I'd make. It feels like less of a sort of bait and switch. A lot of people are doing this for the experience gains and not for the cause, and so making it just clearly for the cause and having some, hey, everyone benefits if we hit milestones, is maybe just a tweak that feels a little more sincere to me.
Fair. I should rate this. I didn't rate this real quick. I'll give this a 5. It's neither here nor there. But I do appreciate the mild effort, I guess. They could do more. Like, one thing I really liked was the Well of Goodwill, where people could just dump GP into it, and Jagex was then forced to use their money to convert the GP into like charity. That I like, because it's a gold sink and it forces Jagex to give up their actual money and not ours. So that's another great option as far as I'm concerned.
Definitely agree on that one. Yep.
You can rate it too if you'd like. I forgot about the whole.
Yeah, I'd throw a 5 at this. It's neutral. I'm glad they're doing something. I don't fully agree with this exact mechanism, but I'd rather they try than not. So it's just overall kind of a neutral to me.
Fair. Okay. What are your thoughts, Bunny?
I don't know how they use their money. I don't know what they use it for. I do know that. I don't know how to. I don't know to get into this, but so I had a mental health bill that I had to figure out coming back home for the military, and having a culture shock. And company stepped in and paid for the whole thing. So it's pretty cool.
That's great. Yeah, that's how it should be. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, people should just get mental health services when they need it.
Yeah, so 8 out of 10 for me, because I don't know how they spend their money, but what I need, shit, 8 out of 10.
But you could have been a recipient for all you know. Like, I get that.
Yeah. So
That's fair. That's fair. Cool. We'll keep moving along here. Next up, we have a bug fix week. Let's see here. The game news says, following the events of As an Ender's Quest, Gielinor is in turmoil. Friend is now foe, and the real enemy is still looming over the horizon. So what's next? Well, we can't give the game away just yet, but we can tell you that the next chapter of the Elder God Wars storyline will be revealed this Friday. So we have the beginning of the Elder God Wars storyline kind of kicking off. This happened on the 17th of May. It's not here quite yet. This seems like a patch week that they're just trying to tease for the next week. The actual meat and potatoes here are mostly just tweaks to achievements, animations, and some other minor fixes here that would make the show 6 hours if we started going through all of them. And hey, who knows? Maybe somebody wants that. You know, if that's what you want, let me know. We can change it up. I feel like reading patch notes, bullet-pointed patch notes, over is not exactly exciting. So this update specifically is not really a backbone update. It's a teaser and some fixes. This was probably during their light time. This was, again, a month after the login lockout. You know, they're probably still recovering from that at this point.
Yeah, they're definitely telling their employees, like, take a few days off. Like, go recover and chill.
So I'm not gonna be too harsh on them here, but patch weeks are necessary for the game, as long as every week isn't a patch week. As long as the patch weeks lead up to a major update. Like, you can have 3 patch weeks in a row. As long as the 4th week is an actual content update, I'm generally not too much of a bitch about it. I'll give this a 6 out of 10. What are your thoughts, Cliff?
Yeah, I'm skimming the patch notes because it's less... I'm a big fan of patch weeks as well. I will never ding them for doing patch weeks. It matters to me, though, like, what is the content of the notes and how valuable are the fixes. So, like, hey, you can add a black hatchet to the tool belt. I'm glad that's the case, but, you know, they don't get a ton of bonus points for that one. So I'll probably give them a 6 on this as well. There's a few in here that seem relevant to combat.
Fair.
Debuffs getting cleared too quickly, things like that. Seems fine. That's a 6.
Fair enough. KB, what are your thoughts?
Same. 6 out of 10.
You
Yeah,
got
same.
it. Middle of the road. Let's go. Next one here that we have is Battle of the Monolith and Guardian's Gift. Okay, so this is when they actually released the Guardian's Gift from the login lockout, and it's also the beginning of a mini-event, the Battle of the Monolith, which I think I missed, but let's read about it here. The Battle of the Monolith. The next chapter of the Elder God Wars saga is here. Following the events of As an Ender's Quest, old friends have we just said that. Anyway, from now until the 21st of June, you'll get to take part in the biggest battle of Gielinor. Over the next 4 weeks, you'll get a front row seat, so sharpen those swords, craft those runes, and knock those arrows. The Battle of the Monolith is a one event you won't want to miss. The first week is playable right now with the Archaeology Guild. You'll want to go back each week to catch all the action, since you'll get a nifty XP buff for participating in the battle while it's live. Courageous warriors will be rewarded with a mysterious shard at the end of the event. Who knows, it might just come in handy when you're on the front lines of the Elder God Wars. So, the Battle of the Monolith, I think, was a limited time event, which it actually sounded pretty cool. I'm into the whole split up an event into 4 stages. I would rather a quest, let me tell you, but at least you're giving us lore and story, so it's something. Didn't get to participate in it, though. Like, I wish it was still there. Like, that's the only... You lose points for taking it out of the game. You could take away the buff.
It's still there, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was limited time as far as getting the experience buff.
Okay.
Because they were introducing the waves one at a time, but this is like a tower defense-esque mini game that is a part of a quest line. I forget.
Okay.
I don't know, KB. Do you know which quest this is a part of?
Not off the top of my head, no.
That's okay. Anywho, alright, so that changes everything, and then I won't take points off for it being a temporary event. Actually, that's exactly how they should do it. Have a buff or whatever for, like, the event's live period, and then it just becomes permanent content and part of some quest series or whatever, and you just got to do it as normal. I like early bird bonuses. Nothing wrong with that. It increases server population on the release date, so everyone can experience the content in its true broken form. Anyway, Guardian's Gift. Wishes are here at last. I still have mine in the bank, unused. The first time you log in after today's update, you'll receive a Guardian's Gift, which comes fully charged, ready for you to make those wishes. There's a wide selection available to suit all sorts of playstyles, but one thing they all have in common is that they're designed to help you catch up on your favorite activities following the login lockout. To say thank you for the community's patience, everyone will get their own Guardian's Gift, although the amount of charge will vary depending on how long you were locked out. Players who were locked out will, for the extended period, get 400%. If you were locked out for the normal period, you'll get 300%. And if you weren't locked out at all, you'll still get 100% charge. To see all wishes, we can open up a guide here, and let's take a look. What do they give us? What are the wishes? So you can do a few different things here. The first one was Inventor's Wish, a gizmo that doesn't consume materials when used. That's pretty sweet and probably the most valuable one there if I had to take a guess. There's also Entrepreneur's Wish, which gives a pack of non-combat items, 2 animal name rerollers, 2 animal trait rerollers, 2 farm gender rerollers, 2 token captain token rerolls, 2 crew rerolls, 2 voyage rerolls, 10 port resource crates, traveling merchant coupon, writ of freelancing, and a writ of barter. There's also the Warrior's Wish, which gives an aura refresh, a life refresh, a soul reaper refresh, and an item protection contract. There's the Wrangler's Wish, which causes all animals in a specified pen to breed, includes 1 guaranteed breed and 1 extra 40 to 80% chance to breed based on animal type. Navigator's Wish completes all your active player-owned ports voyages. Archaeologist's Wish completes your active archaeology research. Wanderer's Wish resets a daily, weekly, or monthly D&D of your choice. And Polymath's Wish gives double XP for an hour of playtime. These are all actually not bad for like specific situations if you want to give yourself a little bump ahead on something. I'm given time, the fact that I wasn't locked out recently, this looks a lot more appealing now than it did back when I was originally locked out. Wonder why that is. Anyway.
Yeah, I think there's 3 that jump out as particularly interesting or valuable.
Okay.
So you alluded to the Inventor's Wish, a gizmo that doesn't consume materials. If you're looking for purely the best GP per wish, this is it. So I used all of mine on this and was making gizmos that otherwise would have cost like 100 mil of, breaking down components. So that's definitely valuable, and I think it got a lot of people into perking that had otherwise like never looked at perks. Dudes like myself who like knew they existed, had some basic ones in there, but I hadn't been trying for best in slot perks because I didn't have money to throw around.
Someone's gonna have to
wait. 100 mil.
Yeah.
And noxious weapons cost a lot more than 100 mil, and you're using multiples of those. Like it's hundreds and hundreds of millions.
That's so wild. Yeah, I can't wait to... That's probably what I'm going to use it on as well, because that's...
Yeah, Fighting 4, yeah.
Yeah, that's wild to even think about. So this update's going to get an 8 out of 10 for me. The only points were lost were because... The only reason we got this were because, the suffering of the community. So that loses a couple points. But the rewards are awesome, to say the least, especially for someone like myself that would never, ever, ever think of spending hundreds of millions on a chance to get a perk. No, wouldn't happen. This will give me an opportunity to do that. So cool. What are your thoughts, Cliff?
Yeah, I'll give this 8.5 out of 10. Guardian's Gift is pretty awesome. The other, just 2 quick wishes that are worthwhile. If you're an Iron Man, the Wanderer's Wish, being able to reset Irby Werby for only 5% of the charge was amazing. That's a lot of Irby Werby and free Herblore experience. And then Polymath's Wish, you could have just traded this in for a straight 10 hours of double XP, which is also pretty damn good. So I think Guardian's Gift, I liked how it was implemented. I liked that they gave a variety of options for different play styles. It's an 8.5.
Nice. I would agree with you there. What's up, Bunny? What do you think?
I didn't get locked out, so I only got 100%, which kind of sucked because some people. I understand it sucks for them, but I might be able to stop playing the game for a while just to get the full 100% thing.
Right. It was a chance to take a vacation and play a hardcore. Good.
Yeah, I got to perk out a shit ton of my stuff, but yeah, I mean it's good. 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10. You got it. All right. Let's keep moving along here. if I could, I gotta close some windows because I have too many tabs open, and I keep losing the tabs that I actually am working with, and that's not helpful. All right, this is one of the Yak tracks coming up here next. This was released on the 1st of June, so the first update of June was a good old-fashioned Yak track. This was called Yak to the Light. I think I did a little bit of this one, but I didn't finish it, so I wasn't really kind of paying too much attention to the game yet. It says here, we hope your boots are laced because there's a new Yak track for you to explore. In other news, the Battle of the Monolith continues up at the Archaeology Guild, and RuneScape Mobile iOS beta has ended. So first up here, Yak to the Light. Show your allegiance to Seren, the elven goddess, in Yak to the Light, a new Yak track packed with exclusive rewards. New to Yak tracking? Fear not, it's super simple to get your hands on those goodies. When you next log in, you'll have a list of 50 tasks, some silly, some serious, but all of them fun, to work your way through. For each tier you conquer, you'll get a new exciting reward. There's also a variety of tasks on offer, from chilled out skilling to fighting your favorite beasties. So if you don't like the look of one of them, you can swap for another. Oh, and if you're really stuck, you can always grab a task skip and jump ahead to the next tier. Yak to the Light will be open until July 11th. So you have over a month to do it. That's pretty good. You can almost do one a day and finish it off. Not quite, but almost. Anyway, let's see. Let's move along here. So the Battle of the Monolith is also raging on here. It says, make your way to the Archaeology Guild. Check out the second week of the Battle of the Monolith. Last week, Seren and Saradomin's forces faced off against the Zerosians, but anything can change the tide of the battle, and today's foes might just become tomorrow's friends. Non-Iron accounts will get a nice 10% XP boost for participating while the event is live, and every warrior will find themselves rewarded with a mysterious shard that might help you out in the Elder God Wars. Alright. So, those are two pretty decent updates for the summer. Jagex goes light on content in the summer sometimes, which is, they flipped it. Sometimes they would release major updates in the summer. Then I think they started doing it in the fall for a while. But this summer, or last summer, it was this summer, yeah. This summer didn't feel overly eventful because the only thing that got me to come back to the game or even pick up my iPad was the Golden Party Hat event. That was the first thing that piqued my interest. There were no new skills or new cities or major Grandmaster quests that I can think of. Maybe something slipped my gaze. Anyway, Yak to the Light plus the Monolith battle, in my opinion, deserves at least an 8 out of 10. Obviously, I haven't played the content, but I like Yak tracks. It helps people like me if I don't have anything to do, I can be just do the Yak track. So I appreciate that. I understand that it's premium content, which I'm not generally a fan of, but they'll get a pass for their battle pass. What do you think, Cliff?
Yeah, that gets an 8 for me. I don't know how much I've gotten in my soapbox about Yak tracks, but I'm actually a huge fan. I think they are extremely generous as far as cosmetics go. If you think about the raw number of cosmetics you get from one Yak track, that's probably more than you would have gotten from a previous year before the Yak track existed.
Bingo.
So they really kind of outdo themselves. Whether you love them or hate the cosmetics, it's still, I think, a very generous package.
I love them.
Yeah, and for me personally, I like task-based things. That's why Slayer is a favorite skill. Mm-hmm. And so I like that it gives you some direction and forces me to do some skills I normally wouldn't. Big fan of Yak Track. 8 out of 10 just because Yak Tracks aren't necessarily permanent content, but still a big fan.
Cool. KB, thoughts?
For this one particular one, I'd say a 9 out of 10 because options, if you look at 44, it says divination or thieving. So you have those two options, or clue scrolls. This one also has the start of a bunch of skill and kill options other than the normal XP trading stuff. So this one is probably the best, I think, of the Yak tracks this year.
I love the skill and kill. It makes my life so much easier.
I like the options of 3 different things that they give on a couple of them, which is really nice.
I didn't know they did that.
This was the first one where they gave 3 and clue scrolls. Those were 2 massive improvements. So I actually changed mine to an 8.5.
All right, 8.5. Let me go ahead and do that. Cool beans. All right, so let me continue along here. The Battle of the Monolith continues. Looks like that's the headline for the week of June 7th. This week, learn when you can start playing RuneScape Mobile as well. So it says this is when they announced the launch of RuneScape Mobile. Now that means that it was going to be out of early access on Android, I believe, and ready for the store for iOS, because iOS doesn't allow early access in their store. So it would be final version there. So they had a big thing for like pre-registration, if I remember correctly. You could like get something for pre-registering, extra goodies or some bullcrap. I don't remember what they are, but I remember I pre-registered because I wanted the bullshit, because that's who I am. Battle of the Monolith also continuing on. It says here to join the battle, you can take the opportunity to train up to 75 Slayer, 74 Archaeology, and 74 Magic. Is that similar to like the Invention bikes that allowed you to train up to like 75 Agility and stuff? Is that what they're saying when they say up to? Do they stop working after 75, or am I misreading that?
So I think what they're actually saying there is an upcoming quest related to this requires those skills.
Okay, they're telling you to train up.
It's not a specific skilling note or anything.
Gotcha.
I guess just to comment on the Battle of the Monolith, it's sort of like a tower defense-esque type of minigame. I think where you not only place some units, but you yourself get to run around and fight things to try to like affect the tide of battle.
Okay.
I haven't actually participated in this widely on Reddit at the time. It was regarded as like maybe a little too easy, that you could basically just go and destroy people kind of regardless of the strategy piece. But I give Jagex the nod for trying something new. You know, they do an interesting job of taking different genres of games and sort of incorporating it into RuneScape in some way. So I'll give them the nod for trying, but haven't gotten a chance to play it myself yet.
Actually, you can lose. On the second one, I staged them where they're supposed to go, and I went, because there's one that's way off to the side there. I went up to that one to go mess around. And I didn't realize it, but a couple of guys had actually gotten past a certain point, and I ended up losing the round. So you can lose. It's just you have to be stupid and realize that you can't lose.
Does it feel anything like mobilizing armies, or did they do a better job on implementing the real-time strategy elements?
Oh no, it's way better.
Okay, that's going to affect my score. That's all.
But it really is easy. Just don't abandon everything for one position and forget about everything else.
Okay.
Just to have fun messing around. But it is pretty easy. It is pretty fun. Yeah. Also, it is called Battle of the Monolith. The quest is.
Okay, that's the name of the quest.
Yeah.
I'd give it an 8 out of 5 for the unique content there. Like, that's pretty cool. Cliff, what do you think?
I'll probably leave it as a 6. I'm glad they tried something new. It didn't sound like folks were too impressed, and I haven't gotten to try it yet. So maybe that's a little overly pessimistic, but I'll leave it at a 6 until proven otherwise.
All right. And Bunny, any thoughts and score?
I just 7.5. It was interesting. I was really hesitant to do it. I think it took me like a couple of weeks before I actually played it. So I didn't get any of the bonuses and stuff. I didn't really care. But yeah, it was all right. I'd say 7 out of 10.
Okay, sounds good. All right. So this was the release of Elder God Wars, probably the meatiest update of the summer and maybe year. This included the city of Sentissin, and was released on the 11th of June. I have not been to the city of Sentissin yet, or Elder God Wars, so this is all untouched content for me personally so far. But I am actually excited to go here.
I'm actually thinking this one is just an announcement. It looks like it released on the 21st, so I think this is just more of an information.
Oh, okay, this is a teaser. Got you. Thank you. So to get into the city of Sentissin, you're going to need 75 Slayer, 74 Archaeology, 74 Magic to have completed Azarena's quest and completed the Battle of the Monolith. All right, so this, again, comes out on later in the month, June 16th, which is next week. So this is not an update. They don't have an update this week, it looks like. And that's to be expected, but it is going to affect my score, and quite heavily. I'll give them points for communication, and for teasing, they'll get a 3. Okay, your thoughts, Cliff?
Do we want to consider skipping this one? It looks like it was halfway in between 2 normal update posts. It doesn't look like this was instead of a week of updates.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can skip this one, sure. All right. So that would move me to the 14th of June, is that correct?
Yep, that's what I got.
All right. So this one is RuneScape on mobile and Ninja Strike. It says here, phones at the ready. RuneScape goes live on mobile this Thursday. Read on to see the latest info on that. Plus, look at an all-new, extra chunky, familiar-themed Ninja Strike, the thrilling conclusion to the Battle of the Monolith, and cube maps. Cube maps! Get ready to rumble. What the fuck are cube maps? Alright, I guess I'm going to have to read on. RuneScape launches on Thursday. It's time. The moment you've all been waiting for. RuneScape will go on live on iOS and Android devices Thursday, June 17th. Get yourself hyped before the big event by joining the JMods on Wednesday for an all-singing, all-dancing launch stream as they count down to launch. If you're lucky, you'll be in time to watch them press the launch button. By the way, I'm sure that worked well. I can only imagine them pressing the button and then it like taking an hour or something. By the way, if you haven't pre-registered yet, now's the time to do it. You'll get access to the all-exclusive pre-registration rewards unlocked so far, and remember, the more registrations we get, the more rewards there'll be. Come on, you know you'd look good in that Crux Aqual armor. Anyway, so this alone right here, this is launching on Thursday. Do we have our own news update for that? Let's find out.
We do not, so I think we can probably score that one with this update.
Okay, good. Because I was going to say, that alone is a 10 out of 10 for me. Forget everything else. So, mobile has been game-changing for me. I didn't have a computer for 2 months while I was moving. There was nowhere to put it. It was just in storage. So, my only option, when I saw the Golden Party Hat event, I was like, I got to find the iPad. I got to do this. And if it wasn't for the fact that they had already released iOS, I would have been shit out of luck because I don't have an Android tablet. I'm going to play it on my phone? Maybe. Maybe I would have been that desperate for a Golden Party Hat to, yes, play it on my phone. But still, iOS makes the experience way better than trying to play on a 7-inch phone. Okay, so for me, just straight up 10 on that update. Next up was the Ninja Strike. Familiar intelligence. The Ninja team are back with a bumper round of improvements. This week they've set their sights on familiars. First up, several core familiar behaviors have been improved. Auto-firing scrolls is now easier than ever, and some previously pacifistic familiars can now be ordered to viciously slaughter your enemies. It's high time those unicorn stallions had their revenge. The math enjoyers among you will also be happy to hear that all familiar durations have been standardized among 16-minute increments, which makes them both easier to remember and a fun way to brush up on your times tables. This change has also affected the Anachronia summoning totem, which will now boost your familiar's duration by a neat 16 minutes instead of a nebulous 10% of yesteryear. The familiar UI is also much improved, with new settings, buttons, details for you to enjoy. You know, if that's your kind of thing. Lastly, we've renamed various familiar scrolls so that they're more clear which familiars they belong to. Tooltips and other information has also been updated accordingly. If you're looking to get familiar with the fine details of this update, be sure to check the patch notes. There was also an addition to the Battle of the Monolith. This week, the Battle of the Monolith comes to its epic conclusion. Everything you know about it, everything you know is about to change, as old friends, even ancient ones, become enemies, fall prey to forces beyond their control, and change beyond your wildest imaginations. Be sure to tune in to grab your repeatable 10% XP bonus. Oh, and don't forget to tune in next week for the epilogue, which will set the scene for what's coming next. You might have won the battle, but can you win the war? There was also a tech update. Those cube maps, baby. We're thrilled to announce that this week's update also includes a long-awaited update to cube maps. Cube what nows? Cube maps are what we used to call textures on your character, especially the shiny reflective bits. What the world around them looks like. Specifically, it tells them how the lighting around you should interact with your character. Imagine the dank swamps of Mauritania. It looks very different from, say, the bright open skies of Stormguard Citadel, right? With cube maps, the game is able to pick up on the difference and apply it to your lovely shining armor. To cut a long explanation short, cube maps mean that you'll get better looking, more natural graphics with better reflections across their surfaces. Those of you who felt that newer cosmetics looked washed out on certain environments will now notice that they look much better in almost all circumstances. If you'd like to learn more about cube maps, you can check out this video here. I'm not going to do that right now. Familiar intelligence is also part of the patch notes, but you know, you can read the patch notes if you like. This update might actually be the one that I give an 11 to. Everything in there is just top notch. So I'm going to give it 11.
I love it. And I'm tempted to agree. I'm actually just going to hold my 11 until the very end when I can see everything, just to make sure I'm not overlooking something else.
That's fair.
I'm also very tempted to give this one an 11. Mobile is an absolute game changer. I'm hoping it brings RuneScape to more people, but also for existing players, it just opens up a lot of possibilities.
I hope it brings RuneScape 3 more people.
Yes, specifically. I know my desktop is in my basement, so this means like sometimes when I'm hanging out with a family or watching a movie or something else, like I can just keep my character fishing or something that requires very little attention. It's just a nice way to be able to make the game more accessible. So
absolutely,
huge mobile.
12-year-old MageBit would die knowing that I finally have access to RuneScape on my phone and stuff. Like that's the only thing I ever wanted as a kid. I'd be like sitting in my room at night going, "Oh, I wish RuneScape was on PlayStation 2 so I could still play it while I fall asleep, because my mom I'll get yelled at if I go upstairs onto the computer."
Yeah. Well, also, like when I'm talking to folks out in the real world and I tell them I play RuneScape, they're like, "Oh, that old shitty looking game still exists?" I'll be like, not only is it not shitty looking anymore, at least not nearly as shitty. I think it looks pretty beautiful in certain areas.
Yeah.
It's also on your phone.
Don't go to Karamja.
Yeah, just stay away from Karamja. But if you know, it's nice to pull out my phone and be like, this is what it looks like now.
Yeah. You can literally show them the game, and honestly, it's going to look better on a tiny screen because the resolution doesn't have a chance to blow things out.
Yeah. So I absolutely love that. I think the familiar updates actually had a ton of good stuff in there. It was a big improvement to familiars. The UI is much cleaner. There's a lot more consistency. I like that you can drag a lot more actions easily to your action bar in particular. So big fan of that. And then the cube maps, I guess reading between the lines a little bit, when they say new new cosmetics were looking washed out, I think they designed a lot of the newer cosmetics to be a little bit more reflective of the environment, knowing this was coming.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, when all of your cube maps were kind of crappy in the past and grays and not very exciting, it makes the reflective surfaces look less exciting. But as they update the cube maps, I think it opens up. You know, I watched some of these videos at the time. When you've got shiny, reflective new armor, it really makes it feel more immersive that you can see, you know, a flickering flame actually can show up on your armor and stuff like that. So there is some cool tech coming as far as that goes. But overall, it gets a 10 from me.
Awesome. KB, what are your thoughts?
Don't do mobile. Probably will never do mobile. I'm glad for the community. Awesome. But actually, the familiar one though, the familiar was pretty awesome stuff. I mean, actually, unlike Cliff, the interface I think actually looks ugly and it sucks, and I wish they did a better job doing that. But the benefits of like the fruit bat and the timing, stuff like that, and make them last longer, huge improvement. So for me, it was the familiar patch that was really pretty awesome. So I guess mobile's pretty awesome. I'll give it a 10 out of 10 because just mobile's pretty awesome for everybody.
Fair. Fair. Even if you don't utilize it that much, it definitely increases the community.
We'll never utilize it, period. But
that's fair.
Take X. All you have to do to earn 10s from us for a single week is just throw out a cool project like a mobile update. Just whip those out every week and you'll be getting 10s all the time.
Right? Nothing major.
Watch some family interact, and there's Cliff over in the corner there on his phone, you know, making sure he's fishing. Come on, man.
Hey, whoa.
You want to date with a girl, and all of a sudden she's on her phone playing her video game while you're trying to eat and talk with her? Like, nah, that sucks.
Honestly, would that be an attractive point or a turnoff? I'm not sure. If we're trying to keeping her...
Absolutely turn off. I cannot stand people who do that crap.
No, I mean I understand where you're coming from.
It's more like we're watching a movie for a couple hours, and every 2 minutes I click to continue smelting. It's just kind of a nice thing.
Are you even watching the movie anymore? Like, because after the movie's over, I'm gonna want to talk to you about what happened in the movie. And if you're like, "Oh, I must have missed that part," it's because you're playing your freaking phone, dude. What the heck?
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. I'll tell you what. As someone who has ADHD, focusing on one thing at any given time is extremely difficult for me. I don't really watch movies because it's not easy for me to follow through on the whole thing. Unless I'm like showing it to somebody else, because it's like, it really, like, some movies obviously get through to me, but I can understand wanting to like fidget with your hands or something while you're watching a movie and playing on your phone, but it is extremely disrespectful to anyone else watching the movie unless they are like already cool with it. Like I get that though. It's a total personality thing, but it can be very distracting. If you, especially if you're trying to get to know someone. That's like, if I'm trying to get to know you and you're on your phone, we're done. It's over. But like, if we're both just chilling on the couch watching like Netflix or something, I don't care if you're on your phone, you know. Unless I'm married
for multiple years, so you know.
Right. If you're not still in the phase where it's Netflix and chill, wink, wink, then I get it. Anyway,
if you come up to me and you say, "You know what? For my life, this is who I am." If we ever watch TV shows and movies, I'm just gonna kind of blow it off, and you know, I'm not really gonna be into it. I'm gonna just do whatever during those time periods because I can't. Like, I'm never gonna ask you to watch a TV show or a movie. Like, okay, fine, I'll just go find somebody else. Like,
that's, I think, a good.
I want somebody to talk with. I want to debate movies. I want to debate philosophies. I want to debate, like, you know, character arcs and stuff like that. And you're
sure.
gonna, you know,
maybe I get it. The next time you take me out to the movies, I'll leave the phone at home. I'm so sorry. I didn't,
all right.
I didn't know it was...
Seriously though, I mean, this is the conversation right here. You need to stop doing that. I'm tired of like it being in a dark room. It's engaging, and all of a sudden this bright light comes on next to me. I'm like, Cliff, what are you doing? He's like, hold on, I'm almost done fishing. I'm like, I don't care, dude. You just ruined my eyesight.
I get it. No, you're good. You're good. You're passionate about it, so that's fair. I mean, it's
like movies and TV shows. So
yeah, I have a friend like that who is majorly passionate about movies and television, and I personally, it's not that I'm not, but it's my attention span gets me. So I tend to watch things that are long form and you can kind of miss little bits and pieces. That's why I like watching live streams, because you don't need to get all of it to enjoy it or have it feel like you missed something, like, because it's just gameplay, unless you're watching a narrative story. But yeah, I'm horrible at that stuff, and unless I go into it like if the only way I could sit through a movie in a movie theater would be to be like fucking drunk or high off my ass. I can't sit still for longer than like 20 minutes unless I am medicated heavily with something. So yeah, I would just be a bad choice, and that's fair. Not everyone has that ability. And you shouldn't put people in situations that they're not comfortable in. Like, I wouldn't go to the movie theater with you. If you asked me to, I would just say, no, I'm not into that. I don't really do that stuff. So you wouldn't have that problem with me. I've never liked the movie theater ever since I was a kid. Just, the loud sounds frightened me as a kid, and as an adult, I can't sit still. Anyway, what's up here with the next update? So did I read this already? See, this is when I read this one already. Cool. We got a little into that one. The city of Sentiston. This is the official release of the city of Sentiston, I believe. This is the 21st of June. I look forward to eventually going here. It does require some things, including the Battle of the Monolith. It says, with the Battle of the Monolith just about wrapped up, it's time to shore up Gillinor's defenses in the final quest before the war begins. Are you prepared to enter the city of Sentiston? Well, personally, no, but I'd like to be. In other words, Runescape is live on mobile. Yeah, we already talked about that. I gave that an 11. So they're once again pimping RuneScape on mobile. Don't blame them. It's probably their biggest update of the year, and it's taken multiple years to even squeak out the door. When did they say RuneScape mobile was supposed to launch? Like, what is it, 2021? It was like 3 years ago? Anyway, City of Sentiston. It's the quest you've all been waiting for, the one that you'll finally see uncovering the mysteries of the Varric dig site and descending into the shadowy depths of Sentiston, the lost capital of the Zerosian Empire. But by the way, I'm sorry, but be wary, adventurer. City of Santistan represents your last chance to bolster your defenses and weaken the Elder Gods before they launch a full assault on Gielinor, and danger lurks in every shadow. Will you be able to unite the gods of Gielinor and transform the city into the fortress it needs to be? So the requirements for this quest are 75 Slayer, 74 Archaeology, 74 Magic, completed Azaranda's quest, completed the Battle of the Monolith. You started by talking to Ariane near the heart. So that
B, did you do the art for this, by the way? It's the artwork here is by Killer Fishy. I didn't know if that was like a pseudonym for you for your artwork.
It's actually a really badass picture.
Actually, you know what's actually really funny? When me and Jester were doing archaeology, there was a joke about how I was doing something like that, and he went to Bandos, and there was the actual killer bunny in the game was actually doing archaeology there, and he's like, "Wait, are you doing 2 accounts? What's going on here?" And just it was kind of funny that there actually is an actual killer bunny that doesn't play the game.
That's funny. I didn't know there was.
Yeah, there's an actual killer. I would have taken the name Killer Bunny since I've used that forever, but somebody else already had it. Archaeology.
There's a MageBot 1. I remember back in like 2002, I got a PM from somebody, and they're like, "You took the name I wanted." I don't think they play anymore, but yeah, it's funny seeing imposters. Oh, it's not funny if they're trying to steal stuff from the clan, but if you see them in the wild, it's funny. So this was a quest. The main update here was probably the largest quest of the year. I haven't played it yet, but this looks like content I would want to play. How puzzle heavy was this quest?
Yeah, so I am behind on quests for this year because I try to do them in order. So I don't have anything to say on the quest, but I'm excited to comment on the location. I don't know, KB, have you done this quest?
What is the name of the quest?
The name? Go ahead.
City of Santistan.
Is that actually a quest?
Let me see here. So it says here, the quest you've all been waiting for, the one that finally uncovers the Varric dig sites, digs into Santistan. I'm just seeing if they actually named the quest.
Yeah, it is.
It's in my quest list.
Laid out the air. Recruit.
They have a 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle for sale. I might buy that.
Looking over the actual quest. Man, I don't remember doing this. Yeah, it was not memorable, so
okay.
I guess I just did it on a guide or something, or I don't know. I think I just did it. Wasn't.
That's fair. I was just curious if you remembered if it had a lot of puzzles.
So, yeah, I don't think there were puzzles. I don't remember.
All right, then 9.5 out of 10 if there were no puzzles. I guess I can't really ask you for your thoughts on the quest, Cliff, but you wanted to talk about the location.
Yeah, so I think I'm still going to give this one a 10, believe it or not.
Okay.
Because, first of all, I haven't done the quest. I think it was mostly lore-based and dialogue-based to move the story forward, but a quest is permanent content, something I'm excited to do. But the actual city itself was beautiful. It is just a beautifully done area. It's actually a pretty large city in itself. I think it's easily larger than Varrock. I might have to actually go do some map comparisons, but like it's a pretty big chunk of land. It's beautifully done, and then a lot of the content later in the year builds upon it and really fleshes out the story of the city. So I think any expansions are something that I think score highly on my front, opening up the door for a lot of future content, adding a quest. I'm glancing through the patch notes to see if there's anything noteworthy there, but I think it probably gets a 10 for me.
Yeah, that's great. First, second of all, hi, Vorza, welcome. We're doing an end-of-the-year review. Feel free to ask questions or just enjoy it. So, I didn't even take into consideration that this is technically a new area in the game. Earlier in the show, I was complaining that they didn't really do anything like that this year. So I gotta take that back. I still haven't been here yet, but I still shouldn't say that they didn't release a new area because they have. It's the city of Santistan. I just need to get access to it since I've been out of the loop a little while. Grinding paper, yeah.
You can actually go there whether you've completed the quest or not. So I have not completed the quest, but you can just walk there. There's an ancient door in the northwest corner of the dig site area, where you can just walk straight up to the door and go in.
Okay, good to know. KB, what you got?
I don't know. I guess an 8 out of 10.
Fair.
Also, there is going to be a mechanic that you're not going to like.
Okay.
It only affects you at towards the end of the quest. You're moving an object in order to gain like light or something, or some kind of defensive thing.
Mm-hmm.
So when you move out of that area, you start taking damage, and when you come back, there's a part where you're going to take a bunch of damage. You need to like run up some stairs and go around a corner or something like that, and your life's going to be being taken down much faster.
Is it
if you don't make it there, you do die.
Is it a safe death or a death?
I don't know.
That's okay. That'll make all the difference. If it's a safe death, I won't give a crap. It's for some reason I have a big aversion to, and I know why, because of the gravestone system that doesn't exist anymore. I'm still like, my brain still thinks that like there's going to be this chaotic event that's going to happen if I die. I got to get over that. But okay, 8. You said an 8 out of 10, yeah?
Yeah, 8 out of 10.
Okay, cool. As we were, go ahead.
Is this the? Okay, no, that's in August. Never mind. Okay, keep going.
You got it. All right. So, Sidious and Tiston. I look forward to doing that content. I noticed while we were talking about this that Jagex sells a 1,000-piece puzzle of the world map for like $27. I'm probably gonna buy that. I love puzzles. Funny enough, in real life, I like puzzles. You hate Sentiston, Forzo? I haven't been yet. I probably won't enjoy it very much because I think it's a high combat area, and that's not really my specialty in the game. But nonetheless, the fact that there's new content to explore, at the very least, is something. Like, you know, it's better than them.
There's also some skilling areas, and they've got Croesus, the skilling boss, we'll talk about. So there's some things around.
Oh yeah, I want to know about that skilling boss because I logged in on the day of release for it, and it was basically broken. So I went back to doing what I was doing. Anyway. Let's see here. We have a Ninja Strike, number 23. We've managed to pin down the ninjas to talk to them about their latest Ninja Strike, a scattershot update that aims to make all kinds of improvements across the game. First up, we have a much requested new feature, Legendary Pet Overrides. Oh, can I change my 11? No, I'm just kidding. You can now change the visual appearance of your legendary pets to any companion, boss, or skilling pet you've unlocked. To do so, head to the Pets interface where you'll find a new checkbox to enable the option. Next, the ninjas have followed Modiago and Modraman's footsteps and headed to the Lost Grove, where they have been busy gathering up grimoire pages and adding them to the loot tables of the Slayer creatures. Speaking of loot tables, they've also rebalanced Salax drops and made them a little bit more rewarding. Are the stone spirits gone? Did they take out the stone spirits? Is that what happened? But that's not all. Check out the patch notes to see everything. All right, so they did some mobile changes. Here's a bunch of patch notes that we're not going to delve through because, again, 8-hour show is pointless. Yada, yada, yada. Oh, someone made a pack yak out of felt. That's adorable. Anywho, this update is small, but it is sizable. I like Ninja Strikes. I'm not gonna, beat around the bush and act like they aren't game updates. Some people say Ninja Strikes are just patch notes. I think they are a little more interesting than just your regular patch notes. This won't get a major score from me, but it will get, it's gonna get better than an average score, I think. So let me see. What was the release? The Legendary Pet Override, right? So that alone right there bumps the score to a 7. They lose a lot of points for it not being there's no other real meat and potatoes there, but that's a hefty update. Skilling boss and Glaciers I love skilling boss pets and stuff like that. The Glacier I heard is AFK. I gotta try that. I'm also interested. What is it? Crossius? Is that the name of the skilling boss? I forget.
Croesus, yeah.
Croesus, thank you. I was going up at it. It's these RuneScape names. I never get them right the first time around. All right, so Cliff, you want to give me your thoughts?
Yeah, I think a 7's fair. I like the Legendary Pet Override. There's a few nice patches in here. One thing that was highly desired that we'll touch on is just the Torn Grimoire pages having an increased chance. It sounds like that didn't quite hit what they wanted, and I think later in the year they increased it further. But some good changes here that I think some listeners would appreciate. I think a 7 is fair. I think one other thing I wanted to mention, I forgot for the last update also, was just a reward for the City of Sentistan quest was new Ancient Magic spells. Sort of very high level, high rune cost spells. I remembered because they adjusted some rune costs in this patch. Doesn't change things here. It's a 7 for me, but just wanted to make note of that.
Thank you very much. I will make note of that as well on my end. Bunny, what do you got for me?
6 out of 10.
All right.
I like my Harambe pet, so
me too.
I don't know. Overrides doesn't really matter. Lost Grove just increased the number of stone spirits. It's great. A couple of salvage things, not really all that awesome.
Fair.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, let's keep going here. Another Ninja Strike from the team. This is the 12th of July. So we are well into the summer at this point. It says here, wham, bam, kapow! Ninja Strike 24 covers all things combat all over Gielinor. But first, no adventure would be complete without a trip to the bank. And with 5 new free bank presets, it's going to be a whole lot quicker to get your fighting gear in order. This is awesome. Like, presets... Oh shit, I almost lost a Siren Spirit there. Didn't want to lose those 3 Runite Stone Spirits after all. I'm making that bank, baby! So, this update alone is a pretty meaty update, just because I love presets. And I played old school RuneScape for a little while when Group Iron Man came out. And one of my biggest gripes with old school RuneScape is the lack of a preset system. There is some like wonky thing you can do with RuneLight to like simulate them, but you really can't. You really can't. Like, that's just the end of the sentence. And that is what it is. I would like it to be different, but it's not. Anyway, I just finished my yak track, so I have to get myself reset up on this yak track before I continue along with the reading. I didn't have enough inventory spaces to claim all this amazing bonus XP. It's just dripping out of my inventory. Once I claim this, we're good to go. Okay, I'm on to another skill and chill. So, I mean, yeah, like, not being able to load things correctly in an order makes it... it demotivates me to do... If I know I can just press a button and I'm in that outfit, way better. Like, one of the main reasons I never went bossing was because I had to change my outfit from a skilling outfit, and there was no way to quickly do that. So I'd always forget something. Always forget something. So, you know, this gives me the opportunity to never forget things, except in the initial setup. And then someone will tell me, I'll fix it, and we'll forever be good as long as I don't delete that preset. What else we got here? There's also a new ability called Cease, an exciting new ability that lets you pause combat momentarily for those times when hitting that big monster might be less beneficial to you and your teammates. So this is great. No more killing all your teammates while Varag is in Reflect. You can pause while Araxi's got its web up, all that good stuff. Look at me, it sounds like I know combat. I'm totally lying.
Oh.
I know 2 things, and not even how to put them into, like, practice. Anyway, so you can it pauses Revolution, auto retaliate, auto attack, cancels queued abilities or special attacks, immediately ends a channeled ability, and will cancel a charging detonate. The effect ends, when the effect ends, Revolution will begin again, auto retaliate will reactivate if it's on, and familiars will resume attacking. So, speaking of time, we've also introduced a boss instance timer that makes it easier to track boss runs. You can turn it on and off via the information window settings under boss instance timer and move it around in the edit layout. You'll also find that scrimshaws of the same type can now be combined. Oh my god, up to 24 hours, and you'll be able to customize how you view your perks on your equipment. Be sure to check the patch notes if you want more information on that. Alright, so all the voices in my head just shut up for a second. The friggin' Scrimshaw, adding all those up, like, that's huge. Not having to go to the bank every 3 hours.
Very nice.
Yeah, having a 24-hour Scrimshaw is exactly why we need a mental health week. It's like, this game is geared to playing for like 15 hours a day, and they know it. They friggin' know it. Anyway, the beach was announced as well. I don't think it comes out here, but maybe I'm wrong. No, it says we'll see you there, so I'm assuming that's not here yet. But we'll get there.
I think that's included because it says check out last week's announcement for
Oh.
all the details. So I think this is actually what it is. Oh yeah, July 12th. Yeah, it says in the
All
picture.
right, cool then. So it is out. I do the beach this year? I did do the beach this year on my hardcore account, and let me tell you what, I got like 80 in all the necessary invention skills, except for crafting, because there was no crafting there. But I got 80 dungeoneering, and I got 80 hunter there. What else did I get? I got 80. I did hook a duck, I did dungeoneering hole, and construction. I got 3 level 80s on a hardcore account at that event. That's OP as hell. Like, what's the point of hardcore? What's the point of iron when you can just suck up free XP at events? But yet there I am sucking up the free XP at the events, lapping it up like I'm some sort of hypocrite. This event gets a 9 out of 10 for me. I love the beach. I think it's a good yearly event. Reminds me that it's summertime without having to actually open the blinds. Very helpful. What else? I totally... Oh, yeah, the presets were amazing as well. And, yeah, it does say Combat Bonanza and the beach. So, yeah. I guess I could have just read the friggin' title. Anyway, the pause button on combat will probably be useful once I figure out how to combat. Which is going to be once I finish Invention. 20 years in the making, baby. We're going to figure out combat. What the hell is wrong with me? I mean, to be fair to me, they did change combat in like 2012 or something. So it hasn't been 20 years, but it's been long enough.
You just let that bake for 9 or 10 more years and we'll come around.
Yeah, I'll get there. I got the time. You know, RuneScape's clearly not going anywhere. So the beach is great. Those abilities and presets are fantastic. Cliff, you got anything to say?
Yeah, some really good updates in here. Scrimshaw is amazing. Cease is a nice quality of life thing. Boss timer is nice. So good things. The beach coming back, you love to see it. Dungeoneering hole, it's got to be one of the very top holes I've ever experienced in my life. You love to see the AFK dungeoneering experience. I'll give that a 9 overall.
Awesome, a 9 overall. Yeah, I agree, Vorzo. Give me all the skilling bosses you can, because skilling bosses are probably going to be about my skill. No pun intended. But I think that once we talk about the skilling boss, that will probably gear me into... That might be the first boss I actually pick up, because it's, I think, more of a mini-game than a boss, but I could be wrong about that, because I didn't do it upon its initial release, because I was in my iron mode, and you could only do it in like a private session or a public session, one of those two things, and they were broken at the time, so I just didn't get to do it. Anyway, Bunny, what are your thoughts?
I don't know. The beach can be broken, especially for things like dungeoneering holes. Doesn't really seem like in the game. Instead of an Iron Man, it's what they call it, a Rusty Man.
Right.
And as far as the cease ability, I have yet to use that. I don't even know how you're supposed to use that. I don't know. It doesn't.
Okay.
I don't know. I haven't. But the scrimshaws. Let's give it a 8 out of 10. That scrimshaw thing was just, man, quality of life. Quality of life.
Hell yeah.
Very happy for that.
Me too. It makes me not have to think too much about, am I going to run out of a scrimshaw? Should I bring extra?
Scrimshaws, because when one runs out, I can put the other one on. Like, no, don't even worry about it. Just make it 24 hours, you're good.
Right? Just worry about it like once every few days. All right. So that, what was you say, an 8 out of 10? Did I remember that correctly? Okay, good.
What'd you give it?
What did I give it? A 9.
9. Also, that skilling boss, I don't think you're gonna like it. There are multiple like time things where you have to move. Like, unless a Cliff is there telling you every like 15 seconds what to do, it gets really annoying really fast.
Which I'd be happy to do, but we should talk about it when the update's here, because I'm very excited to talk about that one.
Fair enough. Let's see. So moving on to the 19th is our next update here. It's just Prime Gaming and Steam News. I don't even know if Steam News means the release on Steam. So what happened on Steam over here? It says, can you believe it's been over 8 months since we launched on Steam? So they launched on Steam a while ago. Swing by the Steam page to get your hands on Tea Time DLC packs, which contains the Bistromancer outfit and a fancy clockwork penguin pet. So is this stuff you can only buy on Steam to try and get people to go over there and use the Steam client? Like, what's going on here? Interesting. So they sell literal, like, DLC packs, but they're not like, they're just combinations of what you would buy in Solomon's store, like stuff you could, but it's also stuff that, like, I guess you can't. This is weird. It's definitely a promotion to get people to link with Steam, I guess. But this doesn't do much for me personally, or anyone really.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I missed out on 100 bank spaces here, or if that comes somewhere else.
That's
might be kicking myself for that.
I didn't even read the 100 banks, but yeah, this might have been a way to really get people to buy things through Steam to boost their Steam analytics. Because yeah, I don't remember this at all, but I wasn't really playing in July, so it doesn't. This wouldn't have affected me. Yeah.
I seem to remember there was a big thing about, like, when it first launched on Steam, like a whole bunch of accounts got hacked because of some.
Yeah.
They did or some crap.
Yeah, there was a.
So yeah.
Go ahead.
I was saying I don't on a release I think it actually had a bunch of problems.
Yeah, I agree. I will not link my Steam to my RuneScape account. That is just one more vulnerability. Anyway, I would give this update a 4. Nothing really here that matters, but yeah, whatever. You know what? I'm changing that to a 3. Because there's really no content here. But like, they didn't break the game, so I don't want to give it anything less than that. Cliff, what are your thoughts?
There is one important patch note here. They removed the buy membership now button for free-to-play players on the PC. So,
all right, earn that 3. Good.
I'll give them props for that. This is otherwise pretty neutral for me. Nothing game-breaking. There are some patch notes. It's mostly just related to cleaning up the mobile.
Yeah.
I think I'll give it a 5.
Okay. What do you got for me, KB?
I'll give it a 4. I remember a couple of people commenting on the number of people who got their accounts hacked because of the Steam thing. So that's all I remember of this event was just the people losing their accounts.
Yeah, I remember reporting on that. We did a show around some time. I think Pern and I did, and we reported on that. And yeah, I was like, yeah, this is why you just don't add extra portals in the process. It's unnecessary. All right, cool. So 4 from you. Elder God War's Dungeon, The Nod in Front, which of course spawned amazing meme content on Reddit about the nod in back and side. Reddit, you used to be a place I could find RuneScape information. Now it's all memes.
Don't worry, if you didn't get enough of those jokes, there's 3 more fronts after this one, and don't worry, that meme showed up every single time.
I'm sure it did. Let's see. So it says here, where do I want to start here? Time has officially run out. I want to start right there. The first front of the Elder God Wars dungeon is here. The Nod and Dragonkin have risen from their age-long slumber, and led by the recently enslaved Carapac, they're bearing down on Sentistan Cathedral. Only one thing stands between them and the all-important ritual to weaken the Elder God's eggs. You, the World Guardian. Your primary mode of defense will be fighting the Nodin, a new set of Slayer creatures that require at least level 92 to defeat. Those of you with at least 90 construction will also get to play around with their powerful siege engines. Destroy them, and you'll help turn the tide of the battle. Of course, you can't face this primordial army alone. You'll have the help of Zilyana, Nex, Kriara, Krill Sutzeroth, each of whom has their own gift to bestow upon their ally. Perhaps, most dauntingly, you must also prepare to face off once against your old foe, Carapac, in the epic surroundings of Sentistan's Grand Colosseum. But this won't be a repeat of your previous battle. He's armed with not 1, but 2 Elder Artifacts, and along with a suitably beefed-up additional arsenal. Let's just say you'll need time on your side to get the better of him. There's also a hard mode version of the fight for those of you seeking a little extra challenge. Wait. Did we miss anything? Ah, yes, the rewards. Being masters of science and innovation, defending the Nodin will get you a sweet upgrade to your own siege weapon, along with a new-looking dwarf cannon, which does look pretty sweet. So besting Carapac in the Colosseum, meanwhile, could lead you to getting your mitts on the legendary Staff of Armadyl, along with a host of other powerful goodies. Lastly, a little birdie has told us that you might want to bring your Pontifex Shadow Ring, if you have one. After all, the hidden corners of the city hold all sorts of interesting secrets. So right there alone, gonna have to say, like, that update right there is a 9 out of 10 in my eyes. But there's is there any more here? Let me just say, not really. Everything else is pretty much just teasers and patch notes. Still, that's a 9 out of 10 for me right there. That's pretty sweet. Not that it's content that I'm going to use right now, but it's a major game update that includes a new boss and a new staff that I believe is best in slot for two-hander. I'm sure someone will tell me how I'm wrong about that.
Yep, tier 95.
Okay. So I'll give it a 9. What are your thoughts, Cliff?
Yeah, it is new content. It is a new boss. I haven't actually done this boss yet, but the reactions I saw were that it was a nice, challenging boss that's pretty rewarding. So a lot of people spamming this have seemed to enjoy it. For the skillers, it brings a new Slayer mob, and it brings upgrades to the cannon, which is a nice quality of life thing. So I think it's a pretty well-rounded update. I'm excited about it. I'll give that one a 9 as well.
All right. How about you, KB?
Yeah, I think you guys hit it all points. It was great. I actually I didn't fight Karapak. Focused on 5.6, but yeah, I think everybody liked it. Fractured staff of Armadillo or whatever. Awesome staff. Yeah, 9 out of 10.
You got it. All right. We're in August now. Improvements, fixes, and Santistan archaeology. So this is coming soon. So this is not actually in today's update, being the archaeology thing. It says those of you who've helped reopen the velocity of Santistan will soon be able to dig a little deeper. That happens on the 16th. So we'll talk about that on the 16th. Solak got some changes here. Solak has a 100% chance to drop Torn Grimoire pages up from 25%. That's a pretty big change. What else? No longer be able to roll a 50% chance to get 2 pages in one drop, though. And added the item cluster of Torn Grimoire pages. A stack of 25 pages with a 1 in 200 drop chance. That was pretty much like the major update this week. Lots of hot fixes for Elder God Wars. They added they made the dyed versions of the Staff of Armadillo untradeable, stuff like that. You know, minor little game updates. Wow, there's a lot of them. A lot of them for mobile too. So nothing crazy here. Most of this is a teaser post for stuff that's upcoming. So unless I missed anything there, I'll give that.
Also, just a double XP kicking off here.
Is it kicking off with this update, or are they teasing it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, then I'll give it a 6. I was going to give it a 4, but I'll give it some points for actually starting some sort of event. Now, what are your thoughts, Cliff?
I think this was a pretty sizable patch week as I look at it. Even beyond just the hot fixes for Karapak, there's some hefty things here. None of them super earth-shattering to call out, but like a good amount of fixes and improvements. So I'll probably give this one 6.5.
Right on, 6.5. KB, any thoughts on this update?
Not really.
Yeah, I was going to say update in quotations. Do you want to...
5.
5. Right, fair. All right, let's see. We have the 16th now. Here we are at Ninja Strike 25 and Santistan Archaeology. So, what's up? Ninja Strike 25 action bars. The Ninja team are back, and they, this week, they're honing their attacks on action bars. To kick things off, all RuneScape members will receive 2 free action bar presets when they next enter the game, bringing the total to 15. But how will you ever keep track? By naming them, of course. Another thing you'll be able to do from today onward. Oh, and if you're so inclined, you can save the toggle states of your additional action bars with a custom interface. Nice. Lastly, the ninjas have made tons of quality of life improvements regarding how action bars are named, saved, and described in game. For full detail, please check the patch notes. So let's see, we have Santistan Archaeology as well, which I didn't even know there was Santistan Archaeology. I knew there was Orthan Archaeology, but I was not familiar with this side of it. It says here, our newest archaeology mini dig site is now open. If you have RuneScape membership in 60 Archaeology or higher, you'll be able to explore the hidden mysteries beneath the lost Zerosian capital of Santistan. In Santistan, you'll explore 6 excavation spots across 4 different sites in the city. With a little bit of luck and perseverance, you'll get your hands on 18 new restorable artifacts, uncover 3 new mysteries, and power up with the awesome Aurelius's Mask Relic. This powerful relic will let you tap into the power of shadows to zoom all over Gielinor by granting you the benefits of the mobile perk. For reference, that means you'll be able to use 50 energy to get a 50% reduction on the cooldown of movement abilities like Surge or Barge. The catch is that you won't generate adrenaline on those abilities as you would normally, but that's a small price to pay for speedy skilling. That is actually pretty cool, not having to have the mobile perk on your character to use, especially for skillers.
Definitely a nice quality of life, and it comes in handy too for Croesus as a boss later.
Cool, that's really good to know. Speaking of skilling, Centistan will also provide you with the opportunity to gain some crafting XP while you're repairing a few stained glass windows around the city. That ought to brighten the place up a bit. The Premier Club 2021 summer sale is available, and they did some game balancing, it looks like. Teleport restrictions have been removed from the following bosses: Virago, Solak, Nex, Rise of the Six, Liberation of Mazcab, and Araxor. That's pretty big, actually. That was one of the things that kept me from doing Araxor, was the no, you can't teleport out of here.
Yeah, that's a nice change for opening up to people trying it.
Yeah, like I didn't know that. That's huge. I will probably try Araxi with more confidence now, knowing I can just leave. What else we got here? Divine Storm now deals the correct damage. So this is just a bunch of patch notes. We don't have to go through those, but that was really interesting. What else? I think that's about it. If you didn't log in after a certain time here, the 24th of August, you wouldn't get your Guardian gift, it looks like, even if you were affected. So they just turned that off after a certain point in time, it sounds like. That's not cool, but whatever. I'll let that slide for now. Overall, this update is actually pretty beefy. That's a 9 out of 10 for me. Stuff I've never seen before, but I'm very excited to try all these things. Although when I hear like 18 new artifacts, I get a little sad, because that's like my weak spot, is collecting all the artifacts and stuff in archaeology. I'm great at just sitting here digging through the crap, but knowing I have a collection to complete, I'm really bad at that. Anyway, that's me. 9 out of 10. What's up?
I think so. For me, the archaeology dig site actually fills a really nice niche where, when I was training the skill, sort of the 60 to 80 was the area of archaeology that felt really slow to me. Mm-hmm. Once you got into Warforged, things moved pretty quick, but the 60s and 70s was kind of rough. So I am a big fan of that. As far as the, KB had done some testing at the time, and he said the whole thing takes about 8 hours, and that matched my experience. So even though, it sounds like a lot of artifacts, if you're just trying to power through it, it's not like a days and days of grinding type of thing. So that's not so bad. Good.
Oh, I didn't take into consideration the fact that like I'm already 108 and that's like level 60 something. So it should not, they should come a lot quicker.
Yeah, exactly.
Good point.
But I love dig sites. I'm a big archaeology is my favorite skill. So that definitely gets a plus. I think the extra action bars is also a huge plus. I think this is a 9.5 for me.
9.5. You got it. All right, KB, what are your thoughts on this update?
I like some of the achievements that came with this. They were kind of fun. There's one that was really annoying, but I don't know. It was fun. I liked it. I'll go 9 out of 10. It was
nice.
It was fun.
You got it. All right. We have another Yak Track here coming out on the 23rd of August. The Yak Track Path of the Creators. I think I missed this one. The name does not sound familiar. The other ones do. The Yak Track is back. From now until October 3rd, you can get your hands on a load of Elder God-themed cosmetics, animations, and pets in what promises to be the best Yak Track. Yeah, of course, I missed it. We're offering a 25% XP boost in all skills for the first time ever, more skilling and killing tasks, and loads of lore to sink your teeth into. This time, though, all is not well in Gielinor. Johannes Ulbrecht? I'm sorry? Leader of the dangerous Humans Against Monsters cult. I almost said Hummus Against Monsters. Humans Against Monsters cult has found a new ideology to latch onto. That the great and wow, let's start that sentence over. Where am I at? So, Johannes Ulbrecht is probably how you act. I really want to say his name right, and it's bothering me. Johannes? I don't know.
I think it's actually, like Johannesburg.
Johannes. Okay.
It's Johannes, I think.
Okay, Johannes Ulbricht? I don't know. That hurts, man. I wish I could say that name. Leader of the dangerous Humans Against Monsters cult has found a new ideology to latch onto, that the great and terrible elder gods. Am I reading that right? To latch onto that of the great and terrible elder gods. Oh, so he's on to the whole elder god thing. This time, you won't just be completing tasks and earning great rewards. You'll find out what Johannes is up to. Can you put a stop to it before things get out of hand? Among the rewards available, you'll find something totally new, the Unwinged Harbinger of Jas and the Unwinged Harbinger of Wen titles. Should you prefer your rewards winged, you'll also be able to take home the awe-inspiring Drakes of Wen and Jas, which can be seen swooping around menacingly in this section's banner. At tier 50, you'll unlock the stylish Wen Neophytes outfit on the free track, and the terrifying Drake of Jas on the premium track, along with a huge selection of boosts, oddments, death touch darts, and proteans. Don't forget, you can unlock the premium track at any time by purchasing Premier Pass for just 2 bonds. You'll get access to the most awesome rewards, plus everything you would have unlocked so far. It's a real deal. Yeah, I think that really varies on the track, but it can be a real deal if you like the cosmetics that are available. I think it's a better deal to just buy the Premier Club, save the money on membership, and have them all unlocked for free and save your bonds for something better. But that's just me. Skill and kill tasks have been improved big time in this one. I love the skill and kill tasks. That's what keeps me engaged in the yak track. I skip anything that's like, go do this garbage. Like, so what was the last step? Wanted me to do dungeoneering or something? Or they wanted me to do clue scrolls or fishing and mining. Fishing and mining isn't bad, but I'm doing a show and I don't want to re-gear myself, so I just skipped it and went right back to a skill and kill one. Anyway, the XP buff is also heftier than it has been in previous ones as well. I don't know if that's good or bad. I guess it depends on your account. And the following have been converted into gain XP, which is herblore and thieving, which I think that's a big benefit right there. Telling someone to do a certain number of potions. I mean, I would even do that for fishing and stuff like that. Don't force people to get a certain type of fish. If I want to do lobsters at the end, but you tell me to get 2 million experience, I should be able to do lobsters or whatever, or fly fish. You know, don't, that's just me. I'd say don't specifically say do X, just let people pick what they want to do inside the skill. Thank you very much for the follow, Mark Norris. I appreciate it. Welcome. Anyway, the Glacier front has some cool graphical art here as well, but I think that's the end of this update. Overall, it sounded like a pretty good yak track. I didn't get to do it myself. What happens if you miss a yak track? Did the cosmetics go to the oddment section or what? Vorzo, thank you as well.
They do, like 6 months later, they eventually make it to the oddment store.
Okay, so then it's not a big deal then. Yeah, as long as there's another way to earn them, I'm not going to complain about missing one. And I'll still give this a fairly decent rating. Again, it's promotional content that requires you to put money into the game at some point in time, whether it's bonds or purchasing special membership. So I am going to deduct points for that. But as we discussed earlier in the show, the literal number of cosmetics that these events give make them worth it and kind of outshine the evil behind them. So I'll give it a 7. And I'll pass it along to Cliff.
Yep, Yak Track gets an 8 from me. Big fan. I do love the changes for the gain XP. So specifically for thieving, you can now do safe cracking, which you couldn't before.
Nice.
For archaeology tasks, you have more flexibility. And then I guess smithing was another big one where you don't have to smelt. Smelting is terrible XP and okay money, so people were feeling, forced into smelting now have the option to make actual equipment itself. So that's a nice change. So 8 from me.
Right on. KB, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think they improved the yak track, so that was nice.
I really like these winter wood cosmetics in the current yak track. Sorry to interject.
Yeah, that's about it. Same thing, 8 out of 10. I guess.
8 out of 10. All right. Moving along. We have the Glacier front and Leonard's Lucky Dip, which I think was the replacement for the raffle if I remember correctly. Could be wrong.
Yeah.
So, Elder God Wars Dungeon Glacier Front. A chilling new enemy has arrived in the Elder God Wars Dungeon. Head to the southern district of Sentiston and prepare to face Wen's army of Glaciers and Glacites, led by the ultimate frosty foe, an Arc Glacier who'd like nothing more than to freeze you and everything else in its path. The Arc Glacier is RuneScape's most customizable boss yet, with loads of unique mechanics you can toggle on or off to adjust the challenge level. That's really foreign to me. Like, to have the ability to be like, no, you don't get to do that attack. Sorry. Just seems really meta. Almost, I mean, definitely fourth wall breaking. It just, I don't know. Does RuneScape even have a fourth wall?
Well, so they actually tie it into the lore decently. So they have a bunch of mages, or I don't actually remember the characters, who are outside of the location, who are like concentrating and using their magic to like try to restrict its powers.
Okay.
And so you can talk to each of the 6 like mages individually to say like, hey, take a breather and rest, or please focus on restricting its powers. And so it's not like totally meta and made up.
Okay. That's at least a little bit better. It's not like just an interface pops up and it's like, select your challenge. Congrats, actually, Mark Norris, on the green Santa hat. That's awesome.
When you pass by the barrier, there is a pop-up and you can select
your thingies.
You want to turn off or turn on.
All right, that's I mean, as long as there's you're cool. As long as there's a lore part to it too. If it was just that, I'd be annoyed. But I think I'd be annoyed if they didn't add it in eventually, because you'd have to go every single time and talk to the mages, when obviously an interface is more efficient. But I don't know. I'm just glad that there's a lore reason for it, I guess, because without it, it's really kind of foreign. Anywho, what else? So speaking of rewards, let's get down to the rewards. Let me just, there's a little mini section here I forgot. Each mechanic is suppressed by one of Gillinor's most powerful mages. Speak to one or more of them to give them a break, and let the Arc Glacier wreak some havoc. So yeah, pretty much you can talk to them. Azanandra, you can speak to Azanandra as well if you would like to enable hard mode. In this high octane challenge, you'll need to use all of your skills to survive. Deaths are enabled, and you'll have to face the Arc Glacier alone, but the rewards are very much worth the risk. So what are the rewards for fighting the Arc Glacier? There's the Dark Shard of Lang, the Dark Sliver of Lang, the Dark Ice Shard, the Dark Ice Sliver, Lang Artifact, Glacier Adornment, the Arc Glacier Adornment, the Glacier Adornment, Glades, the Arc Glacier Boss Pet. So those are just some of the top tier rewards. So let's see here. There's also Leonard's Lucky Dip, which should start at the beginning of September. Yep. So you can grab tickets. What's different with the dip opposed to Balthazar's raffle? So it says, that was all a bit foreboding, wasn't it? Now for something completely different. Leonard's Lucky Dip. In case you missed last week's news post, we'll fill you in. Leonard's Lucky Dip is a new event inspired by an old favorite, filled with awesome new prizes and improved mechanics. Sticking with the God Wars theme, this year's big ticket prizes include Golden God Wars armors. These fantastically shiny versions of the Bandos, Armadillo, and Subjugation sets are brand new for this event, so you won't want to miss out on your chance to get them. You'll be able to grab your tickets starting September 1st. Just head to Berthorpe and speak to Leonard to play. So that's cool. So did they make this Flare Fox proof, or was there still a way to game this?
Yeah, so they gave each ticket basically fully independent odds. So you just straight have a percentage chance of winning. It doesn't relate to other players whatsoever.
Okay. No, isn't there still a cap? Like you can only they're only going to give out a certain number of.
I knew there was a cap on tickets you could put in a day. Like it was like a maximum of 15 or something, so you couldn't be like save up your tickets and like spam them on.
Yeah, but you can also have like 700 accounts.
Right. So that I don't know about, but and I'm curious about that. Yeah, no worries. I'm the only reason I could think that they'd want to change the event was because it was abusable. So I assume they did something to make this less gameable by making a ton of accounts.
Yeah, it's totally independent of other accounts now. It's just if you've got a ticket, it's got a percentage chance. The other thing that they did, though, that is a little bit more abusable by accounts is there was like a super, super rare chance that you had a raffle ticket that awarded you with a title. So I think if I recall, they had 5 in total that were like the lucky or something like that. and just like 5 random accounts who participated got drawn.
That's rough. I mean, I'm all for exclusive cosmetics, so I guess I should shut my mouth. But that is rough. 5 people in the whole game. I mean, titles have always been like that. Like, there used to be events and stuff where you could earn titles. They had to stop doing them though because people were abusing the events to get the titles. Okay, so I haven't even scored this, have I? It would help if I actually gave it a score, and then we can. So again, I haven't tried this, but this is the boss that people tell me you can make AFK, and I should try this boss, and I'd enjoy it, and yada yada yada. So I'll give it a 9, just because it sounds really cool, and everyone I talk to seems really excited about it. What are your thoughts, Cliff?
That's a 10. It's the perfect boss.
Okay.
In my eyes. So I am a noob PVMer. Let me start with that for context. But having a boss that is both AFK with really good rewards, but that you can turn on mechanics and practice things and learn is just so great for learners, in my opinion, and introducing people to the game. So on my stream, I literally went through and just added mechanics one at a time. And then over the course of an hour, I learned all 6 mechanics. And I would have never tried the boss with all 6 mechanics until I had like seen a guide and, you know, really dug into it. But I was happy to just learn it. So definitely well designed. The rewards are good. I think the concern I have heard is that, you know, hard mode isn't as rewarding as doing normal mode. As far as you do have a chance at a rare drop tier 95 weapon stuff in hard mode, but otherwise your basic rewards are less rewarding. And I think they made some recent changes to try to get at that a little bit. That's the only ding, but you know, a boss that is probably the easiest in the game and then also scales to be one of the very most challenging with the Enrage. I think it was just a perfectly designed boss. Love to see it.
Cool. Was is the Secret Santa, Top Secret Santa, a title? Was that from this recent Christmas event?
Yes. Yeah, that's from the related to the Yak Track, actually. During the Yak Track, you have the polar bear dude by the Yak Track start where you can donate or claim with the Secret Santa. Okay. If you donate for, I think, 10 days in a row, at least, or not in a row, for 10 days, you donate at least, what is it, 100,000? Yeah. 100,000. Then you get the Secret Santa achievement. If you donate 200 mil at once to the Secret Santa, you get a Top Secret Santa achievement.
Gotcha. Okay. So people are buying holiday items and dumping them to make the 200 mil is what Warzo was saying. I didn't even know that was a title. I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, actually, the big one was the Onyx rings and the Onyx amulet. Not upgraded, just the Onyx ones, because there are something like I think it was like they're like 1.4 mil for the items because nobody sells the items. They actually upgrade them to the whatever they're supposed to be. Right. You could buy a bunch of them for like 900K and then give them to the thing to make the 200 mil. Right, because which is the reason why they've sank in price dramatically because we got exploited pretty hard.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so that was that. Moving on to the 6th of September was actually yes.
Can I go ahead and comment?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, my bad.
So the Glacier boss, awesome. I like the mechanic thing like that. The drops though really tanked a crap ton of stuff. Like everything it drops, the price of those items, like we're talking like 5% of what they were before. Crushed Bird's Nest, I think they're like 200 GP now. They used to be like 6K or something. I think the price of a lot of stuff, but it was really nice to be able to turn mechanics off and on. Also, if you're right on the Leonard's thing, it did just go strictly odds rather than a certain amount to pull from. So that was a huge improvement. Yeah, and you should definitely learn to AFK this boss because it's pretty easy.
High on my list for sure.
That was it.
What's your score?
9 out of 10.
9 out of 10. Thank you. All right, cool. All right, September skilling bundle. What's this nonsense? Is this just a free bunch of stuff? These are limited time bundles available through the marketplace to use your bonds, whether acquired through gameplay or purchase to pick up a ton of. So you could either use rune coins or bonds to buy this. What is this nonsense? This is not a game update, Jagex. This is just promotional nonsense. There were patches this week, to be fair, but this was not really much of a week. I'll give them points for patch notes, though. I'm going to score this at a 4. There's not even really anything to read. What's up, Cliff? What do you think? Did I miss anything there? Feel free to correct me.
I'm reading the patch notes. There are some quality of life improvements. Some of them are nice. So I think maybe the nicest thing is that Slayer and Reaper tasks now show a weakness in there, as well as continue to show you the name of the task even when it's at 0. It's a minor thing. I actually am going to ding them points because for a long time, like until I'm just now noticing it's fixed, it actually made it so my Reaper task never showed me the boss's name at all. It would just be blank. It would just say the weakness, and I didn't know what my task was. So that was actually a negative impact. I'm not a big fan of the bundles myself. They're whatever. If people are buying them, good for Jagex. I gets a 4 from me.
All right, cool. KB, any thoughts?
Not really.
That's fair.
I don't know. 5. I don't really have any thoughts.
That's fair. It's not much of an update. I literally didn't even read anything. So, this one though might be a little different because it's a Ninja Strike, number 26 on the 13th of September. So what did the ninjas do this time? The ninjas are back and they've wrapped up another awesome scattershot strike. This week they've taken aim at statuses, pets, and more. And coincidentally, several of the changes will be beneficial for those of you chasing the trimmed completionist cape. For example, sculpture enthusiasts across Gielinor will be pleased to learn that the weekly limit on the Shattered Heart D&D has been removed, so you'll no longer have to wait a minimum of 30 weeks to grab the Stone's Throw Away achievement. In addition, those of you who prefer adventuring will be thrilled to delve into the Motherlode Maw and receive 5 new enhancers. One last big piece of news. A number of items have had their Grand Exchange buy limits adjusted, so many, in fact, that we had to squeeze the list into the patch notes. So, that's not a bad update for the ninjas to take on. The ninjas generally do not disappoint me. They mentioned new enhancers. What's going on there? So they added 5 new enhancers. The Agile Outfit Enhancer, which grants an additional lap of progress towards the Agile outfit per lap. Construction Contract Enhancer gains plus 100% construction credits when completing a construction contract. Anachronia Base Camp Enhancer grants a 20% drop chance of rare building resources across Anachronia. This stacks with the Roar of Osseous, giving a maximum of plus 30%. Invention Task Enhancer grants a new task for the tech tree that you last completed a task for. I don't know why my brain glitched on that sentence there. Menaphos City Enhancer grants a plus 100% reputation when completing a Menaphos City quest. So that's something. That's big help for newer accounts. These are all good quality of lives. I'm a big fan of quality of life. You know, it's necessary to make the game function, especially when it's over 20 years old. I will not go through the rest of this, though, as it's mostly just little tweaks and numbers that are changed. So that's the meat and potatoes here. It's a solid update, and it sure beats last week. They set a low bar with last week, so I'll give it a 6. It's a fairly decent piece of content. What do you think, Cliff?
I think it's 6.5 for me. I like the enhancers, particularly the construction contract enhancer. I feel like the construction contract grind for the full outfit was longer than I would have expected. It was pretty massive. The one thing in here I'm not a huge fan of is the agile outfit enhancer. And I say that only because, with something like the master constructor outfit, there are significant repercussions to your in-game experience, efficiency, money savings, whatever the case may be, that people want to grind for that outfit. The agile outfit, really the only notable feature is that it reduces your weight, which is kind of meaningless in RuneScape for the most part. That really was a badge of pride of hey, I went and did all of those laps. It was really mostly a cosmetic thing, or working towards, trimmed comp. So I'm not a big fan of giving people the option to speed that one up. It kind of devalues the achievement for that one compared to some of these other things where you have in-game reasons to want to speed it up.
Right.
But other than that, I'm a fan overall. Reducing the weekly limit for the statues is a nice change. So 6.5.
Yeah, that is a good change. KB, what are your thoughts?
As far as the enhancers, the agile outfit thing, that really, really took a long, long, long time. Yeah, I think it's good that people can get it faster. I did not know this. I do not have the construction outfit completed. I was waiting for it to be available on like
The
that guy
shards.
you can buy outfits from.
Oh,
Yeah,
Diego.
I did not know this was a thing. So I'm gonna go activate this and maybe I'll start going back to construction again. I got 200 mil, but I'd like to get the outfit done. I did not know this was that was one of the things. The Metaphos quest one. I'm telling you, I absolutely hated getting 200 of those city quests done. Like,
Yeah.
they still do not explain to you how to get multiples of those done. Like, you have to wait like a time limit, a certain number of things in the city. Like, they still do not explain how you're supposed to be able to do another one. So be able to get that done faster. I don't even care if it makes it easier for other people. Like, that was a miserable nightmare. And I'm so glad that they've allowed you to get 2 of them done, I guess. Or no, actually, no. It only grabs reputation then. No, never mind. No, screw that. 6 out of 10.
6 out of 10. Radio. Okay, so this isn't much of an update. This is something. This looks like a promotional and an affiliation. This happened on September 20th. It's a Steel Series in Prime Gaming. We've teamed up with Steel Series, known throughout the land for their excellent gaming peripherals, to give away some extremely stylish in-game goodies. Steel Series is pretty good. They have a cool mouse that does haptic feedback. It's not like perfect, but some games work with it, and it's fun to like shoot your mouse and feel the vibration. Head to the Steel Series website to get your hands on the magnificent battle-worn steel armor, plus a currency pack filled with the shiny stuff. Here's what to do. Log in or register on the Steel Series website. Click Get Key, Copy Key. Follow the redemption instructions on Runescape. A promotion available from 1700 game time September 20th. Iron accounts are ineligible. Does that mean I can still get this? Doesn't sound like that. It doesn't sound like it had an end date. I might leave this tab open and try to do that after we finish the show. There's also a Prime Aura and Concurrency Pack. This is from Prime Gaming, it looks like, from September 20th to October 19th. I'm only going to talk about this because that's a little unfair. Does this have XP tied to it? Prime Aura? What does the Aura do? I guess I should know first. Because Prime Gaming is not available in some countries. So that would be really not cool to tie an XP bonus in. If it's just...
It does have a bonus. I remember it being similar to the Festive Aura, but because it's not in your Aura interface, it's like an item in your bank.
Right.
I honestly never remembered to use this.
That's probably what would happen to me. You can still get the keys and coins if you didn't do it. All right, cool. I'm going to do that, Vorzo. Thank you for letting me know. I'll leave that tab open because who doesn't want free coins? Give me them coins. Yeah, not cool, though, tying XP behind services that are like mostly only available in the United States, maybe like some other countries. But I know Prime is not available in everywhere in the world. So that must have made someone angry. I'm not angry, but like that's got to have pissed someone off who wanted the package and couldn't get it. So I'm going to take that into consideration a little bit. But there's also a front reveal. The Elder God Wars dungeon reveals... So they'll reveal information on Twitter and Twitch, so that's not very helpful for this stream. There's a desert worm pet. A not-so-cuddly creature has made its way into the marketplace. I love pets in RuneScape. Let me see. I think that's the end of this article, though. There's some friggin... At the end of this article, they tell you how to make some alcoholic RuneScape drinks, and I think that's funny. I actually don't even know if there's alcohol in them. I didn't actually even read. I just assumed.
There should be. So
there should be.
If there isn't, you can make your own adjustments. Thing I wanted to call out here, this was actually the update where they made cannons always take up 1 inventory spot. So you don't have to bring 4 cannon parts.
Oh, good.
Automatically converted to 1. So that was a really nice change.
Okay, that is a big change, actually. That's friggin' 3 inventories per 4 inventory spaces you didn't have before. which can be big if you are lower level. All right, so I'll give this update a 7.5 out of 10. It's pretty good. It's better than average. Plus, I'm going to get some free coins by leaving this open in my browser later. So, you know me, how badly I would try to get my hands on rune coins back in the day, taking all them surveys and stuff with the fake identities. Anyway, what's up, Cliff? What do you think?
6 from me. It's really the canon update carrying this. The rest is just kind of meh.
All right. And KB, give me your thoughts.
I don't have Prime, so it didn't affect me. I don't know, 6 out of 10. I don't really have anything. And
That's
also,
cool.
the drinks are non-alcoholic. They're also really kind of dumb. And brown sugar and a stick of cinnamon. Like, that's not really a drink. That's just tea.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Does RuneScape have a cookbook yet? I feel like they should have a cookbook.
I don't know. Is it ethical to have shark as a meal?
There's a lot of things we eat in RuneScape that you probably shouldn't eat in real life just because of their the endangered list and all that fun stuff. That, and I just don't think many people want to eat jellyfish. Not that you can't. I just don't think many people want to. All right. The 27th of September is the Crossius Front. And he looks like a big viney boy, doesn't he? Let's see here. Oh, dear adventurer, you've proven to be a formidable warrior in the Elder God Wars. You've battled an army of Nod and Dragonkin and faced the deathly chill of the Arc Glacior. Now, a completely different challenge awaits. Lurking in Santistan's graveyard is a creature too powerful to take on in tradition. Oh, this is the Skilling boss. The Elder God Bick has awoken Crossius, a terrifying sentient fungus that has persisted for thousands of years. If left unchecked, it will consume everything in Santistan. This is a new type of confrontation altogether. RuneScape's first ever skilling boss. You'll need to work as a team and weaken the fungal foe using your mining, woodcutting, fishing, and hunter skills. Rewards include XP, Crypt Bloom armor, 2 skilling offhands, and more. So, what do we got here? Is that all the information they're giving on the boss for now? It looks like all the rest of this is promotional stuff. So, alright, I can't really give my insight here yet, but I can say I tried to do it and then realized that it was like kind of broken on the day it came out, so I just went back.
Me and Coach.
What?
Put me in, Coach.
Alright.
Let's talk about this one. Okay.
Go for it.
So big fan. So first of all, I'm coming from a place where I have always been a skiller, but I am interested in bossing, would like to pick it up. I've dabbled in it occasionally. So this to me was like something I was very excited to try. The first thing to note is that it is necessarily group content. Well, maybe not necessarily. It is possible to solo, but you don't get any better rewards for it, and it's much slower. So it's actually kind of not intelligent to solo it. This is easily done in a group of 8 if everyone knows what they're doing. It's most efficiently done in a group of 4. My favorite way to do this is actually a 2-man with a buddy, in part because I don't have enough friends to consistently get a 4-man team, in part because with 2 people it requires both people to focus a lot, and it's very challenging. The rewards you get are the same as with 4 people, and it obviously takes longer, so it's not the way if you want to like get drops. But it makes it just a really, really fun experience that feels like there's risk and reward because you have to focus and not mess up. It does have mechanics similar to a boss that can be punishing to progress if you aren't paying attention, and it does rotate through mechanics, so it does take some knowledge to do this well. And what KB was referencing earlier is kind of laughing at when I go with my 2-man, it's like every 6 seconds I'm just calling out, here's the next mechanic, get ready to do this, because it does require like that level of focus in order to do this efficiently with 2 people. But I think that it introduced some really good drops. There are 2 new skilling offhands. One of them that benefits mining, one of them that benefits woodcutting, and they are still selling in the GE for over 100 mil each. So some
all right, sign me up. Where are we going? Let's go. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. It's some good stuff. It drops rarely some Crypt Bloom armor, which is like I think it's mage tank armor, but has some interesting meta implications of like it is hella good tank armor. Like you can really tank things a long time.
Forzo in chat was saying it was broken on release. Do you know what happened by any chance, or did they have to nerf it?
I think there's a couple of things that weren't working quite as intended. I know you could use like weapon poison on it to poison it and kill it faster. Honestly, I did most of my playing after the release, so the details are a little fuzzy.
That's fine. Just curious. You can't know if you weren't there. That's basically the theme of me for this entire show.
Yeah, fair. I definitely enjoy this. I think what people dislike about it is it's very, very hard to do solo. It is possible, but not easy.
Okay.
And also, it isn't worthwhile to do solo for a reward. So this was designed to be group content and will remain group content.
It's fine to have some group bosses in the game, especially one that is more appealing to the wider audience of the game, being skillers. So that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And you can also do this as your Reaper task, so that's kind of interesting too.
Okay.
So I am a huge fan of this overall. My biggest issue is that I just need more people online consistently who want to do it. So maybe if you want to learn, I'd be happy to teach. But definitely like loved this update, and it's a 10 for me.
10, you got it. KB, what are your thoughts?
If you do this with Cliff, you need to be in the Discord call with him because his stream is like 8 seconds behind. So as he calls out things, he's calling them out 8 seconds after they've actually happened. So it sucked. Also, if you go with a team of like 4 or 5 or 6 people, and you screw up, you've just tanked everybody else's ability to complete the boss. And some people are like, oh, no, it's okay. But no, really, like I feel super guilty that I did not take the time to learn every single mechanic throughout the entire thing. So going with other people, I hate doing it if I'm going to be the person that's going to screw everybody else over. Didn't particularly like the boss. The drop's pretty cool. I still need to go buy those. But what I did really absolutely love, which is completely unrelated to the boss, is outside of the boss's chamber, there are skilling node areas. And there's with the Pontifex ring and stuff like that, there's like a hunter area, which makes hunter like nicely AFK, and the XP is not that horrible. So like you can just put it on the side of your screen, click occasionally, get some XP outside of this thing. That was pretty cool. I really enjoyed those skilling areas.
Sweet.
The hunter one.
Okay.
Nice.
Score?
Also, I think it's kind of dead content, isn't it? Like, Cliff, like besides like one world or something like that, is there anybody who actually plays this anymore?
So there is a public instance option, and that sounds like it is more or less dead. So the first month you could go there, and there would be like 20 people in an instance. It's hard to find a public group, but that honestly wasn't so fun anyway. With like 20 people, it's too easy. You could like literally run around dancing, and you would still beat it. But yeah.
RR Man chimed in and said, if you're doing 11s, this is the 11. I gave my 11 to something else already.
What?
And I don't know. I haven't played this yet, so I can't confidently give this an 11. Cliff gave it a 10. Cliff, would you change your 11 if you had the opportunity, or do you disagree with?
My 11, and this was the main contender. So you gave yours to the mobile release,
correct?
Which is really important to the game.
Yeah,
I think I'm probably going to be debating between this and mobile. For myself personally, I think
cool.
Arch Glacier would also be a contender for people who are more focused on PVM. That's just not as much how I play the game.
Forzo thinks it'll pop up again, just the lack of events. So KB, did I get a score from you by any chance? I wasn't paying enough attention.
I don't know. 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10. That's what I gave it. That's fine. I haven't played it yet, so it's.
I would love to hear your feedback. I want you to try to fully engage in it. And I really want you to go ahead and give your feedback.
I'm gonna go ahead and drink some coffee one of Cliff's streaming nights and join him on Discord because I'm very curious in the boss. I may even record it and post it on YouTube or something. All right. Crossius Front sounds really sweet. Sounds like I will like it, but, you know, only time will tell, and we'll find out soon. So we're going to move on to update number 27 here, the Autumn Strike. This was on October 4th. It says here, The Ninja Team are back with a seasonal scattershot strike, and they're bringing a veritable cornucopia of quality of life improvements to the game. A special note is new buttons on the bank interface, which let you toggle whether or not the bank automatically switches tabs when depositing items. In addition, click boxes throughout the Anachronia Agility course have been fine-tuned to make life easier, and items in the loot window can now be examined, showing their examined text and GE or high alchemy values where applicable. For full details, there's always the patch notes. So it looks like they're doing something for World Mental Health Day, which again would be a second event for mental health. So that's something.
This is almost the exact same talking points as the earlier event. For me, it's like I am glad they are taking action. This isn't exactly how I would recommend doing it. Good on them for contributing to the cause.
Yeah, I agree, and I don't even know if I should bother reading through this because it's probably pretty much the same thing. I am curious to see if they did any FOMO stuff, but there's always like did they include a pack with exclusive cosmetics that you need to buy now, or they're gone forever? I think that's my big...
The Stone of Meditation again, which is that thing that gives you an experience boost, but needs to be used day to day.
Gotcha.
So I think that was the biggest concern for people.
All right, and they changed the name to the Wellbeing Bundle. That sounds nice. Would you like to buy a well-being bundle from me? It's mostly weed. All right. Let's see. I'm going to give this update a 5. It's nothing special, but, you know, again, at least they acknowledged World Mental Health Day or whatever the frig it is. What are your thoughts? I mean, you already gave me your thoughts, Cliff. What's your score?
Yeah, meditation I'm neutral on. That's Stone of Meditation. The Wellbeing Bundle I'm neutral on. The patch notes here are actually pretty good. There's a few good ones. I love that it doesn't flip bank tabs, or you have a setting to control that when you're depositing things. There was a couple other good ones. Let's see if I can remember. I lost my place in the notes. Sorry, maybe I'll come back. But I will give this like a 6.5 due to the patches.
Okay, fair. KB, anything you want to add here, plus a score?
Not really. There's just a lot of stuff. A 5 out of 10. There's nothing really that...
No problem. We got about 13 updates to go.
Timer for the Roar of Osseous and also for the Pylon buff. That was something I appreciated a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. That's definitely worthwhile. All right, I've got about 13 updates remaining. Just a heads up. We're not doing too bad. This week in RuneScape is a patch week. And also the pre-order copies of the first 20 years book began shipping shortly. I haven't gotten those, and I kind of want one. I'm sure that they'll be in the store post the pre-order. Maybe I'm wrong. But...
Yeah, they actually have them available in like local comic stores in the US too, which is huge because for the pre-order, if you aren't in the UK, the shipping prices were nuts. It was like $60 for the book and $70 for the shipping when I looked for Singapore, and it was like not that much better in the United States. So that was pretty nuts. But now that they have it available in like local bookstores and comic stores, that makes it much more accessible.
I forgot my new zip code already. I think this is right. Nope, that's Tennessee. Yep, I forgot my new zip code. Cool. I wonder if they are... I just missed a friggin' Saren Spirit. There goes a friggin' HSR. What was I gonna say? There ain't no comic book stores out here anyway. I wonder if there's any. If one exists in Maine, though, I would drive to go get a copy of it. Although I bet
also order online from a bookstore elsewhere in the state or around the area, and that shipping is probably reasonable compared to the shipping from the UK.
That's pretty... Yeah, I can imagine. That's probably way better. I'm going to probably look into that. I really need one of those. It would be nice to have it on a shelf behind me and stuff in time. I don't even have a webcam yet, but it's in a box somewhere. So I haven't completely rebuilt my office yet. It's just a desk so far and box. I'm literally surrounded by boxes still. But I want this on my shelf, my future shelf so badly. I can only imagine. I'll be in there reading through it, like critiquing it of like, no, that's not correct. I remember I was reading the fan-made History of RuneScape book, and as I was reading the older stuff from the RuneScape Classic era, like there were several corrections I could have made to the book that were not accurate to the time. So I wonder how well they did here. I'll only know if I buy a copy. Again, is there anything else in this update? There's a few reminders. They're talking about World Mental Health Day still. Apparently, RuneScape paired up with Xbox Game Pass Ultimate at some point in time that I missed out on that. Which would be similar to Prime Gaming, only instead of Amazon, it's Microsoft you're working with. You switch from one evil to another, whatever. This has to be redeemed by the 28th of December. Does that mean this is still redeemable too? I'm over here like I'm putting all these aside, and after the show, I'm friggin' redeeming them. This is great. Let me move you over there. Cool. I don't even have Xbox Game Pass, but I will after the show.
Yeah, my stepbrother has an Xbox, and he wrote down his code.
Yeah.
And he had a friend online that also wrote down his code. So both me and my stepmom were able to redeem the codes and get this pack.
That's
great.
great.
Cool. 35 keys was really nice.
Yeah, that's really cool. I'll give this update a 6 out of 10. It doesn't really add much to the game, but I do really want that book. And again, this isn't even an update for that book. It's just saying that they're going to ship soon. So like, I'm giving this update probably more credit than it deserves. But again, I'm not reading through all these patch notes that I'm probably missing out on. So, excuse me. I'll just leave it at that and let Cliff give a more accurate interpretation.
Yeah. I did skim the patch notes. Nothing super notable, making some minor improvements and fixes, and that's good. So it's a 6 for me. It's a positive impact on the game. I'm not going to be scoring the book here as part of this at all, but I did receive the book for my birthday this past week. So I'm like, 20 pages in, and I'm loving it so far.
Is it nice?
Yeah, it's really nice. It's of a high quality. It's the content's pretty much exactly like you'd expect. It's a lot of like.
Have you considered doing like a show and tell stream where you like show off the book and stuff like that?
I have not, but I could if there's interest. That could be fun.
I might be the only one interested, but
hey, you know what? That's one fan worthwhile. You know, but it's got a lot of it's a little heavy on like the concept art. It shows you a lot of
that's great.
Is what we were envisioning. So I like seeing that stuff.
Yeah, me too.
It's got some interviews with people who were around in the early days, some descriptions. So I'm enjoying it so far, but I'm still early in.
They don't want my 12-year-old opinion of the game from 20 years ago. What's wrong with them? How dare they not interview me?
Maybe they're including you in the first revision. You know, this is just edition 1.
I doubt it, but what could I offer that book? I was 12. I was literally roaming around the world looking for I was looking for the famous RuneScape characters that were back then, like Blue Rose and Zangui. And
I was sitting in the basement of the Varrock West Bank, wondering why I couldn't grab the gold coins through the gate. Me and my friend Ryan were plotting a plan to use telekinetic grab to become the richest players in RuneScape, because we were going to telekinetic grab the coins on the ground inside the bank vault because we assumed it'd be millions because it's a bank vault. And then finally we unlocked telekinetic grab and it was like 2 GP, which was obviously a loss because law runes were like 1,000 GP back then. Those are good times. I want those times back where I do stupid things thinking that they might work because I don't understand the game yet. Anyway, you want to give a score? Yeah, I just threw out a 6.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I did not hear you. Bunny, you want to jump in?
Hey, Cliff. Under fixes, there's a dungeoneering one about if a player leaves a party with double XP or something like that, they were able to extend the double XP for like infinitely. Wasn't that a huge bug where like a bunch of people were exploiting it to get like massive amounts of dungeoneering XP?
That doesn't really sound familiar. That doesn't mean it wasn't the case, and I just wasn't paying attention. But I don't recall seeing that one much on Reddit.
Right. Well, I remember that being a big thing where there's a big bug. Whatever, doesn't matter. I don't know. 6 out of 10.
6 out of 10. Sorry, I just dropped my phone. I mean, because I don't have multiple monitors, I'm using the app on my phone to communicate with the Twitch chat if I'm actually typing. Okay, Halloween. It launched on the 18th of October, and that's how you should celebrate Halloween. Like, you should start celebrating Halloween like the first of the month. It's a 30-day celebration. So let's see here. Halloween in Gielinor, and as per usual, there's some spooky going-ons at Draenor Manor. A small group of werewolves from across the south have temporarily settled in the manor grounds, causing quite a stir with their new neighbors. They don't mean any harm, though. In fact, they've set up a range of Halloween activities with frighteningly fun rewards on offer for those brave enough to try them. So we have 3 different activities: Death's Dogwalker, Fragmented Souls, Plague Soup. Each activity has an associated mini-quest. If you already played the required mini-quest last year, there's no need to play it again. The activity you're after will be auto-unlocked. That's kinda cool, kinda not cool. Kinda cool if the activities were dumb and you wanted to get right to the AFK stuff, but if those were fun, I want more. I don't know, because I didn't do the originals, so I'm gonna have to do them next Halloween, granted they give me the option. We're also introducing 2 new activities, being the Shooting Gallery. Ed the werewolf is having trouble with some crafty Crassians, and he needs your help to man the cannons and send them scuttling back to Davy Jones' locker. You'll earn hunter and fishing XP to use to test your skills. The activity replaces potato gathering. Well, it does sound a little more eventful than potato gathering, I'll give them that. Skeleton Invasion. It seems the werewolf's presence has disturbed the residents of Draenor, including the ones who are already dead. In this minigame, you'll fight off waves of skeletons with the help of Greg and the living Draenor villagers. Flex your magic and slayer skills and you'll be well on your way to shattering some skulls. Free-to-play players should bear in mind that although they'll be able to access the activities, they may not be able to use the skills required. There's also Spooky Hour. Everyone likes Spooky Hour. If you've completed all the Halloween mini-quests, then you'll get 12% more XP during Spooky Hour, which occurs every 3 hours. There's also rewards available here. If you've participated in last year's event, by which we mean you completed 1 or more of the event mini-quests, you'll be able to grab a Silver Death Scythe for free from the event store. If not, don't panic. You can earn spooky tokens from all of the other activities on offer and then exchange them for a variety of cursed cosmetics in Death's spooky store. You'll be able to get your hands on all of last year's rewards plus 2 new ones. We've also brought back a few legacy cosmetics. Or, if you'd like a little bit of a mystery in your life, you can exchange your tokens for mystery boxes. What's inside? We don't know. That's why it's a mystery. If you've spoken to Death at least once, then you can get a daily reward for every day of the event. Lastly, there's a new music track to unlock, so you can monster mash in style. Iron Man players should be aware that while they are able to participate in the event and purchase mystery boxes, they will receive different items to regular players. The event ends November 1st. So, what are our thoughts on Halloween? So I think I might have been here for the previous Halloween. Was that the one where they did like the little ghost story event? Am I thinking correctly, or was that further back? I may or may not have had it completed, and I just don't know.
I think ghost story would be further back because that doesn't sound super familiar to me.
Gotcha. So you needed to have claimed that, but you could redeem it by December. Okay, I got you. Thank you, because I was definitely going to do that. I'm sorry, Cliff. What did you say?
I just think the ghost event was further back. That doesn't sound familiar to me.
Okay, thank you. Gotcha. So I probably didn't have any involved. I probably would have to start this event from scratch. It sounds fine. I'm glad they had a Halloween event. Is this permanent? No, this is temporary content, right? So, yeah. All right, I'm gonna give it a 6.5. What are your thoughts, Cliff?
5.5 for me. Okay. So I'm glad they're doing a Halloween event. It's better than not doing a Halloween event. But the mini quests are, you know, a few minutes of amusement, as you'd expect. But the grind for cosmetics here was so slow. And that's in part because they have old cosmetics available, and I like that there's an option to earn those. But the rate at which you get these spooky tokens or whatever compared to how many hours you have to do this was like, I don't remember, it was like 10 plus hours, like maybe 20 hours of grinding in order to get all the cosmetics for me. So I have like a really bad taste in my mouth. So 5.5 because I'd rather they have it than not, but like I kind of missed the mark as far as the speed to earn things.
Gotcha. Cool. Well, not cool, but I understand where you're coming from now. Right. What do you think, KB?
It's 4 out of 10. Mm-hmm. the 12% XP was every 3 hours. It's like remember Guthix Cash or whatever. Like you just forget.
Yeah.
Like, which when to hop to World 84 or whatever to try to, because other people were keeping track and they would all hop to this location for the 12% XP, but it was every 3 hours and you'd have to figure out like which hour you're on, and it just like that. So that just went out the window. And then again, what Cliff said, the grind. Oh my gosh. Like I was doing the Wisp thing because it was rune crafting or something. I was like, okay, this is fun. But no, all the events to earn tokens all suck except for the one cooking one. Like that's the only one you should do. So the XP or the rate at which you earn tokens is variable depending on what you're doing. So is a best thing to do. It'd have been nicer if I could have done the rune crafting and got the same amount of tokens as if I'd done the cooking.
Yeah.
So it just all around, like everything just kind of sucked. I did it because I have to. I felt like an obligation to get it done, but it sucked all around. A 4 out of 10.
All right. Fair. If it wasn't enjoyable, then score it accordingly. Cool. So we'll keep going here. This is another part of Elder God Wars Dungeon, the Zekar Front. And this was released on the 25th of October. So we are getting close to the end of the year. Starting, we're getting into that Halloween-ish. Next thing you know, we'll be talking about holiday stuff. So the Zekar Front, into the fiery depths. We're deep into the heart of Sentistan for the final front of the Elder God Wars, and things are really hotting up now. You'll have to fight wave after wave of Fool's most fearsome minions, culminating in a mano-mano face-off with the fight-kiln champion, Zakal Zuk. It's Gilinor's greatest warriors in a decisive battle for the fate of the world. Some of you may be familiar with Zuck, who previously appeared in old-school RuneScape. He'll offer you a series of challenges before stepping into the arena himself to crush you with his own hands. And his awesome lava sword. It's a tough fight, with the very real possibility of getting utterly flame-grilled, but if you succeed, you'll bag some seriously mighty rewards. And it's not enough for you. There's always hard mode. And it's free Death Week for a while, so you could apparently get this on free Death Week. That's a great idea to start a new boss with free deaths so people can get acclimated to it. Want an additional challenge on top of that? Well, you're in luck, because with the release of the Zekar Front comes the all-new challenge, the Zekar Front World's First Race. Be the first player to complete the front on hard mode in a flawless run to be crowned the champion and win a special prize. So that's cool. That's the type of stuff I like to see. Totally it's not for me, but I love making people test their mettle and see who can achieve greatness first. That's fun to watch. Even if I can't be one of the participants myself, I like to watch the competition. It's like an esport, only, you get a package and no one's watching you on a live stream. That's the difference. All right. So, the Zekar Front, another piece of content that I myself haven't tried, will probably not try unless I become some sort of master bosser, which I am running out of things to do in the game, so it's very well possible that could happen. But I'm doing something unfair here, and I'm thinking to God Wars Dungeon 1, and I'm thinking about Krill and how much I hate Krill, and this just looks like mean Krill, like elite version of Krill. So I'm immediately thinking this boss sucks. And that may not be fair. But I'm going to give the content a 7 out of 10 because it's new content. It's adds stuff to the game that is permanent. And I'm curious to know if it was actually any good. I don't hear people talking about this one like they talk about the Arc Glacier. So I'm curious to hear Cliff's thoughts.
Yeah, I have the least exposure to this as far as the Elder God War Dungeon goes. I think it is an iconic boss from old school RuneScape, so I'm glad they brought it into RuneScape 3. This has more of the waves mechanic, similar to like a fight caves or fight kiln type deal, which I think is kind of fun to build on. I'm going to give it a 9 based on what I have seen, but I have not given it a go myself.
Right on. Okay. I will log that in for you. KB, lay it on us.
So, before we even discuss the content of this thing, there's something that occurred when they released this update that still affects the game. Now, when this first came out, I couldn't even play the game. I actually had to put my game mode on like there's a cog wheel you can hit, and you have to do like a special mode or something like that, which lags
Safe
your game
mode
like crazy, but allows you to play the game. So when this update came out, they completely screwed the game over. So there's a whole bunch of people who couldn't even log into the game. Also, if they did a fix like a week and a half later, so you could take off the safety mode or whatever it was. But people like Tammy, who played a laptop, and then I have another friend who also plays a game. Their game will still just completely black out from this update. Like it started with this update. They still haven't fixed it. I don't think they're going to. So I have friends who play the game like they're just screen will just completely go black.
Now they know how Mac players feel.
Yeah, this update really screwed the game over, and they still haven't fixed it completely.
I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't know that. That sucks.
It was a really shitty update. As far as the boss, there are a lot of mechanics in this. When you get into, I don't know. One thing you can do though is if you want to, you can go to like level, I think the 6th wave or whatever. If you just want the tokens and stuff from this, you can get to like the sixth wave. It's pretty easy to get to. Hop out and just do the six waves over and over and over and over again to earn the same rewards. You don't get the big stuff, but to get rewards from this, you can just do a couple of waves, leave, and come back, and it's pretty easy. I've not killed the boss. Also, what was the sword drop? Right, that was the big thing.
That I know.
Yeah, 395 2-hander.
Yeah, that was pretty neat. But yeah, I know you guys are rating this high, but I think this update really messed the game up. So I'm gonna give it a 3 out of 10 because it's still affecting the game. So
I didn't know that. So I mean,
yeah.
that sucks big time that it did that. One of the updates they released many years ago did that to mine. Did something similar to mine. My game would crash like every 15 minutes. It was fixed. It took them like a couple weeks to fix it. But when they add major pieces of content to the game like this, it very well can do things to the engine. Sometimes they make changes to the engine to release these pieces of content, and they don't think about the wider reaching effects. I wonder what they did, or if they even know what they did. That sucks. We'll keep moving on then for now and talk about a double XP live. This happened on the 1st of November, and you know, it's double XP. This is not actually double XP though. The double XP occurs on the 5th. However, the next update is on the 8th, so we'll count this as the bonus XP weekend, I guess. And there's some patch notes in here as well that may or may not impact the game, but again, double XP. Let me just see here. Is this the pausable kind? I think when they mention live.
Yep.
Yeah, live is the possible kind. So that's my preferred type of double XP at this point in my life. When I was younger, it definitely would not have been. In fact, I still remember the very first double XP weekend that had the scaling timer down to 1.1 times. Like, they really were iffy about bonus XP back in the day. They made it a real limited thing. And like nowadays, it's just handed out like it's friggin' candy. So I'm not always crazy to see bonus XP weekends, but at the same time, it's like whatever XP is almost meaningless at this point. It's just like get yourself to 200 mil and move on with your life. But again, a game this old, if you want to get new players, bonus XP is probably a good way to make them not feel like they'll never be anything in the game. You know, so if the game is too grindy, then all your new players will just be like, well, I'm never going to be like that person if I have to spend literally 6 years just to like get all the stuff to be even close to them. So, you know, I get that.
It's definitely true from a newer player perspective that, you know, I've mentioned my thoughts before that it's a little too frequent, but double experience definitely made, you know, long-term progression feel a lot more achievable as a new player.
Yeah, I bet. So I try to think about that and not think about the fact that I'm running out of XP on my account, which really I'm not. I mean, I literally could double my XP, and I mean that would bring me over the max. But still, I almost have like double XP of like everything left. I'm not even 120. I went evenly down my skills and got 120 and stopped in most of them. Some of like my combat ones are a little crazy, but whatever. So I'll score this update with just a solid 5. It's not here nor there. It doesn't bring much to the game, but it is beneficial to people who are, created their account within the past like 5 years. So, what are your thoughts, Cliff?
Yeah, it's a 7 for me for the same reasons I've cited in part 1 of the podcast. Positive towards double experience. Wish it was a little less frequent. Still a good impact on the game, I think. So 7.
Right on. How about you, Bunny?
I'm going to give it a 6. I also want to jump back to something real quick. When the Glade Court first came out, they were on the stream and they talked about the enraging mechanics in a hard mode and how the boss would gain more life as enrage went up to a ridiculous amount. And one of the J mods, Evil Lucario was playing. One of the J mods said, "Yeah, we want to make sure this boss isn't like killed at 4K enrage in the first month. We want it to be a difficult boss." I ran to Evil Lucario's stream and was like, "Oh, the J mod said this boss can't be completed at 4K within a month." And Evil Lucario was like, okay. It was like challenge thrown down. And sure enough, Evil Lucario, within the first month, killed the boss at 4K in Rage. It was just a really cool thing because, you're watching both the Evil Lucario do the boss and the J-Mods talking. And, Evil Lucario was like, all right, challenge accepted. And sure enough, he got it within a month. And it was pretty awesome. I just wanted to recall that again.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome. But yeah, 6 out of 10, double XP.
Yeah, good stuff. Next up here we have the 8th of November, Vic the Trader and Duel Arena changes. Double XP live and soon. You have until midday on Monday, November 15th. Take the advantage of it if you can. What else we got here? They're just pimping their promotional stuff. Tell me about the Duel Arena changes, please. Last month we announced additional action to prevent real-world trading in RuneScape. Of all player bans dished out for real-world trading, the Duel Arena is the source of a whopping 38%. I honestly thought that number would be higher. As of today, no more than 50 million in value can be staked per fight at the Duel Arena. This is a short-term change, but we have a long-term plan to replace the Duel Arena altogether. These are well underway and on track for early 2022. So we can already start, I think, what is it, the beginning of the month with Het's Oasis. That has been announced. So that ties into that. We'll talk Duel Arena in a second here. So the improvements include players may now only stake a maximum of 50 million coins per player per fight at the Duel Arena. Players can no longer stake items within the Conquest minigame. I didn't even know you could do that. I had no idea that was even a thing. Implemented some feedback to remove the junk chance of the igneous stone. This is now set to 0. Balancing adjustments have been made to the Crossius front skilling nodes. Nodes outside the boss encounter exhaust at a reduced rate. So I really just wanted to know the Duel Arena changes, so I'm not going to read through all of them. But the Duel Arena is going away. This is probably a very healthy thing for the game. Only time will tell, but I can't see this not being a good thing, considering the Duel Arena is mostly bug abusers and real-world traders, and people coddling a gambling addiction. Like, those are the 3 people who go to the Duel Arena. So, I don't think we need the Duel Arena when you can duel anyone, anywhere, at any time. It's a toxic environment. I've never been a fan of it ever since its existence. I've never really used it. PvP is not really much of my thing. Unless you go into like a Darkscape mode where like that's the point of the game. PvP in RuneScape is pretty much dead, and I consider it a non-mechanic at this point. So this update, I think, kind of solidifies the fact that PvP should not be really overly glorified. I don't know if that's the right word for it, but there's too many ways for people to abuse it. I mean, there's even ways to abuse private duels. So, I mean, getting rid of the Duel Arena does not solve the problem altogether. Players could very easily just pick a place in RuneScape to do, direct duels at, and just make that their thing, similar to how portables made the Lumberge bank chest their thing, like that could just happen. So only time will tell if the gambling community is organized enough to do that. But when dicing went away, they found a way to kind of keep gambling going by using like third-party websites and stuff. Like, I don't know. The Wild might come back now. Yeah, maybe. Next thing you know, the next game update. So okay, we can't kill people in the wild anymore, and we're re-releasing the Revenants. Like, it's just they just are going hardcore against real world trading all of a sudden. Anyway, again, I think the Duel Arena had more problems than just real world trading. I think it's an unhealthy place. I think people tend to lose a lot of money there. I know tons of people who were constantly paying off Duel Arena debts in billions. So I'm just not a fan of it. So good on them for replacing it. We'll see if the replacement is actually worth anything when we review 2021. Or at the end of 2021, once we have, or 2022 rather, once we have a chance to see what Hetz Oasis does and is like. But for now, I'm going to give this update an 8, just for the fact that the Duel Arena has needed tweaks since, I don't know, 2003. What's up? What do you think, Cliff?
Yeah, on the Duel Arena, I mean, kudos to Jagex for making a change. This was going to be controversial no matter when they did it. I think the majority of players are going to be supportive, but there's going to be a very, very vocal and, rich and powerful minority who are going to be very upset with this. So I'm glad they made a change. I think the two things that I consider maybe a loss that make me a little sad, I would be really interested in content of high-level players, highly skilled combat players, actually doing Duel Arena battles fully armed. Like you can imagine the Duel Arena was probably originally intended for. Right. 2 people going all out and like having, even a tournament where you're eliminating each other. I would love that with like some commentary and some analysis of what they're wearing and why, what actions they like. That sounds super interesting to me as somebody who likes esports.
Yeah, I'm not against that at all. And that's why I'm glad they're not removing Duel Anywhere, because you can make that yourself.
Also true, yeah. So that's fine. That's just an appealing concept. I also think you are losing, for people who were able to gamble responsibly and occasionally enjoyed the Duel Arena, you're now losing that little bit of content or a break from other things. But again, I think this is a really positive change overall. I'm glad they did it. The other things in this update were just minor patches. It's going to be a 6 for me, positive changes to the game.
Cool. It would be cool if they released a fighting system with like a full tiered ranking stuff, and like it was, had a high score table and all that stuff. And there was like cash prizes, not cash, but like in-game prizes you could win for competing in them. And Jagex actually like facilitated it so there wouldn't be like cheating and stuff. That would be fun.
I want like analysis, right? I want a Jagex
turn it into an esport
where they break down the keystrokes and here's why they're doing what they're doing. Like that would be incredibly interesting to me.
It would be like having someone who knows combat like the back of their hand commentating over 2 people going at it. I think the only thing is you can kill someone so fast with EOC abilities that the fights can be over in like 10 seconds. But
I think it would have to be like a slow motion replay.
0.6, right? Yeah, and then they have to, after the fight, it stops. They do it. They replay it in super slow motion, and then someone says, "Okay, you can see here at the 0.3 millisecond mark, they press the W key to activate this ability. Then 0.1 second later, he clicks over here and activates this ability." Like it would just be like you'd need to like slow it down. Yeah.
You can actually. Couchy's got a video of killing Astralon with 2 other guys in was it 0.6 seconds or something like that? I mean, that boss has a lot of life, so I mean, yeah, I don't know. You'd have to like set rules and boundaries or whatever. Like it would be nice to watch Couchy and Evil Lucario go at it, like the best of 10 or something like that.
It would be cool.
Combat styles or whatever, but it's considered like they're probably the best PVMers that stream in the game.
Mm-hmm.
There's always a debate who is better, Couchy or Evil Lucario or whatever, but it'd be nice because. Like you get to watch Evil Lucario play, and then you've got testimonies from other people talking about Couchy, how if you do bossing with Couchy, he is going to tell you everything you're going to do during the entire round. Like, do not deviate from this. I have planned this out for everybody. All 6 players will be doing this, and here's how you do it. So that'd be nice. Also, all right, I'll let Cliff give his thing first before I comment on mine.
Okay. Yeah.
That was it for me. I just got a 6.
Yep.
Okay. So there has been where to start. Okay. there's been gambling in this game for a long time. Different, you plant the seeds. What color are the flowers? The duel arena facilitated a place for people to actually gamble. It sucked because it's not PvP. It's gambling. Everybody grabs that poor staff and they hit each other with it, hoping for a crit chance like that. And there's even like a number you're assigned, your last like digit or whatever. And if you do enough battles with enough characters, you can find out kind of what your number is. And so if you get a low number like that, you get to technically hit first or whatever or something.
Right. Yeah. Something about like, yeah, I remember that nonsense.
Right. But I don't want to compare this thing to like prostitution or marijuana or whatever. But when you ban or make something illegal or whatever, that group of people who do it tend to, I don't say go underground, but they find another outlet for it.
Yeah.
And without facilitating a place for people to do it, there are going to be a lot of people who are scammed. Like, oh no, here's this person who will hold both of our money, and then we'll gamble on this one thing, and whoever wins, this person will give the money to them like that, and then the person,
dips,
pops out with their. So this could have a lot of consequences that will harm a lot of people who are gambling because you're now making it illegal and not facilitating a place for them to do it. So I don't know. I'd be curious how it turns out.
You're not wrong at all. All that stuff is going to be a side effect, and which is why I really like Vorzo's idea of like, don't get rid of the duel arena, regulate it, change it, take away staking and put a high score in, put a title in for whoever the top PvPer is, that they can lose their title, like, so they have to fight for it, like turn it into an esport. That could be badass. Not giving people an outlet is a dangerous thing to do, especially when, the people that MMOs tend to attract tend to like gambling. Like it's just part of the thing, the RNG aspect, that dopamine rush of getting a limited time item or drop, or being the first person to see an item or complete a quest. Like there's value in that as far as chemical release goes. So yeah, I can understand why gambling is popular in the RuneScape community. If we're gonna have gambling, it should be heavily regulated. I understand why it's not. Because if it was, Jagex would have to report themselves as a gambling company, which could cause, even if it's not real currency, the fact that their GP is gainable via bonds and stuff like that opens up a lawsuit for them if someone wanted to sue them for the duel arena itself. That may be why they finally are getting rid of it. I can't believe it's taken them this long to do it. But I think that might be why they don't bother with making it regulated, because then they're responsible for it, which is why, again, I like Borza's idea of taking away the staking and turning it into something a little less monetary and more competitive and like, fame wise, like you'll be well known amongst the RuneScape base. But again, that will not satisfy the dopamine rush of gambling. Like that is still a different thing. It's probably a better use for the duel arena, but what do you do with the vice of gambling in general? I don't have a good answer. That doesn't put Jagex in a precarious position.
There's an obvious answer here. Hear me out.
Okay.
One day a year, 24 hours, everyone can kill everyone, Falador Massacre style.
The Purge.
The Purge. It's a totally original idea. And if you die, you lose all of your wealth.
Yes, and we kill you in real life.
Gambling.
We send out a hit squad. Oh, I didn't get your score for the duel arena update, Bunny. So this is the removal of the duel arena that we're voting on here, I believe, right? Yeah.
Actually, no, the removal actually doesn't happen until the 7th, doesn't it?
Yeah, until
next year.
Yeah, Het's Oasis starts next year. That's when it will be removed. Correct. So
this is the 50 million GP limit.
So this is for a 50 million GP limit.
Yeah. So for capping the maximum amount and watching, like, I've watched a couple streams and watch people like, oh yeah, like, freaking a bill or something like that, and then lose it, and then just watch the depression and stuff on their faces. And also, there's also cheating too. Like, I think in OSRS, you can stake for somebody else. Go give money.
Oh
to
yeah, proxy staking. Yeah.
And they created a RuneLight or something like that, a program which will hide your ring, or a ring that you're.
Oh yeah. I saw that.
During the fight, the person you're fighting against, who is not the streamer, would put the ring on to be able to kill the streamer. And so the streamer's like, "Oh, I lost your money." And then later on, the streamer and the guy he killed him would split the cash for the person that they proxied for. So yeah, there was a lot of abuse too occurring with the dual arena. But anyway, 7 is my number.
Okay, cool. And Forso brings up another great point, that if we went to this esports system, people are going to still gamble. They're going to gamble on who's going to win, and it's just not going to be done in game. That's like, you can never get rid of gambling. You can't get rid of any vice. It's human nature to have vice. It's just about regulating the vice so you don't end up destroying your life over it. And Jagex can't do that, because then they have to acknowledge that they allow gambling in their games in the first place, and they won't do that, because then they're subject to all the laws that come along with that, so we end up with this black market instead. But I'm of the opinion that you can't get rid of vice. It's just part of human nature. I'm also of the opinion that you shouldn't take advantage of that heavily, so it sucks, because you have two different things going on here. Would I rather Jagex make the money? That's kind of irrelevant. It's more about, do you trust some random dude with a website versus do you trust a multi-million-dollar company bound to the law? Trust the second one a lot more there. You know, gambling puts you in some really shady situations when it's not, you know, sanctioned by the creators of the world, whether it be Earth or Gillinor. You know, if you're doing it without any sort of protection involved, you're really putting that on the individuals. And that ends up being more destructive in the long run. So will this be a good thing? I guess we'll find out at the end of 2021. I don't even know what year it is anymore. God help me. Okay, we only got a few more updates. I can do this.
Well, these few updates are going to be quite large. I think there's going to be a lot of commentary on these next couple.
Yeah, these are meaty. We're getting to the end. So this next one here came out on the 15th of November. It was the Premier Club and Daily Challenge upgrades, which both I'm a fan of for different reasons. So first up, Premier Club out now. Premier Club 2022 is here, so sort out your next year of membership with a VIP package, including instant reward and year-round extras. It's the gift that keeps on giving. Highlight includes this year's unique cosmetic outfit, a Dawn-forged armor set, and the Great Sword Override. And a very special pet, the mystical Saul the Unicorn. Premier Club also offers monthly drops containing very special items, as well as access to premium yak tracks, 100 bank spaces, and lots of other nifty bonuses. It's all lovingly formulated to add a touch of luxury to the Gillinor lifestyle, and all that for just £49.99, €64.99 or $69.99 in US dollars. So I mean, $70 for US is like, again, that's better than my grandfather rate by $5. So of course I'm gonna do that and get all these extras and save $5 in the process. Are you kidding me? That's crazy to not do that. So I did that. What's up? New bonus weekly rewards also came out alongside that. I love this update. It adds a progression style daily challenge system to the game, where it incentivizes you to do all your daily challenges, and then has a weekly progress bar that unlocks additional rewards for the completion of those daily challenges, adding some oomph to the actual finish and gives you a reason to go through the challenges daily. Or at least you can complete them. You can complete the weekly progress before it resets. I got 2 days and 7 hours left, and I'm done. But I love daily challenges because you can extend them and all that nonsense. If you only have one skill left, like I do, it's just 3 daily challenges that you can just bang out all in a row, which is fantastic. So let's read on and see if I missed anything here. So currently players are stuck with a selection of challenges that aren't necessarily appealing, and these can end up stagnating in your backlog. Some of the current tasks on offer are also a little imbalanced, and the rewards feel a little stale. So we thought it was time for a big upgrade. Here's what's changing. You'll get 3 daily challenges every day. These then expire at the end of the day before being replaced by 3 more. So that's big. Like, if you have multiple skills and there's one you don't like, they'll go away if you don't like them. Like, that was one of the problems that I had, is there would be like one challenge that I didn't want to do, and it would just sit there, and I'd accidentally like re-rolled it or something already, so I couldn't re-roll it again. It was just a pain in the butt. So it just sat there unused. That fixes this. Completing a daily challenge rewards a large lamp, previously a huge lamp, but now you can get 3 per day instead of 1. Viswax has more value than ever. A reroll of your daily challenge now only costs 10 Viswax, down from 25, and you can reroll as many times as you want. So that's great. Again, if you reroll, you don't get stuck with whatever you're rerolled on. If you don't like it, you can keep going. Extending a challenge now only costs 30 Viswax. It was 50, and it doubles its weekly progress, which again is that bar that you work on throughout your week. So that's how you can finish it before the end of the week right there, is just simply double your task. We've also improved specific daily challenges that we felt were a bit rusty. There are also new weekly challenges, which is what that progress bar is. You can complete a daily challenge progress and a brand new weekly reward track, one for free players, one for members. Again, this is similar to the Yak track, only this is a daily thing you can work on, and it benefits you solely based on your membership status and not your VIP status. Every 3 dailies you complete unlocks a weekly reward with a maximum of 7 unlocks per week. Rewards could include anything from Silverhawk Down and Dungeoneering tokens up to a cash bag, Death Touch Dart, or Gift of the Reaper. Iron Man players are restricted rewards are substituted with oddments, so if there's something that they wouldn't get, they'll get oddments instead, which end up being fairly valuable for Iron players, considering they can't earn them many other ways. They can't purchase them and stuff like that. Feeling a wee bit lazy, we have our off days. Luckily, weekly track contains challenge skip tokens, meaning you can swerve the objective and claim the rewards. So that's pretty cool. Pretty much by doing challenges, you build up skip tokens over time to get rid of either less savory challenges, or if you just don't have the energy that day, you can still claim the rewards and build up towards your weekly reward. So they also announced the Golden Party Hunt here, but this is not its launch, so we'll talk about that later. Once Upon a Time quest concludes at the end of this month. That was a fantastic quest. I love that. We'll talk about that once it's finished. Death costs discussion was ongoing at the time, too. I know a lot of people were complaining about how expensive death had gotten. Personally, I have no sympathy, but that's another story. All right, and I'm not going to bother with the patch notes, since this is a pretty meaty update. So, Premier Club Daily Challenge upgrade, that is a 10 out of 10 for me. All good content, all being used by me personally as we speak, so I can't complain there. And I don't really have any complaints about saving $5 on the Premier Club and getting a bunch of stuff. Like, everything about that update just... it's made for me. So 10 out of 10. Cliff, thoughts?
8.5. I think the daily challenges are a very nice change, but not like necessarily game changing. I think one other comment I want to make for people's awareness: a lot of people don't realize you can have all 3 challenges in one skill, like you mentioned. That's nice. The other change they made, I think a week or 2 after this, and like a patch note that got no attention, is you can now disable any skill or deactivate challenges for any skill once you hit level 99, not once you hit the max level. So for those 120 skills, if you are above level 99, you do not have to receive challenges.
That's awesome.
What that means for me, since I'm working on all my 120s right now, I have 3 challenges set every day to Herblore, and they are incredibly quick to knock out. It's 2 minutes tops to get all 3 extended and done, and that's great experience for free, more or less. And that's I guess another factor here. That's 3 treasure hunter keys per day instead of 1, so more rolls on treasure hunter. And Viswax is a lot more valuable, so make sure you're doing your Viswax. The price from this update, Viswax increased from like 13k to 19k.
I gotta do Viswax.
So, yeah, it was already in demand, and now it's that's kind of nuts.
I bought 5,000 Viswax for this challenge update when I started playing again, and I was like, wow, Viswax got expensive. That was like freaking 60 million.
Yeah, it increased a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. KB, thoughts?
I think Cliff hit most of it. I don't know. Yeah, it's more keys, so I liked it. I'll be 8 out of 10. There is no discussion of death costs in the rest of in December.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys want to touch on that at all?
Go for it.
Okay, so basically, Onyxes have dropped to like what 1.1 mil or less mil or something like that, and you can charge a death ring, and it costs like 300K, I think, for your death costs. 300K is nothing.
No.
The only people complaining about death costs are we're talking tens of billions of GP in the game. Those are the people that are complaining. Like you watch like what's his face, RS guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
I remember when the Zuck came out. He's like, oh, I only have it was like 56 mil. You know, that's all he had in his pouch. That's all he had on him. He's like, oh, now I'm dead at 14 mil because he kept dying on all my death costs. He had like 111 million GP worth of stuff in the chest for killing Zuck. He definitely has, like, this is bullshit.
I agree.
Yes,
I agree.
These are people who have like 50 bill plus in gear and equipment, complaining about death costs. Stop bringing 27 switches to what you're doing like that. Wear a death ring. If you're learning a boss, wear a death ring. So it costs 300K. It's like, oh my gosh, $7.8 million for my death costs. Shut up. Also, people who complain about this stuff like Evil Lucario. Evil Lucario's playing, when he goes to a bank, he just re-ups his overloads. He doesn't care. Like, he'll just click it. So even if he's got like 4 minutes left on an overload, he'll just click it anyways. He doesn't care. Like, these people waste money so fast. Like, I have zero sympathy for these people who are complaining about death costs.
Me
like,
either. Wear
a ring. Wear a ring. Like, you're stupid. This is dumb.
I agree. I couldn't agree more. That's exactly how I would have said it if I was not trying to like offend people, because that's exactly, I grow up, wear a death ring. It's not a big deal. It's a non-issue for 99% of the community. It's just the loud, highly watched portions of the community that are doing these things, and they're able to garner the spotlight because they have large followings, so people listen to them, unfortunately including Jagex. But I don't know if the death costs went anywhere, if they adjusted them. I know we have Frank's free deaths now. I don't know if anything else.
Yeah, they basically said Frank's free death week is an idea to start with. They're looking at some long-term changes, haven't introduced it yet.
So go ahead, sorry.
Also, J must have said that the changes they will make will not be in the favor of what streamers want. Like, they're not going to get what they want. They're not going to drop all death costs like 1 million GP or something like that.
Right.
That's not going to happen.
Like, I know my character is considered rich, but what would my death costs right now? What would they be? I'm not wearing anything expensive. I should go gear up in like my Slayer gear and see what my death cost would be, because even at like my level, I don't think death costs go above like a million or something, and this is like a high-end account. You have to really put a bunch of crap in your inventory to make your death costs to go up that high. So if you're a new player and you only have a few million in your pocket, there's no way you own those items. So your death cost is never going to be that high. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
The mistake I did, noobs. Don't bring your full stack of arrows every time you go to Slayer.
Yeah.
That was I realized that was inflating my costs like multiple times over, compared to just like grabbing 100 arrows or 50 arrows.
Also,
right.
Protect item is the slowest prayer drain prayer there is. So if that's even an issue, click that on too. You're doing bombing.
And like, the fact is, right, these are people who have multiple billions. Like, I have multiple billions. But let's talk about people
20 bill plus.
Right, let's talk about people who have, like, I'm not at the 20 billion plus level, so I can still complain about this. These people can afford 16 million losses. In fact, I would consider it a worthy gold sink. I don't understand why people who have that amount of money need forgiveness for their financial situation. They got themselves to that level, so you can do it again. Like, if you're gonna somehow lose all that money on death costs, just once you've learned the new boss, use those skills to get yourself right back to where you were.
I'm sorry, if they play devil's advocate a little bit.
Not to mention too, for what they're doing, when they get that rare item from that boss, that's like 4 billion. You've just made way more money back. Like, that's what they're doing this for, is to make that get that rare item and go sell it or keep it for themselves. But they've made that money back and then some.
Yeah. And I think their argument is disingenuous, and they're doing it just to protect wealth so they can grow their wealth beyond their wildest dreams, because in this game, that's power, man. Like, being able to buy whatever you need at any given time, or you can buy teammates. You can do anything with GP in this game. Shit, you can buy a car in real life with the GP in this game. Not that I have, but you know, people do. You can do anything with GP in RuneScape. So, complaining about a 16 million death, it's just, in my opinion, a little tacky. I don't know, but.
So I guess my quick points, just to hear some counter perspective here. Overall, I think the death system has room for some rework. So I'm holding judgment somewhat until Jagex announces what they have in mind, because I think that it would benefit from some tweaks, even if I don't think it's hugely problematic today.
Right.
The couple of arguments that I think are worth considering is the death costs right now are hugely inconsistent as far as what an item might be valued at. So a good example is things that are dyed can cost way less than things that are not dyed, and therefore have a much lower death cost, even though obviously the dye should be dramatically increasing the value as far as what that's worth. So some of those things can be a little bit wonky. The other argument that I do think has some merit is death costs actually punish the super experienced PVM players somewhat the least often. Yes, the stakes are higher. Yes, it's a bigger loss. But those are the folks who are doing this for, you know, hundreds of hours and practicing and don't generally die that often. One of the arguments is death costs actually inhibit new players who are trying to learn more than it does experienced players, right? Because experienced players are going to be able to figure out pretty quickly. A new player trying to learn how to boss might die a whole lot of times and therefore be kind of disincentivized for trying. So,
I agree.
Free death weeks are a nice, like, sort of way to address that. I'm happy with that approach. I am curious to see what a rework looks like for death costs, but I don't have strong opinions.
Anything you want to add to that, Bunny?
Yeah. Okay. So as far as the dye thing, it may be inconsistent, but if you dye something, then fine, make that more expensive to on death. Like, it's not a inconsistency where it needs to be easier for them. Make it more expensive. Like, I would in favor making it worse on people who have dyed items. Second of all, as far as the new player things, if you remove the idea that there is a cost for death, okay, so like the free death weeks, right? If you say, like, making death free, I understand, is a great thing that incentivizes people to do bossing. But if there is a cost, any cost, I don't think that's something that you're going to fix. I think it's a mentality people have. So having a death cost, I don't think inhibits people from doing bossing because of a certain monetary number. The fact that it is a monetary number, or that it is a number at all, is the only it prevents people from doing bossing. Oh, I have to pay $50K for my death. That's what disincentivizes people, not the amount that people are having to pay. I don't think anybody cares about 50K GP for their death cost or 100K GP for the death cost. I think that having to pay something is the negative. So yes, having no death cost, that's fine. But the actual amount, I think is perfect the way it is. And I don't think the amount disincentivizes new players from doing bossing. I think that there is a monetary value is what disincentivizes them.
That's an interesting theory. I didn't even see it from that angle. My only other thought was going to be introduce wealth brackets to death, and if you're carrying under like 300K or something, like, your death costs are cut in half, just to like help people who are, you know, new and obviously not bringing hundreds of millions of dollars in gear to a fight. But you know, that could also incentivize like ragging, as far as like high tier players using low tier gear to fight monsters, or bosses rather. That could be interesting. I know plenty of people who can fight bosses without armor, so I don't even know if that would have an effect, but it would effectively, I guess, kill the switching community if they were trying to avoid death costs. Again, I think it's silly to even consider the people who do switching as the ones we should be helping here. We should be working on helping people who are newer and getting them into bossing, you know, giving them a lower barrier of entry. and like I'd be even okay with removing death costs from accounts that have under X amount of kills on a boss. Like if you have under 100 or 25 kills, I don't really know what it takes to learn a boss because I'm not much of a bosser. But what if those were free deaths so you gave you some, basically a training mode, but with drops. I mean, it sounds like Free Death Week is trying to do something similar to that, but not making it inconsistent. So that's another thought that maybe.
Also,
go ahead.
There are practice modes too. For
Right.
Bosses.
Right, and I think a lot of people don't use them because they know that when they finally get a kill, they won't get anything for it. So they're like,
yeah, but like that's not the point. The
I
point
know.
is learn the boss so you don't die, then
Right.
go back in there and risk your stuff.
I didn't say it was logical. I just say people do it. Because I agree with you. Practice mode should be the answer to all of this. Like, no one should be able to complain about this crap because you could just practice the boss until you're good at it and then do it.
Also, death costs aren't that expensive. They're actually relatively cheap.
As long as you're not carrying 800 switches, it shouldn't be bad, right? I agree. So I don't think death costs personally are prohibitive, but again, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm a little out of touch on that, but I don't deal in the combat sphere that often. But like if I'm doing what I consider a difficult boss, and I'm using like tier 90 equipment, and I die, I mean, it is expensive. That's one of the reasons why I don't do it. But I don't think it's more than like $500,000 or something. Like, which again, still prohibitive to a new player. But a new player should not be bringing tier 90 gear.
Tier 90 armor, yeah.
Right.
Shit.
So
and
that's.
I also get to like Protox, or one of the streamer guys. He gets like, or the level that he is and the combat experience he has. Well, this might be a little bit old, like 2 months old or whatever, but he's bringing gear that is way beyond the gear that he should possess because he's been gifted it or whatever.
Right.
And so when he dies, he's having larger death costs. So he's like, "Oh my gosh, this sucks." It's like, you didn't earn that gear. You don't have a bank that supports that type of armor that you would have gotten.
That's a very good point.
I understand his point of view, but it's like you didn't earn that. You shouldn't have a fractured staff of armadillo or whatever. Like you didn't progress that. Somebody just gave it to you, and so yeah, your death costs are a little bit expensive because you were gifted certain items. Like,
yeah, no, that's a big point. That's one of the reasons why I'm terrible at combat. Is a lot of the times people help. I've been kind of propped up to like my status, if you will, by listeners, and so I often find I need the best gear to do anything because I'm not truly skilled. I just have shiny things. Ezio saying they just joined RuneScape 3 1 month ago. First of all, welcome. It's good to have you. I hope you're enjoying the game. And they say, I feel that it's good to have a setup guide so you know what to do. Absolutely. The Beasts tab should be better than it is. Like, it gives you some basic things. But every boss should have a practice mode. I don't know if that's gotten better over the years. But the green ones, I assume, here have free deaths on them. That's cool.
The other thing I recommend for new players, the wiki is an amazing resource, and for bosses, it does have setup guides as far as what armor to bring in. And the community is also a resource you should leverage as far as lots of helpful streamers, players, willing to answer questions or give you some setup advice. So
yeah,
I would check those two things out.
We had a podcast a while ago that probably still has some relevant information called PVM Perspective that you won't find me on because I am a combat idiot. But yeah, I want to bring that series back because I'm sure a ton of stuff has changed since then, and it would be fun to create little guides that people could, listen to while they're playing to just kind of brush up on their PVM knowledge, like myself. And yeah, that might be. I might even involve myself in it this time so I can absorb the information. But yeah, combat is very tricky in RuneScape 3. I mean, for better or for worse, it is certainly no longer what it used to be as far as just click and watch two characters punch each other, which is honestly what I preferred. But that's okay. I'm starting to get into this evolution of combat nonsense. All right, next up here, Golden Party Hat Hunt and Once Upon a Time finale. So we can finally talk about Once Upon a Time and the Golden Party Hat Hunt, which is what made me dig my iPad out of storage. Golden Party Hat Hunt is on. We're closing out the 20th anniversary year with a special celebration. The chance for you to make a super rare, dazzling, tradable Golden Party Hat. Starting today and running for the next 6 weeks, you'll have various options throughout RuneScape for collecting shards. Once you've got 8 of them, you'll be ready to create the most sought-after headgear in all of Gielinor. There are 11 shards available in total. Check out the Golden Party Hat Hunt interface to see how you can get more and track the ones you've already earned. Oh, and by the way, if you've joined Premier Club 2022, you already have a head start with a bonus shard from us to say thanks. So you really only need 7 if you have Premier Club. But you only need 8 of the 11, which is not too bad. Let's see. So you have until January 3rd if you want your Golden Party Hat. And there's a little frequently asked questions section in regards to them, so we'll cover it real quick. It says, is leveling a skill necessary to gain a shard? No. You earn shards while training any skill, so just go about your regular activities. Can we obtain multiple shards from the same activity? Each skill only rewards 1 shard, so you'll need to mix up your skilling activities to earn them. Do I need membership to access the shards? To secure your Golden Party Hat, you'll need to be a RuneScape member and obtain 8 of the 11 shards. Are Iron Man players able to participate? Iron Man players will be able to create their own hat, however, they will not be able to trade it. Some of the shards come from drops, but I have terrible luck. What is the likelihood I won't be able to finish it? Slim. While there is an element of RNG to collecting the shards, they also have a built-in bad luck protection. As you continue to train the skill or complete clue scrolls, the likelihood of getting a shard grows exponentially. Essentially, it's our intent that players who are actively playing throughout this event will be able to create their own hat without too much worry. Will Protean items drop shards? Yes. Where can I buy the shard that's for sale? Nick the Trader will sell you the shard. You can find him in the Grand Exchange. And does the clue scroll shard come from completing the scroll or from the casket? The shard will come from completing a clue scroll. So you have multiple choices, not choices, but multiple chances. That's the word my brain was looking for, within a single trail to earn a shard. Also, Once Upon a Time finale. I loved this little quest. It really gave life to Rolomia as a character, so that was fun. It was nostalgic, you know, it brought the future and the past together. There were characters. I teared up a bit. You know how it is. It says here, the concluding episode of our anniversary quest is here. We've been following the story of Alomia over the course of 2021, and it's been quite a ride. Now it's time to help her pick up the pieces and discover her true self in Once Upon a Time in Gielinor finale. To play, you'll first need to complete the first 3 installments in the series Foreshadowing, Flashback, or Fortunes. The final quest will be worth 4 juicy quest points. It's a must-play for the Quest Point Cape owners because it lets you access the penultimate reward from May's Quest Caravan, including a T5 magical dice. Really? I didn't know that. Just for doing all those, you get a T5 magical dice? Finally, it also yields some stunning cosmetic rewards. Oh, and one of those all-important Golden Party Hat shards. Get ready. Get started by talking to to Closure in his office. So this has been a fun event. I enjoyed the Once Upon a Time. I did all of this one long quest, and it worked out well as like a decent sized quest. Like, it probably took me maybe an hour to do all 4 parts. The story was good. The assets were well used. I really liked what they did with Rolomia. I thought that was fun. So again, a combination of the Golden Party Hat Hunt and Once Upon a Time together as one whole quest. I mean, I have to give that a 10 out of 10 because I already used my 11. So there you go. Cliff, thoughts?
Yeah, so I've not done the Once Upon a Time quest, so but you know, permanent content, that sounds like it was great. I'm excited to give that one a go. Golden Party Hat, I could not be happier with. I think it's the perfect cap to year 20. I think what am I doing? I think the way they made it so you can obtain it was just about perfect. one per account helps it retain its value. Iron Man can get it. Basically, anyone actively playing would have unlocked this. I agree with that. They sort of hit their mark as far as how difficult it is to obtain. I am in love with the Golden Party Hat, and I think it's a great investment if anyone's looking for an investment. So great stuff from me. I'll go ahead and give it a 10. Having not played the quest, I do appreciate its permanent content. I expect it was awesome. The Golden Party Hat's a smash hit. It's a 10.
10. You got it. All right, KB, lay it on me.
Yeah, a 10. I love the party hat. The quests, they're short enough and they're kind of easier to figure out. So I mean, I think it's nice to have quests where people don't have to look up guides and stuff. So yeah, the quest was great. The Golden Party Hat is. I'm glad we have, because the other party hats are like 40 bill or whatever it is. Actually having opportunities right now for people to get an investment on a party hat that is probably going to raise in the billions after the 4th or whatever they stop making it available and whatnot.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is a chance for people who have always wanted a party hat to actually get one other than the Chrome party hat that actually is tradable, and you're now in on the game. So I mean, yeah, it's wonderful. 10 out of 10.
Yeah, this is really, really an awesome update, especially for someone like myself that I've literally been trying to figure out how to get a yellow party hat, because that's like my life goal in this game is to get my yellow party hat back. I have had all the party hats, but that's the one that has the most sentimental value. Luckily, it's not the most expensive one, but honestly, the golden one might even devalue the yellow one a tiny bit. Who knows? But this is like my opportunity to basically kind of shirk that never possible goal and be like, well, got the golden one. It's close enough. You wanted the yellow one. They gave you a gold one. Just live with it, dude, and that's where I'm at. And I'm very grateful for that, because it took a really horrible event in my existence, being that I lost all those rare items, and gave me an opportunity to get one kind of back that will actually hold its value over time, more than likely. So that's a big win for me, and a big hit in the nostalgia. So I appreciate it, and I'm very curious to see how its value is affected over the years. Like, we'll check back on this. Exclamation mark, remind me, 10 years. And we'll see what happens. Anywho, let's keep going along here, shall we? We're almost at the end of November here. This is the 26th of November, being Aurora and Black Friday deals. I missed the Black Friday deals, but I'm still working on the Aurora, I'll tell you that much. The Aurora is a fantastic yak track. Ezio saying more info about the shards, please. Really can't understand how to get them. I think you could cover in that, KB, in chat, or do you want me to give a quick oral explanation for them?
I think if you have any more questions beyond what I gave you in chat, then I'll answer those. But yeah, I think it's good.
Okay, cool. Yeah, if you have any more questions, feel free to ask. Always welcome in game as well. We have a clan chat here, Kill, Skill, and Chill, and the point of the clan is to help people like that with questions and whatnot with the game. We're all pretty much long-time veterans of the game. Alrighty, on to Windtumber Aurora. So we got another yak track. I'm doing pretty good on this yak track, if you ask me and nobody else, because I'm on number 34 and I'm only playing a few hours a day, so it's not too bad. I just saw the 50 prize, that bear. I already forgot its name. I think you can name it multiple things. The boar pet. That thing is badass. I want that. So I love cosmetics. Any yak track that is heavy in cosmetics, so all of them, are a favorite of mine, so this is not going to get a bad rating from me. Like, this is also, I don't know if this has to do with cube maps, but a lot of the stuff has the really cool, Aurora Borealis effect on the items, like the cape. I own the cape. I can put the cape on. We can see it on my screen if I can remember how to. First of all, I have to show all items here. They need to work on their interface here for searching for things. It's a little wonky. The whole interface is a little wonky. There it is, the Aurora cape. It's beautiful. It has a really cool prismatic effect that changes depending on like what lighting you're in. Like right now we're in a bit of a green because we're surrounded by green. It matches my green Santa hat. Maybe that's where it's getting the green from. I honestly don't know. But the color of the cape changes based on the lighting around you, or possibly what you're wearing. I don't know. Either way, it looks really cool. So I really like that effect that they added to a bunch of the items in the Yak Track this time around. The Yak Track is available until January 9th, so plenty of time to get on it if you're interested in, you know, these cosmetics. Come yak the track, baby. Okay, so for me, this is a solid 8 out of 10. Like, it's a Yak Track, which means cosmetics galore and free access to the premiere track. And I say free because, for the love of God, it was $5 less than my normal membership. How can I not love that? All right, 8 out of 10. Cliff, go ahead.
Yep, 8 for the Yak Track for me. A couple of things I do want to note about this Yak Track. Maybe just one. I guess I also love the cosmetics, if you count that as a note. But they introduced the Secret Santa tasks, which I thought was a really interesting new mechanic. You had the opportunity to donate items or GP, and it would go to an anonymous pool where somebody could also claim a gift once every 2 hours and pull something out of the hat to see if they got lucky. There are some really generous givers out there. A couple max cash stack gifts that were received. I didn't get anything quite that lucky. There's also a few titles associated with this. So if you donate the 10 or 100,000 for 10 days, you get Secret Santa, 200 mil for Top Secret Santa. Don't be like Cliff. I did 200 mil cash. And apparently you can get that title for much, much less if you're using something like the holiday cosmetic tokens. So just keep that in mind. But I thought that was a really interesting update. People were really upset that folks were using a bunch of alt accounts to claim prizes. I don't really care myself.
You have to be a member to claim prizes.
You do have to be a member, yeah. And I don't think that's any different than the rest of Altscape, right? If people want to manage 10 accounts to get an advantage, that's really up to them, and this is no different.
You can afford it.
So, yeah, no, it does not bother me in the slightest. I liked the way that was put into place. If I were to make one change next year, I would say if there was one universal pool rather than world-specific donations and claims, I that would be my preference. I'd rather totally take worlds out of it and just there's one pool where everything's pulling from. I don't know if there's technology limitations to that, but overall, Yak Track, big fan, 8 out of 10.
Sweet. KB?
Yeah, it was fun. Usually just blast through them really fast, so I kind of have a pre-setup before it even comes out so I can knock all these out as quick as possible. The Black Friday sale, I don't know. None of the sales really seem to, like, I don't know. They're always expensive. But yeah, it was good. I don't know, 8 out of 10, I guess, yeah.
Cool. I didn't see anything I particularly wanted in the Black Friday sale, but I'm always on the hunt for...
Black Friday sales are always Runecoin based, so nothing on sale that uses loyalty points, which is what I'm actually looking to spend. So.
Fair. I have literally over 1 million loyalty points because there's never anything I want there. The loyalty system has been around since like 2009, so it's like 10 years of loyalty points just, piling up. Fair. I'm always on the hunt for legendary pets that are on sale because, I collect skins and the legendary pets are the most useful, but I don't think anything's on sale at the moment. There's a new dragon in the store called Elvie. I will not pay real money for a pet that just sits there and does nothing. I'm sorry. Like, they need to be part of some sort of package, like in-game, or like the Yak Track. But like, there's a cool dragon right here. His name is Saul. Does Saul do anything? No. He just looks cool. So I'm not going to spend 390 rune coins on something that doesn't do anything. Like, here's the Zot Tot Ak Lizard. This I'd get this if it was on sale. I'm not going to spend 974 rune coins for it, but if this was on sale for like 675 or something, that'd be a buy right there. I think that's the only... You can tell a legendary by its rune coin price. They're always 974 or more. And that's the only one I see that's even like new. So, yeah, nothing for me. I forgot the advent calendar existed because they did not pop it up on my screen. They popped it up on mobile, but if I log on desktop, nothing. So I was not able to unlock the reward for that. Oh, the 15-day thing. Anyway, we'll move along here and talk about I guess the advent calendar, because we just talked about the Wintumber Yak track. This one includes the advent calendar, which I literally was just complaining about for the fact that it doesn't seem to pop up on my screen. Maybe I accidentally checked the do not show again, but it pops up on mobile. So I don't know what's up with that, but I
have the same issue, actually. Yeah.
I wonder if it's like a client-based problem. So I completely forgot the advent calendar was a thing, and I did not get to unlock whatever the 15-day thing was, which probably was inconsequential. It was probably like Proteans or an XP lamp or something like that. But still, you know, I like to be thorough when it comes to my free shit. But whatever. So I'm gonna give the whatchamacallit here, the advent calendar, just to, you know, I'm going to give it a 6, despite me completely effing it up and possibly it being slightly Jagex's fault, merely because I like advent calendars even in real life. So, bonus points for the festivities. Moving along to you, Cliff?
Yeah, I'm just reading through. There's a fair amount of patch notes as well this time around.
Anything worth talking about?
KB, do you mind jumping in? I feel like there was one here I wanted to cover, but I'm not finding it.
You want to give your thoughts while Cliff looks? Is that what you're saying? Or you want K-Bunny to look for him?
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, K-Bunny, you want to give your thoughts while Cliff looks in? Did we lose Bunny? Alright, well, I can talk about my thoughts on the Wintumber Yak track some more until we figure that out, because this is technically talking about the Yak. I think I might have done the Yak track a tiny bit too early, so I'll read through what it has to say here. It says, that first hit of chill in the air, the frost on your breath, the promise of snow crunching underfoot. There's something magical about the arrival of winter, right? Puts us in the mood for frosty escapades. That's hard to say. Well, if that's how you're feeling too, make sure to get on the latest Yak track hosted by the Queen of Snow herself. The Queen, who has a new model, by the way, needs your help. Assist her with various tasks, and you'll bag a whole host of wintry treats, including the sublime Northern Lights-themed cosmetic pets. That's what they're calling it, the Northern Lights. Yeah, I love that prismatic effect. So now we're down here in the Praetorium. If you're watching the live stream, you'll see that it's got some different tint to it, although it's still pretty green. I wonder if it's pulling that green from my hat, although this bear is also pretty green down here too, so what do I know? Maybe it's just overly green. Alright, so anyway, any luck finding anything there?
Yes, sorry, we got it.
Go for it.
First of all, this was the patch where you could now do daily challenges, where you could lock out skills once you hit 99 instead of 120. So that's a nice thing. I found the thing that was tickling my brain. This was the patch where, hallelujah, you can change the direction chat scrolls on mobile. So anyone who has played mobile, I'm sure, has immediately realized that on the desktop, all of your chat scroll enters in ascending order. So new messages are at the bottom, and they sort of float upwards as things come in. And mobile is the opposite, and it is maddening to go back and forth. So either would be fine. I don't care if they made the change across the board, but now it is toggleable in mobile so that you can make it match PC. So this overall advent calendar, a couple of nice changes, 6.5.
Okay, 6.5. Bunny, you got any thoughts for us?
Which is this, the 29th of November?
This, I think I just closed it, but yeah, I think so.
6th.
What?
The 26th, is that what you said, Cliff?
I think this is the 6th of December. Sorry, I'm scrolling to the top.
No problem. I can bring it back.
Okay,
up.
I guess it's
29th. Yeah, 29th. Go ahead.
For some reason, I had to run to the bathroom real quick. I don't know. It was weird.
No worries.
So I missed a little bit.
It's okay. You're good. I think we're talking about the one before Frank's free deaths.
Oh, so it is the 29th.
Yes.
They decreased the Viswax that you need, so it's no longer 30, it's 25 to double the challenge, which is, I think, the right thing to do. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I missed so much of the conversation.
That's okay. If you want to just give a score, we can just move on.
I'm just going to give a I guess.
That's
make it a 7. I don't know. I don't really remember. Yeah, 7.
okay. All right, we're almost done here. We got a few more to go. Next up is Frank's Free Deaths on the 6th of December. Says here, boss without fear and help us define the future of the death system. Are you a nervous PVMer? Would you describe yourself as risk-averse, perhaps even actively death-avoidant? Well, today is your lucky day. It's the launch of Frank's Free Deaths. Yeah, starting today, after today's update, we're giving you 4 weeks of free deaths across various bosses, so you can pulverize the bad guys with 0 costs should you meet a sticky end. It's a great opportunity to learn the habits of bosses you've never tackled before, removing the stress for combat beginners, while also giving you more experienced PVMers the chance to sharpen your skills. We'll also get loads of useful data from this event to inform future decisions. We want to reassess death costs in general, so we'll be listening closely to your feedback and looking at who is playing and how. So how does this work? Well, Frank is using his connection with his old pal Death to focus on a different set of bosses each week. Oh, and he's definitely not profiting from this at all. Really. Don't worry about it. This week's featured bosses are, and then it goes through they're different each week. We're at the last week, I believe, of the 4 weeks. And if you ask me, it's a pretty successful event, though I don't have the analytical data that Jagex has. Had I already been like 2 months ahead of where I am right now, I would be taking advantage of this. But since I'm just getting back in the swing of things and kind of missing it on the tail end, I'm just going to hope they do something like this again. Because this is a great idea for people like me who are death averse for really no good reason. So I'm going to give this update an 8 out of 10. And I hope we see more of it in the future, or they take this somewhere useful. Cliff, you want to get in on this?
Yeah, I give it an 8 for almost the exact same reasons. I think the biggest issue on my end, for as far as not really leveraging it, is first of all, I think targeting it at certain bosses. I like the idea, but it turns out when I've had availability, it hasn't really targeted bosses I want to try or learn. So that's kind of a meh from me. I think the bigger issue is just that there's so much going on this month, with Yak Track being something that just takes up a lot of my time. With wanting to earn, Christmas paper. Not that excludes this.
Right.
It just feels like it's been a busy month that I haven't really taken a breath to go focus on combat. But it's an 8.
All right. KB?
Same thing, 8. The same thing as Cliff. I just been so focused on everything else that I didn't even bother doing anything as far as the free daily cost stuff. So
that's fair.
I mean, there's a lot of players out there that it's pretty much all they do is just combat. Skilling is like, once you hit 99, skilling is pointless. So they just do combat. So
yeah.
Hopefully a lot of people got to take advantage of this.
Yeah, I'm sure lots of people did. I just unfortunately wasn't one of them, but I would be if I was in a different place. I know that, so it's why I give it a high rating. Okay, is this the last update? Did I miss anything? Is Presents from the Sledge of the 13th of December our final topic here before I act like it is?
That's the last one. I was going to propose maybe we do one bonus score at the end for the current Treasure Hunter promotion. I know that's a weird one, but since it introduces scythes, wreaths, and more opportunity to the Green Santa Hat, I thought that might be worth a standalone score as like a separate update, so to speak.
Yeah, sure, we can do that. All right, so Presents from the Sledge. Help save Christmas and snag some gifts of your own. Santa has enlisted the help of Posty Pete and Parcel Pete to wrap gifts for the children of Gielinor. But it's all gone wrong. They've wrapped the presents in the wrong paper. Now they need your help to make sure the gifts end up in the right hands. Find wrapping paper scattered throughout the world while skilling or through Treasure Hunter. Lend a hand and you'll earn some presents of your own as a reward. Gifts include past Christmas Cracker event rewards, and if you're really lucky, the gold present. That's a guaranteed jackpot quality prize of either 50 million GP or the smashing Green Santa Hat. Not really on equivalent levels there, but nonetheless still a hefty prize either way. But it's like getting a Blurberry special. Let's see here. So Frank's Free Deaths is also mentioned here, but we're not going to talk about that. So I think the main thing we're talking about in this update here is the Christmas paper event itself, and this introduces a new limited time rare that is this being considered a discontinued rare? Is this being considered a limited rare?
It's not. Importantly, it's not. They specifically said it is not targeted as discontinued. There are no current plans to re-release it, but it may be released in the future. And that's an important distinction compared to the Golden Party hat, which they said specifically is going to be discontinued.
So yeah, very important distinction there. Though the green Santa hat will have its value, and probably hold its value for quite some time. My guess is once it gets to like an unreasonable level, they'll do another event in like 5 years or something. I don't know. I mean, they're releasing turkey pieces again, I noticed. So why not the green Santa hat? You know, they set the precedent with the turkey on-hand and off-hands. I got another like 3 of those from Christmas paper this year. I remember when people were so angry that they re-released those. Yeah, don't keep your money in uncertain items that are not guaranteed to be discontinued. It's okay to have a couple of them, but don't like put your frickin' bank into them, you know? Anywho, this update for me, this is tough because had I had to have achieved the green Santa hat by myself, it would never have happened. My luck is not good enough. My money is not big enough. Like I would have never seen one of these. So that makes me want to give it a lower score than I probably will give it due to the fact that I have one. And that's not really cool. That's kind of biased. So like I'm trying to think about that. Cuz I generally am not crazy about RNG events. Like if I was making this, it would be similar to the Golden Party hat where it's either part of a quest that's limited or they drop the shards all over the world and you have to randomly find them. I don't like it being gated behind like grueling hours of playtime for a tiny reward chance, or dump a bunch of money into Treasure Hunter. That's not my preferred method of acquisition. So I'm going to give this a 7.5. Cliff, go ahead.
8.5 for me because I love holiday items. Just straight up, I'll be the first to say it. That's why. My couple issues with this, I think Green Santa Hat was at the appropriate rarity with this update. It was, you know, the cost was up at $3 to $5 for a while. It was very uncommon to get. I think what's a little frustrating is I would hate to get a gold present and then get 50 mil.
Right. Yeah.
I wish they would have released the odds. It feels like they should, similar to Treasure Hunter, if they released the odds for each gift. And then, you know, I like a gold present having an increased chance. Like maybe it's a 10% chance and it's a higher chance and you can get excited about that. But I would have loved if they added maybe a green present that is a guaranteed green Santa hat. That's the rarest of all or something like that. Yeah. Right now it feels like the 50 mil or a green Santa hat. I don't know if this is accurate because they haven't released odds, but it feels like sort of a 50-50 shot. And that is really disappointing to get the 50 mil coins.
Yeah.
I've also, I've done probably 40,000 Christmas paper at this point, and I haven't gotten a single Gold Party hat yet. That's not really a complaint. I think it should be rare, but it is not super easy to get this as it should be. I'll give it an 8.5 because I love any new holiday items.
Cool. All right, Bunny?
Yeah, same thing with the Gold Party. I mean, I know they're different, but the new release of an item like this, I'm going to give it an 8. Mm-hmm. Also, Tammy did get a gold present, and she got the 50 mil. I think she was super saddened by it.
I would be. I already know that's what I'd get, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't gotten that. I think I've gotten maybe
1 year
for the whole event, maybe like 6 or 7 purple presents.
Yeah.
So I've been super unlucky this whole thing.
I've gotten 1 purple present the whole time, but I don't play as much as you do.
Whoa, hey, why are you hating on me?
No, I'm just saying I'd have more luck if I... But, I also put almost 100 Treasure Hunter keys in, so I got a bunch of bonus paper just because I had all those keys from Prime events and then didn't play. So I came back at a good time to use those keys, but even with all that extra paper, I still only got a single purple. Mostly just blue and white. And no gold. So, it is what it is. I got another 6,000 paper here during the show, though, so we'll do that after. I'm running out of time, though, so let's... you wanted to do a final topic on specifically the fact that this is available also on Treasure Hunter, Cliff. Is that what you?
Yeah, current Treasure Hunter promo, Santa's Grotto, I thought was an interesting one with some new mechanics worth talking about. Particularly, the purple gifts here had a few cosmetics, the green Santa hat, as well as a re-release of wreaths and scythes, but with slightly different items. So they have a gift wrap scythe rather than a Christmas scythe.
Yeah,
and they have a frosted wreath rather than I forget what it was called, maybe a holiday wreath or something like that. The controversial piece here for some is that green Santa hat prices just tanked massively. They went from like $3 pretty consistently to like at one point they got down to 700 mil. So people who invested heavily got hit. A lot of the community is kind of cheering about that too, since merchers don't always have a lot of fans. But I thought this was probably my favorite Treasure Hunter promotion ever. It was the first time I've ever bought keys. I had the pop-up deal of like 150 keys for the price of 75, and it was Christmas Day, so I was feeling generous towards gifting myself. It was my first time ever buying keys. It is also heartbreaking that I got like a 5 times purple package like 4 different times and never got a single cosmetic, even after spending like 200 keys or more. So it is what it is, but I thought we could maybe score that as something different.
Yeah, sure.
I'd give that a 9 because again, it's new holiday items, and I don't really get into Treasure Hunter, but this was by far my favorite promotion we've ever had.
I'll give it a 1 because it proves the insidious power of Treasure Hunter can bring down anyone if you put the right items in it.
There you go.
Killer Bunny?
The availability of keys and other things, from the augments, from doing doubling your daily tasks to, I would say prior to this, loot duels I think was my favorite Treasure Hunter thing because it just seemed like you got so much. But yeah, maybe this has surpassed the loot duels. I think this probably is my favorite Treasure Hunter event.
Okay.
You can earn keys so many different ways. You don't necessarily have to spend money on them. But yeah, I like the event. I like it a lot. So I don't know. Just judging the Treasure Hunter by itself, I don't know, 9 out of 10.
Okay. All right. So those are our updates. We've got all of our scores in line here. I've got 15 minutes remaining. So do you want to take the time to calculate each of our scores here, or do you want to save it for the next episode? Your thoughts? Anyone?
I'd be down to calculate it, get it all on one place. Do you have it in a spreadsheet, MageBit?
I do. Well, not in a spreadsheet, but I have it in a document haphazardly here if you want. I can. I'll post it in a general in a staff chat here. I just have to actually save it with a name. It had no name here. Okay, only people.
I could calculate averages real quick if y'all want to talk about Hetz Oasis or other things that you've just been doing in game.
Sure. Let me go ahead. There's the shitty document. It's not like computer friendly as far as just punching in an equation, because I didn't even think to do that. But as far as what I've been doing in game is just grinding paper for the most part. Waiting for this event to randomly wrap up without them. I'm assuming it's going to wrap up like in the first update of January, so I'm just trying to get as much as possible before that happens. I don't have to really worry about the Green Santa hat grind anymore thanks to Guilt, so that's pretty cool. I'm glad that stress is off of my shoulders, but there's plenty of other problems for me to deal with, most of them not even in game. So my main struggle to progressing in game right now is mainly finding the time to play. I can already hear people downstairs like arguing and whatnot, and it's like stressing the hell out of me. Yeah, but yeah, the amount of RuneScape time that I get is so much less than I used to, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just trying to catch up on all my goals is a challenge. It is a challenge. But what have you been up to, Bunny? You're working on that 5.6 grind, right?
Right. I'm at 5.1, almost 5.15, almost.
Nice.
So figured maybe May. I think there's going to be double XP weekend in May, so I'm thinking that I haven't hit it by May. Whatever double XP weekend, I should be able to wrap up whatever I have left. So
right.
It'd be nice. After that, I guess I'll start knocking out the rest of the rune score I haven't done, or bossing, or maybe try to make a bunch of money or something.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, be able to focus. I mean, it'd be nice. I mean, once I do hit 5.6, the only thing that's going to suck is like yak tracks and stuff, because now I'm doing those for no XP whatsoever. I'm just doing them for the cosmetics, and it's a lot of work. And
that's one of the reasons why I'm like kind of a little iffy about, and I always have been about 5.6, is I get a little bit of that rush off the XP that drops, and not seeing that anymore. I'm like kind of a little afraid of what that will do to me, as far as like, will I feel like even less enjoyment if I don't see those XP pop-ups? And I don't want to find out.
Achievements and completion logs, my friend. That's where you get the satisfaction at that point. There's still a lot to get done.
That's true. Something feels wrong about swinging my tool and getting nothing for it.
Yeah, I can understand that. I have my first 200 mil skill in archaeology, and it's definitely strange to do that for the yak track. But I have the final scores.
Okay.
Maybe I'll share in just a minute. What I've been working on in the game is, yak tracks and double experience keep you busy. I'm trying to get towards the last few quests that I have left to complete so I can do this year's quests. But then my other big goal this year, you'll laugh, Mage, but this sounds terrible. I've been working on picking 100,000 cave nightshade.
Oh my god.
Which is...
That's hell.
That is hell. It's a lot like picking flax back in the day.
Yeah.
But my goal is to get from like 106 to 120 herblore doing nothing but making weapon poisons.
That'd be so much money.
Because it is terrible, but very profitable.
Yeah.
So that was the goal. I've picked maybe like 35,000. Now that they made the daily challenge changes, I'm thinking about backing out of that goal because it's so easy to get herblore experience quickly.
Yeah.
But that is something I put a lot of time into.
Yeah, that is a goal after my own heart for sure. If I still had the time, that would be something you'd find me doing.
Yeah, that is the premium stream quality you get on my channel, is watching me pick nightshade for hours. It's pretty awesome.
Nice.
All right, we ready for the final scores?
We're ready. Let's do it.
Okay, so we are all close, as it turns out. So our average across all three of us for the year 2021 is a 7.24.
Okay.
Most optimistic was myself at a 7.53. I'm an optimistic person. That's not too surprising. Second was KB with a 7.11, and third was MageBit with a 7.08. So overall, pretty consistent across the board, and we averaged to a 7.24.
Not bad at all. I mean, that's out of 10. That's a solid C minus, right?
I think it was a good year. There's been some setbacks. The pandemic is tough.
Yeah.
The login lockout, obviously terrible. But I think the last 2 years have been really a positive direction for Jagex, and particularly the second half of this year was really good. So I'm incredibly excited for 2022. As they've been looking ahead, they've said they want to do more of the same and perhaps add a little bit more questing into the mix or skilling updates compared to combat. So I'm very excited.
Awesome. Glad to hear it. And I think this was a pretty good year. I think it is telling that our scores evened out despite us giving fairly different numbers on a lot of things. It still says everything kind of rounded out overall. So that's good. I'm glad that our opinions are kind of consistent to some degree. Anywho, anything you want to throw at the end here, Bunny, before we close things out? Sorry to put you on the spot here.
No, there was. I thought about this last time, but I can't remember what it was.
I could pass it back to Cliff real quick because I know he has something to plug.
Go to Cliff.
Cliff, you want to plug your stream and stuff?
Yeah, I just want to do a couple quick plugs. First of all, if you want to check out the clan, all three of us are in. It's Kill Skill, the letter N, Chill. Come hang out in our clan chat. Lots of people happy to help if you got questions on anything you heard today. I'm streaming twice a week, Fridays and Saturdays, 7 to 10 p.m. Central. And for the U.S. folks, come hang out. You can watch ridiculous grinds like picking 100,000 Nightshade. It's really a just chatting stream in disguise, let's be honest. But I would love to see you there to come hang out.
Nice. Bunny, any luck? Jogging the old neurons?
No.
Okay. Well, no worries. We'll all be back. I'm taking you all as my new co-hosts, so you'll have opportunities to plug things in the future.
Sorry, Management. I actually forgot my actual name of the Twitch channel. If I could do that real quick.
Yeah.
That is Hiya Cliff. HIA Cliff, all one word.
There you go. Would love to see you all there. They're often a little later than I'm awake, but you know, as the sun starts staying on the sky a little bit longer, I'll probably be more consistently up later. Anyway, this has been a fun little project. If you missed, excuse me, if you missed any of this episode and want to hear it from the beginning, I will run a rerun of the first part, then the second part on Twitch, and of course, the first part's already on podcast. The second part will be going to podcast in the next couple of days, and then I'm going to go back and enhance episode 1's audio for those people who are going to wait for that. So this week will be a bit of a busy week, and we'll return with a RuneScape weekly episode after the first updated of 2022. Until then, it will just be live streams in the meantime. So stay tuned for those, and if you want to subscribe to the podcast, you can do so in your favorite podcast aggregator or over at runeweek.com to grab the RSS feed. I hope you enjoyed this look back on 2021, and we'll see you on the other side in 2022. As always, happy scaping.